And on top of that, we'll keep track of those items that we can't get to if we have to bring them back in a general meeting later or work meeting. Okay, so.
Yeah, and they'll frantically write everything that you say so that we don't lose any ideas. We want to capture everything that's said here. And we really want to have this be an organic, engaging conversation to work together to achieve the goals that you set. So.
And if we can grow it organically, we'll get a lot of good value out of that conversation. But know that we're here to keep that those items in line and back on track when you're ready.
So with that, we're going to turn the time over to Michael Malloy, who's going to get us started with the general plan.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to switch over to this other presentation. Brett, do you want me to stand? What's best for
whatever
our
you
meeting?
feel like? One reason we're in this room is make sure we
Okay.
close and we can have a good discussion. So how you counts you want them to stand or?
Be comfortable.
Okay.
We're going to be here for a while, it's okay.
So, when I asked Brett and Gordon, what are we trying to achieve today, it was to get us all to talk about our concerns, our desires, our visions, our values as a group, and especially, of course, as our city council. And we're anxious to listen today. Go ahead and advance. So, to start that off, I wanted to query our group about your interest in traveling, just to try and break the ice a little bit here today. Where do you like to travel? Where do you want to travel? Where do you enjoy, or what do you enjoy when you travel? Now, you don't need to answer every question, just choose one, and of course be brief, because we have a lot on our agenda today. But I'm interested in learning more about our group and through this idea of travel. Maybe we can just start right down here at the end with Jackie.
I'm sorry, I was
Vernal. Where do you like to travel? Where do you like to go?
somewhere warm.
Warm. Brett.
Anywhere. I do
Like to travel anywhere.
I do like travel.
I particularly enjoy our national parks.
Okay.
Everywhere. Lots of trouble.
Good.
Yeah, I like to travel. I love to be in the mountains a lot too.
Okay.
I hate to travel.
Interesting.
Your wife's
No.
in travel.
I, if you know me, you know I love traveling, and I really like going and experiencing new cultures. I love to see new people.
Okay. New cultures.
The older I get, the more I want to go south.
South. That's my wife's response. Yeah.
Physically or mentally?
For sure.
I like going up the mountains.
Okay.
I like to travel a lot to the northwest of the United States, that part of the area.
I'm kind of with Clint. I like the culture and I like to try the food
Yeah.
at different places.
I know you're thinking about a trip to China next year with your family.
Not excited about that food. Some of them maybe.
My favorite's the Uinta Mountains, and I love traveling to South America.
So my family goes to Disneyland about every other year. I'd love to travel beyond that, but that is so expensive. So, yeah.
Give me a beach.
Beach.
A warm beach. Not an Oregon beach.
New
Right?
Hampshire.
That
She
one.
almost didn't come back from Hawaii.
I'm not a big fan of traveling, I gotta be honest with you. When I think about it, I don't much care for it. But when I get doing it, I'm fine. But getting my wife to drag me out the door is like, I like my comfort. I have my TV and my couch, but I do like to go to Moab and ride mountain bikes and that kind of thing.
Cool.
I like East Coast just for the history, but I love to go everywhere for experiences.
Yeah.
So we pick where we go based off of experiences.
All right, Destiny, you're not out of this either.
I love history.
History.
Baseball.
Baseball.
Baseball
is history.
Stadium.
True.
Well, I'm the opposite of Wendy. I take the Oregon beach any day, so.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you for participating.
Oh, well, hold on. I want to hear John over here.
Oh, he said
The beach.
beach.
Oh,
Yeah,
the beach,
yeah.
Phoenix for spring training.
Okay.
The beaches of Lake Yuba.
So the general plan, I believe we've mentioned or announced that we've selected CRSA, which is an architecture and land planning firm in Salt Lake City. I had misstated, I think, to our team that they had won an award recently, which they did, but it wasn't for Saratoga Springs, it was for Eagle Mountain. Again, Eagle Mountain is a fast-growing community
For their
dealing with
general
a lot
plan,
of
or?
similar, it was a general plan, yeah, it was a citywide general plan. So again, they're familiar with listening to a community that's dealing with a lot of growth pains, a community that is hungry for commercial growth. I'm confident that we've picked a team that will have a fresh perspective on our general plan. I passed out to you this morning a template of their proposed timeline. We asked in the RFP for a 12 to 18 month completion. So they're more towards the 18 months is what they're requesting. They are within the.
What time frame did they use on the Eagle Mountain?
Good question. I don't know. I will find that out. I have
Because
not
again,
asked them
very
that.
similar community,
Yeah.
very similar life cycle, so it would be interesting to know.
We
and
are-
how it went,
yeah.
the time frame they chose to use.
I'd be curious to me, because they're 56 square miles, we're a little over 20 square miles, so. it'd be interesting just to look at it.
Right. We are having our initial staff meeting. Well, we've met with them once since we've awarded the RFP, but we'll have another meeting next week. We're still negotiating a final contract. Their bid is within our proposed budget of $100,000. We did ask them for a couple of additional community outreach exercises that we're weighing. So it may be with approval, we may be looking at $105,000 potentially, depending on if we want to do some of the additional exercises that they're proposing. So we'll be reviewing
Might
that.
be a given.
Yeah. And that is within our current budget, so there would no budget adjustment would be necessary. Now, next slide. I know that you just received this. We've given you a copy. If you have any concerns about the timeline, kind of the general structure of the project, please let us know, because we can certainly make adjustments. Next slide. One of the primary things that I'm anxious about is where can we be holding community meetings? Who can we be meeting with? We certainly will be inviting everyone to attend and to participate. Everyone will be welcome to be part of this project. I put up there, long timers, short timers, seniors, youth, married, singles, Gen X, Gen Y, everybody, institutions, businesses, dogs, cats. Everybody is welcome to participate. But we clearly have certain stakeholders, key stakeholders within our community. And I'm interested in hearing from this group early, who do we think those stakeholders are? Who do we need to be reaching out to and making sure that they're engaged? Everyone's welcome, but who do we want to make sure that we are tapping on the shoulder, or sending an email to, or a phone call, or maybe even dragging into the room to talk?
Well,
Who do we need to talk to?
clearly our outside agencies that are going to provide the, necessary infrastructure, I'm obviously thinking UTA and UDOT and Wasatch Front and all of those stakeholders that really hold a large key to the success of what we want to do.
How about local? I've been surprised since coming to the city 10 months ago. I thought that there would be certain groups, certain very local groups, who would be beating down my door and wanting to talk to me. I haven't taken a single phone call. It's from somebody who said, I want to bend your ear, I want to talk to you about my concerns or my interest in the city. Beyond the council, you certainly have all approached me and shared some of your thoughts, but I haven't heard from any residents or businesses.
I'll send them to you.
But we need to engage them.
I think that's one of the challenges with this process. We've talked about that we want to have a very obviously engaged with our community and open process and opportunity for them to give input. But to your point, I think a lot of times facilitating that becomes difficult, and they don't know sometimes how to engage appropriately or who to engage with. So I think one of the challenges is going to be is once we get to this phase of where we're engaging all of these groups that you talked about, is making it easily accessible for them to be able to come in and share that. And I think it's one thing to have the public meetings and those, input meetings here at City Hall. I think it's another to look at ways to take it out to specific areas of the city to allow it to be much more accessible and much easier for them to do that. I mean, there's a lot of other, digital ways to allow people to give their comments and participate, but you really need people to be able to come in and to see all the, the maps and all of those things that go along with it for them to get the true understanding and give really, I think, valuable input to it. And so I think we have to be very creative in the ways that we actually work on engaging them and go to them a lot more than expecting them to come to us, because I think life's busy for everybody. I think it's difficult for them to find time, even knowing weeks or months in advance that there's going to be a meeting held to discuss it. When it gets to that night and you have, this kid's in sports and this one's in dance and I got parent-teacher conference, all these things, that's going to be the first thing that washes off the list, is actually saying I'm going to make myself to get there. But if we go to them in their neighborhoods and their parks, those types of things, and bring it to them and give them the opportunity, I think it's much easier and we'll get a much better participation from them.
Yeah. And on our handout, we have town hall meetings, community events, booths, which we'll certainly take advantage of next summer.
Even like grocery stores and
Sack
stuff like
lunches.
that.
The community facilitators really have to be a key stakeholder because that's their job, really, to take it to the.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, I thought, and this is directed at me, is how do I, because I think there is a lot of responsibility on me as the elected official in my given district, how do I go out and communicate that specifically in my district? And I think that we need to put some responsibility on each one of us to be the champion of this, because at the end of the day, we want this to be a good process that our whole community is involved in, but that all supportive of at the end of the day of the plan that we come up with. And we've all, it becomes incumbent on us as those people to really take that message out there and to get our own people in our own districts involved. And so, like I say, I'm looking at, okay, how do I do better to help communicate that within my own district? And that's something I want to focus on as we go through this plan, because we've all seen the challenges and, the history that's been there around this. I want this to be everyone's opportunity to really voice their opinion.
I want to take a step back and do a little more of a global look, though. We're coming off of chaotic Olympia Hills. We're coming into the legislature that has already drafted a land use planning bill that we're negotiating with from a Utah League of Cities and Towns, trying to come to a compromise bill. It's certainly not the first land use planning bill that's going to be out there. There's probably others that are going to be much more damaging to the cities. We have a county that clearly is out of touch with the residents and what they want from the development industry. We have a campaign coming out of the league that I won't spill the beans on what their slogan is, but it's very centric on focusing all of the stakeholders across the state, from the governor's office down, to show that cities are the exact right entity to do local planning. That's their campaign. You have, at the same time, campaigns going out from various agencies on affordable housing and growth and how, the prices are skyrocketing. My point being, from a global perspective, everybody is looking at development very critically and skeptically right now. What I think we have the opportunity to do, because Herriman in many ways has been the poster child of growth, both good and bad, out here and how we've dealt with it. I would like to see us make this general plan process be not only a city exercise, but a state exercise. I think that you could see all of these entities that I've mentioned, including outreach to the media, being very supportive of the process that we go through. We could make it, in essence, a blueprint for how all of the cities are going to have to deal with growth in the future. So I would like to take this up a notch so that not only are we educating ourselves and our residents, and we're getting feedback as to where the residents want to go, but more importantly, I think, frankly, is that that information is trickling upward to those that are putting their will down on us. And so I think if we don't use this as an opportunity to kind of show our general plan from a state level, bring in all those entities, do all the things that Tammy would do, but I want the legislators to see this process. I want them to hear the feedback. I want the county, I want the potentially new county mayor to hear what our residents have to say, because they are all out of touch with the residents on the ground. So I want us to blow it up, is what I'm saying. I want it to be I want us to be the poster child of good planning, not only because it helps us, it will help everybody, every city trying to figure out this growth question.
You don't ask for much, do you?
Go big or go home, baby. That's what I'm saying.
I appreciate
Go
those
big or go
comments
home.
because you said it better than I did. Because at the end of the day, that's exactly what I want to do. I want our residents to say, this is the way it's supposed to be done.
Yeah.
And for people to look to us as the example
legislators
on
in
that.
the county and all
Absolutely.
the agencies.
And I know that Nicole is, I agree with her, and just along that same line before, I know I cut off Tammy, sorry. On that same line, as we look at the legislative issues that we're dealing with Olympia Hills, that we all know is going to eventually come back, probably sooner rather than later. One of the things I've heard consistently as an argument of why the county should come in and do this is, well, you didn't work with, you didn't ask, your neighboring communities if you could do this. And so I want to make it very clear what I'm saying here. I think there's an opportunity for us to get some strategic input from our neighboring communities, not in any way that they have that they are to dictate what's going to go on our city. However, feedback that I've heard from, the argument that is made is, well, you didn't tell your neighbors you were doing this. And so let's just extend the hand to say, we're going through our process. If you have some input or something that, might be helpful to us, we would appreciate, considering. Not that we're going to do anything that they necessarily ask, because it is our responsibility to do our general plan, but that way we have that ability to go back and say, no, we did communicate with those partnering communities as we move forward and do that.
Well, now more than ever, because of how we were treated by the county for Olympia Hills, it becomes very apparent that planning is, at a microcosm, it is your city. And then the next step is your region, and in our case, Southwest, which is where all the growth is happening right now. And then we have Salt Lake County, again, we're growing in tiers, and I think the general plan has to look at all of those tiers, so city and our Southwest and our county, and then our state, because again, it's all trickling down, and everybody is looking, their eyes are all cast to the Southwest right now, because that's where the land is. So in doing an exercise that is very engaging and very visible on all of those levels I just mentioned, helps all of us as we try and figure this out. I mean, as a state, we have to figure this out.
So one of my questions is, as we've been looking at all of the different ways to engage, I wanted to get your thoughts on what if at some point during this process, we have somewhat of a town hall style meeting, but the panel is not only you guys, but it's made up of Wasatch Front, of people from the county, of the neighboring cities.
Legislators.
I think that it would be a really good idea to put that together so that when the public asks a question, they can ask those outside influences that also impact what we do in our city. So I really wanted to focus on being able to put something like that together as we move through this process, but I wanted to get your thoughts on that. So.
Yes.
And I would like to package up, as we start getting feedback, I think we ought to find ways of packaging up that material, Tammy, and sending it off to the legislators so they can hear what it is that a high growth community is thinking. So, little unique sort of feedback packages that go out to all of these entities that, the county council also, I would like them to have a little feedback, a little welcome gift from Herriman that shows the realities of what it is we're dealing with on the ground. And I think it would be very innovative to, in our process, reach out very actively in both soliciting feedback, but also sharing what we're hearing from our residents, because I think that's where everything is going awry, is on those two back and forths.
So again, if you know of any groups, any individuals, any, who we should be reaching out to, please let me know, let us know. And we will make a concerted effort to make those connections. Whether it's a large-scale community-wide event or we're meeting with a handful of people in somebody's house, we're willing to do that. We're willing to be there. I've already told the community facilitators that we expect, we're asking each one of them to essentially host some type of meeting in their community. And, we're here to listen. I think the most important thing is we learn the community's values and then reflect that in this general plan and then put the plan into effect, make it work for us. I think one of the most discouraging things this community can do is to go through this exercise, finish the plan, and then put it on the shelf. I'm hoping, I mentioned that to you, I think in one of the very first times I met with you, that we create a plan that we're willing to fight for. And that you believe enough in the plan that it will be an important tool for every one of us. Now, talking a little bit more about values and visions. Over the last year or so, go on to the next slide here, I've been reading this book, Seeing the Better City. This author is arguing that we too often, when we're talking about our values and our visions, our frustrations and our desires for our communities, we often rely on reports and words and presentations, but maybe not as much with images. Now, we do, when we present projects to you, we typically have a PowerPoint and we have slides and photographs, but when we engage the community, they're not very often talking to us visually. They're not giving us illustrations. This author is encouraging and has outlined some ideas to try and do that, trying to get people to communicate back to us using photographs and maybe even short descriptions. So with that, next slide, we're going to be creating a series of, using our communications team, we're going to be reaching out to the public, asking them these three questions. What do you like in Herriman? What do you dislike? And what is missing? I even thought about maybe adding a fourth, what do you want to see more of? But I think kind of that's part of maybe what is missing as well. And just to give you an example of that, I threw up a few examples and I wanted to just share those with you. So coming to this community, absolutely impressed with City Hall and the town center, with the park. As already mentioned, it is such a significant, successful investment in this community. We've won awards for this project. We know it's attractive. It is the gathering place for our community. So absolutely love this project and even this building. Now, I actually really like this image. I love how the town, you can see how it's nestled among the foothills. I think that is one of our strengths. But in this image, I'm actually talking a little bit about one of my dislikes, is that I am absolutely committed to street trees. And it really amazes me how often we have failed to get developers to put in trees that our code requires. We're typically every 30 feet in our neighborhoods and all of our subdivisions. And although you can't see it super well, a lot of these park strips don't have any trees at all. Now, just to give you a flavor for why I say that is so important to me. Next slide. This is a quote from another book. You don't have to read the whole slide, but in red, it is financially irresponsible for a community to not heavily invest in trees. He proves in his book, in one chapter, that the return on investment in committing to trees is just so incredibly valuable. Trees are often, insurance companies now, if you lose a tree to, let's say, a drunk driver hits your tree and kills it, they can evaluate the price of that tree, and if it's a large mature tree, can be tens of thousands of dollars that is insured for or has a value. This report was saying in Portland, Oregon, that comparing houses with trees versus ones without, the difference was an uptick of $8,870. You know, just having street trees in front of your home makes an impact on the value of your home. Another study said that 12% higher income streams were occurring in shops that were on tree-lined streets. I know that we're already a Tree City USA. I know that we do a ton of work with our urban forestry. I also know that we hired an excellent young landscape architect, and I've been brainwashing her on this issue already. I've been talking with my staff about how it is absolutely essential when we have a development come in, we get these trees. And then even in places where we have gaps, maybe over time we could start to fill in where we had some missing opportunities. But so that's something that I see that is missing that we can do a better job of filling within our community. It will definitely pay for itself. Even though we sometimes equate trees with some nuisances, the trade-off, the value, the return on investment is so much higher. It is absolutely worth whatever struggle, you know, an uplifted sidewalk, trimming, you know, leaves in our gutters. It's worth the value. All right, next image.
Quick comment on
Yes,
that, Mike.
please.
Last summer, I actually was just out in my yard, and a vehicle drove down our street. I live on a cul-de-sac, so it's a very quiet street. But someone drove down, they actually stopped and rolled down their window and just kind of started asking me. But their comment was, we love it. Now, I've been in my home for coming up on 20 years. So I've had some time for my trees to grow and mature there, obviously. But this person drove down and just basically asked how long that we've been there, how old kind of the neighborhood was, and really their comment was, this area has mature trees. We love this area and it was specific to the trees. They're like, we want to be in an area like this, and it wasn't obviously because we have the big nice houses in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? There's a lot that's changed in the construction types of houses that a lot of people are going to. Their focus was on the trees. So to your point, I think there's a huge value in that.
And you think about, I don't know how familiar you are with Salt Lake City, but the east side, they have this regular, formal, large, mature street trees. West side, not so much. And yet oftentimes they really are the same period of architecture. The difference really is in those street trees. That makes a huge difference.
Well, and I brought up this element before, so I'll reiterate it. I looked to the development on 134th, the density there, of which there was little to no landscaping, and contrast that with the Daybreak of a similar density where they've put in a berm, perhaps, by the street, where they've got even the natural weeds, but they call it natural landscaping. Even that looks better. Talk about a missed opportunity. The same, it could be the exact same quality of townhome. The one in Herriman looks cheaper as a result of lack of landscaping. And every time I drive past 134th, I'm disappointed in that missed opportunity. It could have been so much more than it was.
We can still work with it, but the sad thing is that's our dollars now going in to maybe make some fixes.
And I would say the same thing along fences. When we increase the standard, it increases the value of the community.
Yeah.
I know, fencing.
I'll go through these next pages really quick. What I think is missing are we need more gathering places. We need more centers in our neighborhoods. Really, the centering element for our community will largely be around parks. And I know that Wendy's group shares this frustration. Oftentimes, a developer will plan the park really as a reflection of utility. Where does the storm drain system need to flow, and then build the park system around that. We recently had a negotiation with Edge Homes over a phase of development where we pushed them to move the park to a more central location, and we were successful, and I'm hoping that will become a much better, gathering place for that subdivision.
What can we do to ensure that happens? I think the way you worded it is being generous. I mean, they do their drainage ditch and throw a playground in there.
parks are not detention bases. Trying to get that mantra out there.
Right.
But that's all they do,
Right.
because
Right.
we let them.
Yes.
So, obviously, one of the huge challenges we have is we are already committed to a number of large development projects through our development agreements. One of the things that I'm asking CRSA to do is to review those development agreements and identify opportunities for needed amendments, with the idea that if a developer were to come to the city asking us for an amendment, we would be ready to also counteroffer with something that we want to amend as well.
Yes.
Maybe we can even approach them. Maybe some of them will want to make a good faith effort and be essentially a good neighbor,
Which gets back to
a
your
town founder, you know,
Which gets
essentially
back
for
to your
us.
key
Yeah.
stakeholders,
Yes.
both new and existing developers, making sure that they hear the feedback
Yeah.
from the residents as it pertains to this issue in
Yeah.
particular, and maybe exactly as you say, they will pony up in the spirit
Yeah.
of community partnership.
I've even wondered if we go through this general plan and we identify what our values and visions are, and we recognize the disparity between where we really want to go and maybe where some of our development agreements, maybe there's that disparity. Maybe we begin to identify that for the community, for the planning commission, say, you know, under our new plan, this project is deficient maybe in this area. Maybe by identifying those deficiencies, maybe we can encourage, you know, a good partnership from our development community.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
I like the idea of sort of rating on categories. And, you know, parks being one of those, street trees, some of this other very quality of life, sort of
Right.
subjective issues, but are so huge, and sort of giving a ranking as to what our standard is.
Yeah.
Park City's done a nice job of that.
Yeah,
by the
they
way.
have.
They police their standards very well.
Next slide. Now, is this working now? It should. There. So, one of the realizations that I had coming to this community is that the frustration with density and especially our multifamily developments, I think anyone in this valley would be frustrated. It is not exclusive to the NIMBYs of Herriman. I think that a lot of the product type that we're getting, that the market is bringing to us, is beneath us. It's beneath who we are as a community. Again, I would say that anywhere in this valley. We can create, when we accept density, we should also receive the benefit of creating community centers, of gathering places. You can see that this is, you know, has somewhat of a dense architecture, but you can see there's a small park, a green space in the center of this, you know, community event. I apologize, I don't know where this is at. I was just trying to look for images that convey this idea that when you accept density, you should also benefit from it, and not just the developer, not just that specific development, but the whole broad community. We should be creating centers. Another image, again, I love this image because even at this scale, which is denser than we will see, but you can see that you're creating value, amenities, not just for the local residents that happen to be right here, but for the broader community. And I think that's what's been missing from our projects. Again, really, to do stuff like this is, you have to be really aggressive as a community to try and push this. Holiday. Think about the Holiday Town Center that they've been able to achieve. That was not easy to do. Anything that you see in Daybreak, very, very hard. So it's going to take a bit to get to this level of creating centers out of the density that may be coming in our community. But I think that's why people are so unhappy, is we're not getting the benefits of the density.
I think that's a nice compromise. I've heard from residents, and I'm sure my city council members have as well, in terms of actually the word moratorium. That came up a couple of weeks ago. So on the outset of this general plan, we also need to start from scratch just on development in general. So yes, density, but there is a undercurrent of why can't we just stop? Why can't we just slow down? Why can't we just stop for 2 years, catch our breath a little bit? So all of that is going to have to be answered as to, one, the legalities of a city even attempting moratorium, but then more importantly, also discussing growth. And to your point, densities in any way, shape, or form, or growth, let's just get rid of the D word, can be very nicely done. But we have to educate just on the fact that we can't just stop. We can't just close our doors.
Yeah.
The response that I gave to the residents was one of smart growth. Shutting our doors right now ensures that the legislators in the state will come in and take over planning, or at least attempt to. So there's got to be some sort of balance in there.
Yeah. Okay, so again, we're going to be reaching out to our residents to hopefully get that kind of feedback. What do they like? What do you like? You know, what do you dislike? What do you think is missing? What do we want to try and cater? You know, what do we want to try and attract as a community? A lot of times the most successful projects that you see in other communities wasn't the result of just simply relying on the market. You know, you worked hard to get this town center. You worked very hard to get the Zion Stadium. You know, we were proactive at making good things happen in our community. So next slide, Brett, I was thinking of you when I threw this in here. I became aware of an artist in California, Art Kenton Nelson. He put together a collection of his paintings in a book called Picturing a Perfect World. And so be thinking about your values, what you care about as residents, as community leaders, as we go into our next portion of our discussion on annexation. I know that we have a Wordle that Tammy included in our packets today. You are all familiar with this from a couple of years ago, Bryn, 2017. Obviously, the larger words were words that popped up more often in the response as we asked people questions. But we need to extend our values and our vision across what we think may be some potential annexation areas in the community. So with that, we'd love to hear what your concerns are, if you have any specific thoughts about our recent annexation, our potential for future annexations. What are you hearing about more about Olympia Hills? The council all knows that Horrocks Engineering did a report to the county council. It was just last week. Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
That's right. And again, to be clear for that on the record, Blake, tell me if I'm wrong. I understand that Doug Young offered to pay for that service, and the county selected the engineer. That's how Horrocks Engineer came to do that traffic study.
But it was paid for by the developer.
Yeah.
Yes, and we have requested a copy of the actual report. We've been told that we will receive it. I think what we saw was an interim presentation to the county council. And I don't think the report is completed yet.
The engineer that's over the project emailed me Monday. I requested the report. He told me that they had short notice to prepare their presentation. They prepared it and didn't have the report actually completed yet. So when they get it done, I'll get copies.
But the county council acted like it was completed and everything's fantastic and all, Olympia Hills would be great because all that traffic will go on U-111, it'll be fine.
So,
Kumbaya.
as you know, we are also conducting our own study. We have asked Bonneville Research to hold until we receive this Horrocks study. They were preparing to report out to you next week, but we did not want to see that report until we had received the Horrocks study and had given their team and our team an opportunity to review it.
Do you know how long that wait's gonna be? Because if they just keep dragging their feet, we are gonna. Opportunities to educate legislators are now.
Yeah, that's true.
I believe that engineer is under the gun to get it done.
So may I ask why you're waiting on that? Will that convolute what their study is? I mean, it just feels like to be completely independent, they don't need to have that study. I wanna know what their study showed. I know what Horrocks showed according to what they presented at the county. It was a train wreck. But my question is that I want this to be completely independent of
Right.
these other studies. Is that gonna?
I think primarily, we wanna see data points. And if they have newer data points than what we have previously that's been available to us, we wanna make sure that our consultant is basing his recommendation to you, to the community, off of the most relevant current information. Cause there certainly has been some new discovery, I'm certain, with Horrocks' work.
There is,
But
and
again, I approach that with the bias of the developer paying for it. So,
Yeah.
so is there any validity to that study at all, given how it was paid for?
that's what we wanna see it for.
Yeah.
Because what we saw from the county was just a high-level view of, well, here's what we think. But I haven't gotten into the nuts and bolts. I wanna see the trip distribution. You said they're pushing them all down U-111. In discussions with them, they're pushing a lot of traffic through Daybreak. And so I don't know how that's gonna work. I wanna see how they've distributed it, and see where it goes. And the presentation didn't have enough data to talk about that. We can talk about this more in the transportation section too,
Yeah.
when we get there.
Yeah. Also, you know that when Kennecott came to the table and we were talking about annexation of this area, they had asked us to commit to a robust planning, program as far as working with them to come up with a vision for, the Kennecott property if it were to annex. And all of this information will be part of our general plan under our future annexation, policies. So again, I don't know if you have any particular thoughts or concerns on this topic of annexation that you want to put on the table right now.
Extremely concerned about powers that be doing whatever the hell they want. That's my concern.
Which again gets back to my point though, of communicating our general plan process upward and outward. Because we are at the mercy of forces outside that do seem to respond only to public clamor. So it behooves us to create the public clamor necessary to be listened to. That's my.
I think I'm just super appreciate that Kennecott's willingness to have us have a seat at the table on this, because I think it's critical to all parties involved that we're at the table with these developments, and if their vision is to master plan this whole area, it's their land, and that's a great idea, and I think it's possible to do a really good job. But if we can bring, particular points to it, like, we can build all the houses in the world for people to live in, but where are they gonna work? And then that increases the traffic problems and things like that, so we definitely need to help them understand the real need we have for job centers and things like that out in this area, so that people aren't 80,000 trips by 2040 on 126.
Right.
And that's
Right.
not sustainable.
So on our agenda, some of the prompts that we may think about are key locations, expectations. You've already mentioned some. Is there a give and take relationship potentially with some of these property owners? Where's the hard line that we're saying we're just not going to cross that line? Maybe those are things that we all just need to be thinking about. But those are the kinds of things that we're hoping that we learn from you, as community leaders. How do we negotiate that? And I think a lot of it will come out through the general plan process.
Well, let's be realistic. I'm having a hard time looking at this. I don't know why we need to go through it, hashing all those, but really, it comes down to that map. This is what remains of the general plan. As you said, everything else is already done. We're already encumbered by these development agreements that were done a decade or more ago. That our hands are somewhat tied. So really, this is the last spot, and it's not within our limits yet.
There are some areas in our city that are not, and primarily some of our commercial centers, some of our lower density areas. But you're right. This is going to be a large part of our planning exercise.
But I do appreciate what you were saying earlier, because I agree with what Jared said. It's like, well, what is there left to plan? But I appreciate that you're gonna have them go back and look at those development agreements, because if we can somehow, I had a friend yesterday, I drove out by Real Salt Lake and I didn't know you guys were putting in a bunch of army barracks out there. Because they were just stunned by the amount of, the volume of.
And as you said, the quality of what's going in
Yeah,
is beneath us. So I agree, that's, if there's one thing we can do, if we can really pick through those old development agreements and find ways to improve them and proactively take that to the developers where it might be mutually beneficial, I think that's where we can make the biggest impact on these things before it's completely, the opportunity's completely gone.
Yeah.
You know, Michael, I've mentioned this before when we were talking about a different development agreement, but in my opinion, when a developer is coming back to amend the master development agreement, I want us to seriously consider asking them to reinvest in our current codes. Because one of the reasons we get what we get out of these older developments is because they're vested in, you know, the building codes and the requirements we had 15 years ago. The codes we have now are extremely different, and they require so much more and provide such a better product, but we don't have any ability to enforce that. And so when we're talking about these master development agreements and see what we can do to come back, it's my opinion that, you know, if they want to make those kind of changes, if they want to have, you know, big substantial changes to their master development agreement, we should look at updating, even if it's just the building code or whatever it is, so that we can get the product we know we deserve out of those developers.
Many of those agreements, so building code is required, they always have to meet that, but it's our standards. And some of them, if it's a life safety issue, they have to follow that standard, but if it's not, those are the ones we wanna look at. So we talk about private roads and fences and walls. It's more of a aesthetic type things, trees and stuff. And that's a really good point. We often try to exact that out of them as we go through these processes, but oftentimes the developers are resistant to it and throw their development agreement out and say, nope, I don't have to. So that'd be the perfect way to go and achieve that.
In my opinion, not this council, but councils past have been resistant to having that fight. And I don't know about the rest, I'm just one, but that's something that I'd be willing to stand behind and say, look, we need to require this out of you. If you're gonna wanna make changes, you need to give us something too.
Absolutely.
Now, beyond annexation, we also have on our agenda zoning. And for that, maybe you switch over to our other set of slides, Alan. Now, in my mind, I think any significant, amendments that the city may be driving on zoning, maybe that's a little bit cart before the horse. I really would like to try and get through the general plan before we really, we recently. Just the one that Tammy had prepared. Yeah, just the standard. She's got a couple of slides right. And the zoning
Right
map.
there. Oh, go back.
Yeah. But are there any hot topic issues relative to zoning right now? I know we've been talking about trying to see what we can do to strengthen agricultural uses within the community. Whether or not we need to create a different ag zone to try and foster that, try and encourage that.
Because our AT5 numbers, there was like a hold on that, right?
Right.
We can't use that right now.
Right.
And so we don't have an ag zone. Yeah.
Well, we have, obviously you can see on our map, we do have areas that are currently zoned agricultural.
Right.
But I don't
But
know.
every time somebody wants to build, they come in and ask to change it.
Right. Right. But again, I think that we can take a lot of cue from the general plan. But that's gonna take some time. So if there are some immediate concerns with our current zone, obviously we've told you that when the annexation becomes official, that piece will become a TM zone, which that'll be our first place where we've applied that, right? The TM zone. I don't know, again, are there any hot button issues when you think of zoning in the community, places that you think are mismatched with the highest and best use in the community right now?
Why do we have one little A1 lot all the way down at the bottom of Boundary Corridor? or whatever, what Mountain View corridor eventually will be
Oh,
called.
right down there in the very corner.
Very corner.
Yeah, it's owned by
Have a tank,
Bluffdale.
yeah.
That's owned by Bluffdale City.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure it's not, you know, we're not gonna all of a sudden put up like 4 random houses between Mountain View corridor and.
Some communities will have like almost like a public works type zone or institutional, something where it reads different on our zoning map, so you know that's not potential development. I don't know if we've ever have had that tool in the past, maybe we can add that. So the zoning map's a little more clear that there are certain things that aren't going to be redeveloped for another use, because they're already committed to our infrastructure of the community. But, so again, I really think that any significant reforms to our zoning map that's led by the city will likely come on the heels of our general plan update.
I know the planning commission has expressed several times about the densities within the zones. So, you know, because they're so wide, they're struggling
Yeah.
to, you know, there's just such a range. Developers always start at the top and we want them to start at the bottom, and so it ends up in the middle here, and they're hoping to slide that down, so maybe, I assume it's something we're gonna be looking at through this process.
Are there any other issues relative to the general plan, annexation, and zoning that maybe we haven't given you an opportunity to talk about?
I mean, it's kind of the same comment as far as zoning. I look at this map, I'm like, well, what could we change even if we wanted to? I mean, most of it's already done.
On our annexation declaration, we look at land north of 118th. It's my assumption that we have no intention of doing that as part of this, of really zoning or trying to plan anything north of 118th. Is that correct?
Our declaration actually goes beyond that.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah,
But
so-
this general plan, are we planning on doing any detailed zoning or trying to plan anything north of 118th?
I had not anticipated that, but
And I don't have any
Yeah.
desire to,
yeah,
because in my opinion, 118th is the border between South Jordan and Herriman, but I'm just one of 5, and I'm, you know, when these conversations arise, I wanna make sure that we're all on the same page of what we're looking to do. So maybe this is a part question to the council saying, is there any desire or intent to look at planning north of 118th? Nope. Okay, that
good
answers my
direction,
question.
thank you.
Okay.
All right.
We will move on to parks.
I was told 1 hour, right
we
on the
scheduled
dot.
Do you need a stretching break? Do you need a break? You need a break?
So if you'll take like
5 minutes.
Three
I'm
minutes.
timing you. Just kidding. Okay, 5 years. I'm gonna be knocking on the door. Okay,
Our break, Jared had mentioned he did have actually something he wanted to discuss on the zoning map before we move on to parks.
Sorry, I just floated it amongst a couple of council members, but voicing my frustration that kind of the zoning map is already done. There are a handful of little pockets kind of interior of the city. They're still zoned, agricultural, residential, 10 acres here, 5 acres there. And the planning commission has expressed numerous times that they'd like us to tighten up the zoning so that the densities aren't so wide. And I think in those areas, they're all zoned agricultural, residential. Why don't we start with those zones, tighten those up to this is what they are. And there's no reason to have density bonuses in those areas. If they're in the interior of the city, that's the community feel we want to have. Why don't we start there, tighten those up, this is what it is, this is our policy. When they come in and develop, this is what you have to choose from.
Are you talking about doing it now rather
Yeah.
than waiting? Yeah, I
Yeah.
I don't have any problem.
rather than waiting till 2020, yeah.
Right.
Because it might be too late by then.
I
Exactly.
think maybe what we would do is identify areas that are not already encumbered within a development agreement. Identify out of those areas which are likely or have the ability to maybe redevelop or further subdivide. And then compare that and basically give you a report, identify where these potential areas that we might want to consider rezone.
And then
Maybe we do that as in a work session to begin that conversation.
And we can look at the existing zoning we have and
Yeah.
well, which of these would apply to these areas? This
Right.
is your menu to choose from. Can
Okay.
we tighten those up?
So we can make that happen.
As part of this too, you're familiar with the Karen's plan in
Yes,
Sandy.
yes.
So one thing too, and you've touched on this, but identifying what we want, and I know Wendy has and Tammy has as well, identifying what we want to be in terms of pictures and words and putting that in a standard guide, so to speak, in the hopes that, even those things that aren't required, in the hopes that they catch the vision. Had we not had a Karen's plan that was where urban meets, I can't believe I forgot the phrase, where urban meets, it's like outdoor and urban.
Recreation, yeah.
I cannot believe
Yeah.
it was old age.
I know.
But anyway, those two together. But my point being, when we were on the cusp of the mall being purchased, and we had our Karen's plan in play with this where.
To Sandy?
Yeah, to Sandy. Yeah, sorry, that we, it's true, it's no longer a we
The other
for me,
half. Yeah.
old habits. But at any rate, we had that in play, and then when the new owner came in, there was one and then another. Both of them embraced that look and feel of urban meeting and outdoor look and feel. So my point is, it's much more than the zoning and the areas, it's
Yeah.
also the feel you want, and you'll have developers that will embrace that, and you'll have house builders that will look to those kinds of styles if we can get something in play
Yeah.
that guides their decisions.
There's a community that there was a documentary about a series of communities as to how they kind of turned the ship around. And this one community created a video that illustrated what their values were. And
That's a
it
great
was a
idea.
requirement for every developer, when they came into town, we'd give them this
Yes,
video
I
and
love
say,
that.
watch this video.
Catch the vision of
And
who
then,
you want to be.
as they came to the planning commission, it was really evident which developers hadn't, and they would stop the process, send them back, say, watch this
I
video,
love it.
come back and talk to us.
Tammy's already going, yeah, we're gonna do that
Yeah.
anyways, but,
So I've been envisioning that once we completed the general plan, because then we're gonna have a basis for defending who we are, then we can communicate, we can really start to share that vision with our, with
And
development
I've seen it
interests.
successfully embraced from a
Yeah.
very big developer. What you see with the Southtown Mall now, all of the wood and all of the development is a direct result of them catching the vision of Karen's.
Yeah.
So we set the tone, Sandy set the tone, them set the tone, and and that made all the difference in the world. So it's seeking the opportunity to guide those decisions.
Somebody asked me yesterday if I liked being here, and I do.
Good.
This is a fantastic team to work with, and I love the challenges. I know there are significant challenges, but this is an awesome group, so thank you.
We're happy to have you. Good things.
correct answer, Mike.
Yeah. This is seriously, this is just, yeah. In fact, our new engineer, you know, he was tired of being bored with infill, and I totally get that. This is,
He was
yeah,
working in holiday.
yeah.
Second
Totally
one
get it.
says she started being bored.
Yeah.
He had them all.
I'm not bored anymore.
Yeah, not,
Not
Thanks,
bored
Michael, we
anymore.
appreciate it.
yeah.
Alright, go back to PowerPoint, Alan. Alright, it's test time. Is everybody ready?
Yeehaw.
No cheating off your neighbors.
Okay.
There's no cheating. So, what we have here is a scale. You have the paper in front of you that is numbered. You're gonna have a few sample slides. And you're gonna grade the photos that you see on this video from -3 to 3.
Love it.
-3, extremely dislike, 3, extremely like, love, want to have. So here's a sample slide. You don't have to grade the slide.
Alright.
Can we turn off the lights?
Yes, please. Much better.
Darker,
Why are those people in those
to the
cars?
seats back.
What are they?
Someone's making out.
I'm
Get on it.
I'm looking at this at the
So
wrong
then you'll have a
angle.
break to kind of think about how you feel about that slide, write down your number, your score, and then
Yes,
the next
But that
slide.
wasn't slide
It was
one,
a
that was
sample
just a
slide.
sample.
This
Alright.
is slide one.
Oh.
So do you
Brett's got a
extremely
3+
like
right
that, or do you extremely dislike? -3 to 3.
Oh, what about the children?
Great baseball.
Football.
That is soccer, I was thinking I would give it more points for.
I just like seeing it. Everybody's incredible.
Wow, this is what,
Oh,
Well, I really like that.
Brett.
Oh, look at all the glass.
shh, this is supposed to be our opinions, not yours.
I'm making my opinion on you.
Is this automatically going?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And it gives you a break to cleanse your mind.
How do I feel about the dogs in the
Is there any negatives
It's
in any of
down.
these?
Oh, yeah.
-3 to 3.
Someone play some Jeopardy music?
Don't know. You did something really ugly in yours.
Show me row houses, -3.
131.
Show me the price tag on that.
Yeah.
Like, show me the price and then I need help.
Best pickleball, not
I
tennis.
love pickleball.
Don't like my comment on this one.
There's the sign.
Sure, +10.
-3.
You can only go to 3.
Yeah.
Plus 10, mine balances yours out.
They were wearing the wrong colors.
That's what you see out here. It's fun.
About 15 of them.
On a slow day.
Yes. Good bunch.
That negativity over there, negative
No.
mayor over there.
No, not a fan.
It's not negative, it's, I try to remove the bias of that positive bias. If you're always doing Henry, you can't think, or if you're always doing John, you can't think what's the right one.
I think you're just a little negative.
Okay, as long as I'm consistent and negative. it's
Wait,
okay.
what was 10? What did I miss? It was
Slutty.
challenging. I'm sure I liked it.
And that's what it would look like people.
Oh. And drowning.
Look even better at time.
There's no people. +10.
They're drowning in cesspools.
Guess I could be able to read my notes.
Lacrosse, what is that?
No, it's not.
Foosball.
As opposed to twirls.
What? Where is that?
Plus
Where
third
did it
land.
You did it.
What did it, I could launch some people in there.
I'll take you up on that.
It has 50 things.
You're really judging me?
All right. Wendy said it's 50, so.
Oh, yes, yes.
That's dirty.
Not enough ATV Pioneers again. Shh.
Just a taping judge. That's why I went into politics.
Okay, that's not me.
I
Looks like
love
me.
that.
Is that Monty?
I think he's so adorable.
I'm just remembering the ice skating from last year. I'm just giving you a hard time, Monty. You were great.
Can't get on that yet.
Yeah, that one's gonna be a hard one to bring back there. It's fun.
I still want that slingshot bench.
Are there 50 slides? Are we going through 50
Yeah,
slides?
we are.
Holy cow.
Hey, that's actually ours. Who asked you?
Get 2 more shots. Oh, shoes.
Is that Gardner Village?
Yeah. Oh, so now that you know what it is, you're gonna rate it.
I liked it. I'm just not into the color.
That could be anywhere.
Nice chance.
Not just wearing like peak hours.
That's not true, because I
That
didn't
is
see a
not
witch in
true.
there at all. That would have been peak
That's right, that was
Yeah.
peak hours. I have 3 for the dog.
Every single one of yours is 3.
That's brilliant.
Stop peeking.
And you can't see that now. I landmarked it.
I like everything. I'm positive.
Oh, there's enough score. That was 100.
Yeah, that's what we want.
I like the dirty bucks. That's the form of travel right there.
I begged to differ. I was like that ATV, but each his own, each his own.
I'm surprised it wasn't side by side.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
hold on. That's just pandering now at this point.
Love, love.
That is amazing.
That is a great
Beautiful.
picture. Who photoshopped that?
Not peak hours.
It's just, I wasn't gonna say anything.
You're missing stuff.
That's so much fun.
It's a kid.
So pretty.
Oh, that looks so fun. He's sitting on a little circle.
It's the week.
As long
Base
as
my rating on that.
As long as it's having enough for me, I think it'll be fine.
80% of people die on vacation on zip lines.
What?
I made that up.
Well, they
It's
dry
like,
everyone.
hey,
Purple.
hey, you like that?
Oh, lavender, essential oils.
Wait, but there's no
Zero.
kids, is that it too?
remember letting you guys in my yard.
The kids are there, they're laying in
They
the
just looked over the
smelling
fence.
The
it.
essential oils are not real on that one.
They are real, they
There's
just.
a whole section in my front yard.
MLM, I just put MLM in that.
It's just in garbage.
Those are the whitest
Those are good.
lines I think
Where
I've
is
ever
that?
seen.
Do you know where that is?
It's on the interweb.
I saw
Probably.
those.
Nice. Everybody looks so happy in those.
Like, nice job on the painting.
Oh, yeah.
That one. That
Is
fish
that
eye
an
lens
eighties, is
giving
that
me
an
a hard
eighties
time.
band down there? Cause extra points get them.
There's too many people there watching.
Oh, also good. Nice choice. Mike, getting a sighty over there. If it was a trailer, it would make higher. Tell, perhaps, but, right. Is there running water? Or electricity?
I feel like we should have like a bad one in here, not just to like reset our.
I think that's her point, is there's like a million priorities, good luck. I feel like that's what's gonna come up with, there's a million priorities, now you have to choose one.
Oh.
Barn.
What's that, everybody?
Is this the barn that Doug promised? 'Cause
That was gonna go up that day.
That was the.
Did he want
that's the-
Put down a -3 on that one.
With the steel buffaloes, guys, with the steel buffaloes. Looks like less, should be right outside. Two. I was like, that should be like right next door to that food truck. That feels like. Food truck.
Oh, Brett.
Looks like my garden.
We need some shit. Someone can take those power lines.
Yeah, that's your house next door.
It's not
Get off my yard.
You touch my fence.
Make some fun of these.
My standards are a little different as I'm reading this.
My fingernails got dirty.
It
Sorry.
requires me to do something, I'm giving you this.
If I can just sit there and the motor moves me, I'm good.
What is that supposed to be? Hey, that's the Shake Shack in the background, by the way.
It is.
It's really good.
We already have in Black Ridge.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, shit.
Where? As much as That's good.
Are those all detached? Cause that'd be fun.
Yeah, those are like sponge bricks.
I was gonna say, are they foam? Like,
You don't even have to do any talking.
Those are getting stolen.
Yeah, those are getting
Those
stolen.
are lasting, those aren't even lasting a night.
Is that good or what?
She's brilliant.
This is the place.
Yeah.
I used to work there.
Did you know?
What'd you do?
Here.
super fun at Christmas time.
Churned butter.
Used to work there.
Churned butter, yes.
Churned butter.
We all know better than that.
Delivered.
Not even.
I'm not sure about that one. I think it could be better used. Get rid of it. There needs to be more kids on
Also
there.
peak
Though.
hours.
Where are the kids?
Yeah, that's for true.
Oh, it's empty.
That's absolutely true. More shade.
I must have taken that picture at 2 a.m. Never nobody could be on it.
What?
There's not very much shade. Where's
Shoot.
Justin?
Is this what
Where's
we
Justin?
mitigate?
That was 6 years ago.
You don't see many, and they're much smaller now.
So cute.
And this is everything for me.
They're here.
Yeah.
We moved into there.
There's my Dutch.
Not Facebook.
Yeah, reset
We
my.
moved into their
I think that looks so fun.
Is that?
That looks
I
fun.
want to go and play on it.
I'd want to do that for like 2 minutes and then I'd never want to get on it again.
Somebody crochet that?
Yes. There's lots of cheap labor.
Crispy.
The same people that put the cloth under.
Yeah.
We need cool lanterns like that.
Right? I love those.
Stretch them all the way across.
On the list.
See if I can make some magic money for you so you can do whatever you want. I'm so making that my common comments.
Bacon, what do you think?
Bacon.
Oh, bacon.
Bacon bits.
Yeah.
Throw 'em in the buckshot.
Well,
Really just
that
bring
was one of those
bacon and,
pet pigs.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Wow.
St. George has one of those. Is it St. George?
Didn't we get a proposal for that like at one point? Long time ago?
Draper?
4 years ago. I think we had one kind of drawn out where it would fit somewhere. but
Yeah.
I don't think we went
Yeah.
beyond that.
Of course, yeah.
And the king.
Just as long, just as long as it's not slack.
That's hard. It's not hard. It's hard.
Yeah, but it damages the trees. There's more trees.
Mike's planting more trees. Decided that.
Trees on the list.
That's the requirement in front of every home now, is the trees would come.
The slack line too.
What, is there a mat underneath it? Oh, it's a slam dunk.
That's an athlete.
Yeah, it's a big one. That's not accurate.
And it's empty, it's like all the way
That was just
down.
taken, that was,
I was like,
that's when it was
the
really
reservoir is
low.
really empty there.
Must have been algae in it at that point.
We were algae free.
I was busy. Are we? Do you have to say that?
No very,
forgot.
Yeah.
no very fast death factor.
Lots of trees to slack.
And how many?
They were the bane of my existence when I was security. I hated the slack players. They were so annoying. Cut them down.
Did you have a set one?
No, I did not. That would have been awesome though.
This one.
Not a fan. I just don't like to see them touching their feet.
Hey, you know, that was right after they went and got their slick.
I wish I could touch my feet. I have a big line for that.
No, that's what they can do afterwards. They're gonna go swig and get something to drink, so.
Offset it.
Why don't we go get you? Aww.
Those are all little pictures.
I'd hope so since it says Herriman.
That's why I'm talking about the.
That was on the Riverton side.
Mine are a little wired.
I feel like
6 hours
if we
straight,
down
kind
for
of
3
hole with no
That's what
lights.
happens when you spend time underground. I did it for 3 years.
Did you really?
Historical. Okay, Tammy.
This is 16.
So now you're done, say thank you, sign in your papers.
That's it.
Yeah.
You wanna gather papers? You can gather papers.
Don't do anything until after the meeting.
Are you gathering?
I'm gathering.
Yes, we're gonna gather
Do you
your,
want names?
no
No.
names,
The negative Nelly is over here. Let's just.
Thank you.
no
No,
names.
I'm just,
So,
political science background and statistics as you bias to positive bias.
so this is the same process that we went through during our public scoping and open house meetings with those that attended. And what you have in front of you are the results that we've gathered so far.
I was,
Oh,
I
swimming
was a little
pool.
generous.
No, don't look at that one, look at the picture one.
Okay, sorry.
This one.
Yeah.
We were,
Look at the face, don't look at that one.
Make it easy.
can we have one?
This is interesting. How many people took
Well,
this?
yeah.
Probably gonna
So about
start
30.
with 30, okay.
I'm gathering, she's handing out.
I think you should wait and see if she got that.
So interesting. Did they, provide commentary, Wendy, or was it
We
basically
do
the
have,
narrative?
we do have a lot of commentary from our meetings that we'll kind of go through.
Okay.
But I found really interesting how things shook out. picture-wise.
So this is an order of preference.
This is an order of preference, so as you go towards the back, some of the more vocal things that we've heard rated the low, rated the lowest. And I will say, I think that the pictures had some things to do with it. The pool, for example, we've had a lot of requests for an outdoor pool. But when you look at that shot of an outdoor pool, which this is what it will look like, if not more so.
Oh, yeah.
It looks busy. And I think that's a turn off visually. But if we were to put in an outdoor pool, I can guarantee you that it would be
At least that.
times a lot. So, just to kind of give you an indicator of where people were during our open house process, we are going through the Parks Master Plan process. We started in late September, early October. We've had 2 public open houses and scoping meetings, and we've had steering committee meetings, and we've had 3 focus groups. The 3 focus groups that we had included, the first one was the Arts Council, the History Committee, and the Garden Committee. The second one was the community facilitators and the sports organizations. And the third was our trails groups and our equestrian groups. So we took all of their input and their suggestions. I was surprised by a lot of the scores.
I'm very surprised by some of these.
So what we're gonna do is take our scores, so I'm gonna give them back to Landmark. They're going to compare them to what came out of our public open house meetings. And we'll see kind of if we align with what the attendees had scored. So I think it'll be an interesting process.
I wonder on the four-wheeler, if that was a response to the people that were there advocating for it.
What meeting was?
So the other interesting thing that came out of the 2 open houses, we had one on a Monday afternoon, we had one on a Wednesday evening. The responses were almost completely different at both meetings. So we had an OHV group that attended our Monday afternoon that were very for OHVs. The people that attended on Wednesday afternoon were very against allowing OHVs.
How many were
on our
in
trails.
roughly?
There was 9 at the Monday afternoon meeting, there was about 21 at the Wednesday evening meeting.
Apparently I have the wrong mindset looking at some of these.
So, some of the discussion and comments that came out of the meetings: love trails, hiking, biking, running, ATV trails. Open space brings a sense of community. This is something that we heard over and over. Even with the Wednesday evening meeting, we had a gentleman that said, even with development, if we can just plan, similar to how Rosecrest was planned with a lot of open space, trails, just didn't like to see vinyl fences and homes, wanted to see more green space and open space. Many spots with no city parks close to home, like sledding in detention basins, which we'll come back to that. Many people travel outside of Herriman for skiing, riding their utility vehicles, for hockey, for indoor ice rinks, for dog parks, for rock climbing, not enough soccer fields. We've heard that a lot, not just soccer fields, but all athletic fields. Developers need to be held to higher accountabilities to provide quality parks, trails, and open space, which kind of touches on what we talked about with Mike. Mountain biking and hiking trails are the priority. Outdoor pool is also the priority.
She really wanted that pool.
This was for the Monday afternoon meeting. As far as the Wednesday evening meeting, we had a large contingency of arts people that attended that meeting. So they believe the arts is very essential to Herriman's culture. They moved here for the arts. Arts is investing in the community. Herriman has lost some of its arts identity. Not enough visible open space, development too thick. We've heard that again. Herriman has a personality, and I really like this comment that this gentleman made. Residents are committed, passionate, and invest in the community. We need to reflect those passions. The priorities that came out of that meeting were hiking and biking trails, again, number 1, and better, more interactive playgrounds. Another comment that came out of the meeting was safer walking routes. People didn't feel safe crossing Main Street, for example. So they wanted a better way and more connectivity to traverse the city. So that's what came out of the open houses. Our focus groups were really focused on, their passion. So we had our equestrian groups that were very happy with things. They came back with the indoor equestrian facility that they believe had been promised to them at some point, before I got here. And
I'll say that's the first I've ever heard that.
it's
not the first I've heard.
Yeah, I bet.
So we actually had a developer at the time said he didn't really believe he was gonna do it, was gonna help us build one, but back then it was about $7 million, today it would be about 20 million, so. And that's declining.
Yeah. So we did hear some consistent things, the swimming pool, trails. We've heard a lot about all abilities parks, and we do have some opportunities to integrate some of those into some of our parks that are coming on board. We did hear about golf courses and driving ranges. A lot of the things, the golf courses and the swimming pool obviously are a big financial investment for the city to make, upfront and ongoing. So there's some caution there.
There are some grant programs and things that are on there. I know that I can talk to you later, but I know other cities have actually gotten, like, they're qualified to get money to actually build it. They just have to maintain it.
For pools or for golf
The
courses?
swimming pools.
Well, and for golf courses, show me one that's financially solvent though.
It needs to be a big private investor.
There's a few, they're rare.
They're very rare. Particularly when they're city.
It's actually, that's all.
Now, a driving range could be,
That's different.
is different and could be, Mitch actually sent me, wherever Mitch went, a picture of a driving range that he attended in Arizona. That's something that would be very low maintenance and very easy to put in. So there is some good ideas there. The next page that you have, we've just done a few Facebook surveys, and we want to caution you with this outcome because
Valid, statistically valid.
it's not
No, it's just
statistically
a
valid.
poll.
They could be from anywhere in the world. And not only that, but you had groups sharing, specific groups sharing this information to their pages. So they would ask their page members to go on and fill out the Facebook survey, and some of those shares are on the back of the page. So it could be a little bit biased because of that. And looking at some of the data, we think that it probably is. So we've done some informal surveys like that. Through the master plan process, we'll also do, we're coordinating with Y2 Analytics to do our controlled survey, our statistically valid survey. We're also going to do an open survey for everyone to just fill out. And then we'll be able to compare those two and see if our control group reflects what the rest of the community is interested in.
They're hoping that it will go out next week. They'd like to have it out before the holiday. But we gave them a whole bunch of changes, so.
And again, Wendy, you're not giving them any sort of, when you're doing it, you're purely basing it on emotion. There's no cost or price tag attached to any of these things because that would sway it. You're really just going for look and feel and sort of a subjective.
Now, there are some questions. If you had $100 to spend, how would you divvy up that money? There are some of those questions, just to pull out some more importance.
And we've talked about pushing out some more little Facebook polls that say, hey, you could put in a swimming pool for this much money, or you could have this amenity for this much money, and just seeing which one they would choose, just to get ideas.
Yeah, I think it puts it into perspective. I also think likening the amenity to an amount of service, like an officer. I also think those are things that you can't not look at when you're making priorities because we are in fact looking at an officer or a park oftentimes, so I think those things are important.
So that's where we're at with the master plan.
She's got your back.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, yeah, one of the lucky things that we have here in the city is the taxing district for police, so we don't suffer so much.
Well, but I'm saying we need to liken an amenity to a level of service.
A level of
Like-
service, right?
Like plowing
This
the roads.
amenity takes
Yeah,
7
probably.
officers, this amenity takes
Right.
2.
And you do have to look at, when you do have an amenity, it doesn't take public safety
Yeah.
services,
Yeah.
and a lot of those pictures I kept going, oh,
The very first picture was weird people.
yeah, weird people.
That was the very first thing out of your mouth.
Here
Weird
comes
people in that
Lightfly.
The Parks Master Plan process will be complete, we're hoping in February. We'll take it for planning commission so we can get all of the updated impact fee numbers for the annexation. So, we're working through that process rather quickly. And then we'll coordinate with with Mike and his general plan process and make sure we're all aligned and on the same page. In your booklet, do we have any questions about the Parks Master Plan and where we're at and what's happening with that? Landmark's been great. They've been working with the city for a long time and
Show me the money.
have provided us
Trailheads.
no money. But Landmark's been a great consultant to work with. And even Mark made the comment, he's been working in Herriman City for over 20 years. He's helped the city before they even incorporated, and the change that the city has made from even 3 or 4 years ago when they did the first Parks Master Plan is incredible. It switched from very equestrian based to wanting more exciting activities for kids, zip lines and extreme mountain courses and all of those things.
So it's reflective, it's more reflective of the changing demographic.
Yes.
One of our updates we got, maybe I'll share with you, and I'm sure Tammy, we got another $2 million from referee money. So those who remember the old Deer Island Resort was changed to Jeff.
It's Jeff Burns.
Anyway, we'll own a laptop of them out now.
So we'll finish out buying Matt Lowe out and then we'll.
It's good news. I mean,
That's good.
we started and we think, wow, now we got the top of it.
That's awesome. You want to talk about ACUB a little bit right now, or do we?
It's your, I squirreled.
You did squirrel, so. Do we have any more questions about the
Just
Parks
good
Master
news.
Plan, and then we'll get to ACUB in a minute. Okay. In your packet, you have a map of our current parks and trails that we have here in the city. As you can see, we've got a couple of areas where development will be coming, that we have some opportunities, hopefully to put some more open space and trails. Do we have any questions about?
What's the plan for, this is current, right? This is
Yes.
planned?
Yep.
Just looking at the southern part of the city and feeling a lack of.
So a lot of that we're hoping is the hillside. We're hoping we can acquire a lot of that process, or a lot of that property through the ACUB program and keep it open space.
But to Michael's point earlier, I mean, there's a lot of heavy density
Heavy density.
Coming in there.
with no park space, so that Meadows Park
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
to the east of Mountain View.
Yes.
So one of my soccer kids lives there. I
Yes.
drop him off like every week. And he only parked there. That green spot you see is a drainage.
That's an HOA park.
So it's not even an actual
not
city
even-
park.
I mean, and it's deep. I mean,
Yes.
that thing is like, what, 20-something feet deep?
That's why I can't.
Because there's no
That's why.
I mean, it's like seriously.
Yeah.
And so it's grass, and then there's a playground at the top, and that's the open space for all of that. I mean, and we're talking high density in that area. There's, I mean, right around there is some single family homes, but all the rest of it's apartments and townhomes. I mean, so my question is going back, I mean, when I first got involved in all this, what was sold to the residents was, well, we have to do the density to get the open space. Well, now we're looking at all these areas going, what
We got
happened?
no open space.
Was that part of?
Where'd it go?
Tell me again.
Down by RSL, Salt Lake City.
East Herriman.
This area.
Was it a part of ourselves?
Yes, where did all
We're
the
talking
open
about
space
open
go?
space,
for
there's no
density
open
there?
space.
There's no.
Where'd all the open space go is the question.
This was before my time, so I'm not sure.
So this is Mike Bradshaw, right?
So there
Rose
was
Crest.
some open space, but a lot of it's along that drainage, which this has been always a struggle. There's not enough flat ground to do
Usable.
a
So,
program.
but where did the land go? If they were supposed to give us the land, where did it go?
It went to,
Under Mountain View right there. That's what he's saying.
So just in the like the wash
Right
this?
there, yeah. Yep.
That can't
And out
count.
a little bit further.
Can't count.
it's on RSL. Well, there is some to RSL and there is some to Sauk Community College.
Cause it's the same thing that I'm complaining about over in Arches up in the north part, right? From all this density, where's open space? Cause yeah, we look at the trails, that's not 20%.
And it's in our conversation is let it all be, just take, and we changed our ordinance to be able to take less money from that area. It's spend north side private property. It's not great, other than this mountain, which is great, we're buying it, but.
Well, so I think what we're all saying here is, I think we all think we've done a fairly decent job in the lower density areas of making sure that we have the parks near the residents. You can see throughout, where Rosecrest Park is, Butterfield Park, there's a lot of parks in those areas. But once we start getting south or north where we put in more density, we have a severe lack of, from basically everything from Black Ridge East and from, Heritage Park North. We don't really have, some of it's planned, but it seems like we have these dense areas that don't have, the city is not providing any open space for those areas that are within walking distance that kids can use. That's where our kids are. They're in those higher density areas. And so as we're looking at the plan, we need to make sure that we're focused, we're taking a very clear look of what is the plan for those areas to ensure that we get the open space within the communities so that we get the products we were talking about earlier where there is a place to go.
I think I'm looking for some level of accountability on our own part. Like, we need to answer to the residents of what happened, where is it? Where is it going to be,
Well,
right?
And it's not shown up there, I don't know why it's not queued up, but along the Jordan River, canal, it's gonna be a trail system along that.
Right.
And that is considered part of the open space that Rosecrest had to dedicate to us, as those plots come across.
I think it'll go a long ways. I don't wanna say transparency, but I think we need to report on it, alright? Well, this is what we've done so far and what we've gotten, and if we've made mistakes, I think we have to hold our hand up and say, we made mistakes along the way, this is what we're doing to correct it going forward. I think the messaging, as we go through this plan, will.
And we've run through that before, I just don't have the numbers in front of me, but it does show that there has been enough open space given to get the density. But we have to go bring their sheet and show you exactly, we've had that in pre this council.
But I think we will gain more credibility with the public if we can show them that accounting of it and say, well, we learned if there's a mistake over here, we learned our lesson from it and this is how we're planning going forward.
I think we're talking about two different things. I think you're talking about did they meet the minimum requirement? Yeah, we know
No, not the minimum, they meet the requirement.
The requirement, but
Well, let's see where it is.
on planning,
Yes.
when we're looking at these, our residents expect to have a park near their house. And that's what we're saying is when we're looking at these and saying, where's the small park next to their house? That's not there, so.
Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. I think it's just making
Am I-
accountability.
this
It's not what I'm saying.
Okay, it's not what you're saying.
Brett's right.
I don't disagree what
Okay.
you're saying.
I apologize.
On the first
No,
part,
Thank you.
I wanna see where it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So, and if that's, I guess maybe to jump to your point then, as part of that accountability, is that what we were expecting? Is that what it was supposed to be? If not, then we need to be able to show them that we recognize that and this is how we're planning going forward. Does that make sense?
And there is gonna be some more that'll pop up as those subdivisions start coming out. There'll be some more, favorite parts.
Their
put in.
HOA.
Well, as we're talking about this, just to make it clear, and I'm just one of 5. When we're talking about HOA parks, I don't consider that as part of this. Those are private, we don't control them, and they can shut them down at basically any point. And so, I know every once in a while say, oh, there's an HOA park in there. That to me just means that's not a park.
But as part of the
But that's all
accounting,
down there.
as part of the accounting I'm talking about, you have to count it, cause they got credit for it.
Oh,
Like,
that's
I
true,
wanna
they
see, where is it? We were told you're gonna get 20%, you have the
That's true,
density to
you're
get
right.
it, where is
In
it?
the approval, where did they designate that?
Where is
No,
it?
you're absolutely right.
So while I agree with that, I don't like it as far as see it, but as far as that accounting, we need to see where it is.
We as a city don't look as HOA as our parks or, but I can tell you this, every time an HOA's been approved from across the Chevron, just to the west of the sphere, they cannot tell a person they cannot be in there. That's part of their approval process. So when we keep people out, fence it up, that was never allowed. Close it down, but we didn't consider them as part of our park plan. So it's kinda.
Squirrel. I squirreled off. You have an actual squirrel.
That's
Wow.
what
That's
I'm
all,
saying.
you guys are gonna get that tiny.
They got more, they say, so.
It's like public shaming.
The map.
Can I give away, is that what we can do?
Oh, sure.
The next one, there we go. So this is our current trail
I
system.
didn't know what it was.
One of the comments that came out, well, current and proposed,
One of the things that came out of our open house meetings too was, there were a lot of dead end trails. There's a lot of places where trails don't connect, and people get confused as to where they're at. And so one of my goals for the next few years is to provide better wayfinding opportunities through signage. If you ask somebody where Ivy Farms Park was, even if it was next door to them, they wouldn't know that's what it was called. Because there's nothing that indicates it as such. So we're kind of going through that design process for park signage now, and trying to determine how best to name our trails so that people can better identify, not only for them and where they're going, but for search and rescue, if they run into problems or a situation on a trail. It's very hard, in my conversations with Brian Weidmer, it's very hard for people to tell you where they're at. I'm by a church, which is great, but which one? Or, yeah. Or I parked here, and that still doesn't help them. So that's one of my goals over the next few years, is to really increase our wayfinding and how we communicate maps and trails. We've heard that a lot at the open houses as well. People have a hard time finding our maps. So we'll work on that. As you can see, our primitive trails, we have completed, and you all have heard about the extra mileage that we've completed this year. You will see at your council meeting next week about the Wide Hollow trailhead and trail that is being proposed and paid for by Salt Lake County. They're putting up the monies for that trail, not the trailhead, but for the trail. And then last night, in speaking with the county, we're going to work on some other funding for trails today and next week to get that in for the new grant that's out for transportation. So we're going to ask them to help finish this section of the Wide Hollow Trail right here. This is a Bonneville Shoreline Trail, as well as Midas Creek. So to get the funding there, so we have connectivity from Copper Creek all the way to at least 60th West over the next year, year and a half. Any questions about the trails? I don't want to get into all the stuff that we'll talk about in December, but that's kind of where our trail
Seems like
system's
I might
at
have
right
gotten an email or two about trails recently.
now. Yeah, I'm sure you have.
I did it too.
I'm sure you have. Okay. We hope we're continuing to expand our trails. Next, where's the? Yeah. Oh, park impact fees. All right. So, as part of our master plan process, we are going through the impact fees and looking at whether they should come up a little bit with development. So Zions Bank is doing that study for us, and we will have more information on that as it comes out. So proposed parks and park amenities is your next map. So I kind of want to talk through these and get an idea of where you're at with amenities that you'd like to see there. Obviously, we're going to go out to the neighborhoods and the community facilitators and get their input, since these will be located in their areas, and taking the Parks Master Plan into consideration when we talk about that. The stars on your paper indicate current projects that we are planning. So here is a breakdown for you, if you want to take that and pass that around. If we want to start in the north and kind of work our way south, I know I have my vision of what would go in these places, but I'd like to hear what you see as being important in these places.
So is this all future parks as of now that we're intending on putting in?
Yes. So they're either already dedicated to the city through development or parcels that we own, things that we know are happening, like Midas Creek, for example, the trail system through there. These are all things that I would like to see completed in the next 5 to 10 years.
So are the stars all on here?
The stars are all on here. So if we start at the north, I can kind of walk you through. No, the stars are not all on here, but we'll walk through it. So let's start at the north. We have the star that's just.
Do you have a laser pointer? Point at?
Oh,
It's on
It's
the,
right next to you.
yeah.
I'm not good at laser pointers. This little thing right here. So we're right here. We have a detention basin that's right here. It is about just under 5 acres in size, and Blake just left. This is a road that connects to Riverton that he has wanted to close down for quite some time because of safety reasons.
It's Bobcat,
down here.
right?
Bobcat Drive. This is a great opportunity, in my opinion, for the city to put a dog park, and I'll tell you why. It's property we already own. It's not going to require a lot of grading. It's not going to cost a lot of money. It's already got a great space for a parking lot, and if you have walked or driven around here in the evenings, there are dogs everywhere. So I think that this would be a really interesting project and would not require a ton of funds.
So, I heard a comment made by an elected official from a neighboring community about them possibly putting a dog park on our border anyways.
Yes.
Do you have are you aware of said
Yes.
park?
It is Mountain View.
Uh-huh.
That little triangular piece.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if they're gonna put
They-
one in, why would we put one in immediately?
So they went to the county to request money for that.
And I was told they were awarded it. I don't know
They
if
have not awarded funds yet,
Okay.
so I'm not
So they just
sure.
requested.
Publicly.
Yeah, they requested it. And
To
I
make it decide.
don't think, and this is another question for Blake, I don't know if that swap has happened yet. That's still our property, yeah.
I don't think it's.
I don't think it's complete. So that's still our property, so it'd be nice if they're gonna put something on our property.
Well, and that's,
And that's far removed from
I say it.
this area.
It's not.
Well, for me, I don't wanna spend our own money on it, like, it's not a priority to do it right away, and where is it on the list, I guess, maybe that should be the question, how far out is
It
it?
is further, it's down a little bit.
So it's,
You guys can prioritize
it's
that.
several years out, so I would just, I don't have any problem with that, I would just say, let's wait to see if Riverton creates a viable park, and it seems to be well received by the residents in the area.
The spot you're talking about, Mayor, is this one right here, right?
Yeah.
So I have a different view on that. I think we do have a need for a dog park. I think, again, I think you see the amount of people that are out in our community. I don't think that we should wait for or even expect that, a neighboring community on our border or not, should provide that amenity for our people. The dog parks that I know that are around are one of, honestly, the heaviest used spaces that I see, and the ones that I travel past, those dog parks. And again, I'm not talking prioritization at all right now, I'm just talking need, and I think that we do have a need within our city to provide that space.
You can just go unleash your dog and let him go.
Yep.
Right?
We have a lot of dogs in this area.
And people don't have any yards.
They don't have yards.
Dogs can't run and play, and so they need a place for their animals to get out and play.
It's a social component too,
Yes.
right? People go to dog parks for a social community.
The other element to me is if I'm understanding your characterization, it can be done with little money. So it adds it adds a diversity to our amenity offerings at very little cost. So it moves the needle forward in terms of what we're providing, the demographic needs that we're meeting at very little cost. Versus say putting in one of these playgrounds or things that are just so costly. So if it's a nominal fee, so to speak, to enter into that space, then I think it's a good investment.
So the Dayland Dog Park over in Draper, I don't know if y'all have seen it, it's about 3.5 acres. It cost them about $360,000.
Oh, wow. $360, I'm on board.
So just to give you kind of a ballpark of
What's the acreage of this one?
where we're at, it's just under 5. So
I think it makes sense, and even if the other one happens, you've got north side and south side, the distance between them, their locations, I think they would both make sense.
Yeah, and the density is equal in both areas, and to where it would get used, I'm sure.
okay, so I'll start putting some plans together around that and come back to you in future council meetings to discuss that further. The next one, let's jump up here just to Midas Creek. We talked about it a little bit. We just put a star there for the entire creek. One of my goals has been to connect Copper Creek to at least 60th West, if not further, with the trail system going under Mountain View. We are moving forward with that. We're hoping for some county money to help facilitate that. We already have some funds budgeted this year to start working on it ourselves, but if we can match that with more funding from the county, that's even better. So we will be applying for that match. And we do have some developers that are putting in some portions of that trail as well. Doug's putting in some of that through Big Bend and has through Arches as well. So.
Is the underpass or tunnel, is that already there?
No, well, the space is there, and one of the it's not really a downfall, I guess. When they put in this section of the trail here, they put in equestrian paths too, which is great, but there's not many people in this area that have horses. But we would like for people with horses to come and use the trail. So a portion of the trail is asphalt, a portion is a crushed asphalt. We lose the crushed part as we go underneath the overpasses, but then it can come back up when we get out. So horses would just be on the asphalt for a short period of time before they can return to the softer surface.
Okay.
Oh, whoops, Alan.
Oh, sorry.
Did you do that? Or did I didn't push a button.
And that's clear at the end.
Yeah,
Other way, I think.
go back
Wow,
all
you
the
went
way
all the way to the back.
Sorry.
We get to see the entire.
Yeah, you're not gonna need to sit here all afternoon, you just saw it.
You're done.
Well, good work, people, good work.
Keep going, right there.
Flip the enthusiasm.
I hit the wrong computer.
So Midas Creek, we're going to keep plugging forward with that one. I think everyone's on board with that and that connectivity. My eventual hope is that the Wilby Jacobs Canal can somehow marry with Midas Creek, and then we'll have that asphalt trail that will go all the way from the south end of the city to where RSL and Salt Lake Community College is, all the way out west. So I think that would be fantastic. This is the Teton Ranch Jackson Village Park that will be coming on board the next few years. In one of our focus group meetings, we had a community facilitator, I can't remember his name, but he's been very vocal, you all would recognize him. Had talked pretty passionately about this park, and so I think that we have the great opportunity to do something really incredible here. The thing that makes me a little bit nervous is that the impact fees from that area will never pay for that park. So at some point, we're going to have to make some hard decisions as to what we want to see there. I've heard athletic fields. I think this would be an opportunity for an all abilities park in this area. We have another place that I'll point out to you that might be another opportunity, but I'd like to hear what you see for this area. And we can't afford a white barn, I'm just gonna tell you that. We can make a pavilion look like a white barn, but
That's supposed to be on the,
That's
that's supposed to be on this
corner.
corner.
that
Yeah.
corner. Got a weed patch there now.
Wait,
When you consider this area as a city, what do you, besides the trail system?
Personally, for anything that's sizable, I think we've got to have a combination of uses. We've got to have some playing fields, we've got to have a playground, we've got to have a mixture of things.
That's what makes this park work so well.
Especially on this side of town. I mean, just look, I mean, there's very limited options. Look at Heritage Park, well, that's all the cemetery. There's a playground, that's the park. There's no open space to do anything. So they do actually go into the cemetery to play ball. There are no parks up there, so really everything is in need. So to me, multi-use would be the best.
Any other suggestions or comments as to what you'd like to see here? They are still going through planning commission. They did a presentation last week or the week before, whenever it was. All my days, weeks running together. And I believe they're coming back in for the next one. So
I would personally like to see the uses complement, not necessarily match, but complement the possible, big park just down the road on the SLR project. I think their locations and their size together could allow, in the same vein of, making sure we have multiple uses, multiple things, making sure that we're not overutilizing one thing or the other in that space, because both of those are gonna serve, basically the north half of the city. And so let's try to make sure that we're getting as many between the two parks and also within the parks. Does that make sense?
The other thing that I'd bring up about this specific park that's a little bit unique is that you're going to have a big intergenerational focus. So you're gonna have a span of ages using this facility. And so to think about the older 55 plus folks that are living in the senior units on the one side, and then the younger families that will be living on the other side, and how we can creatively combine those to make something, a really unique community for them, so.
Is this one that you mentioned, maybe some the all ability stuff? And I think the all abilities is a great idea. My only concern obviously is the traffic and accessibility to everybody else, and making sure that it's planned appropriately. If this is the right spot, then fully support it. But again, those type of parks, at least the ones that I've visited, are heavily used, brings additional traffic.
Which is an issue.
Yeah.
In this development.
Yes.
So I have another location for an all village
Okay.
that we can talk about too.
That's
a little
my,
more accessible.
that's my concern.
In one of these larger parks, I'd like to see us have a fairly level, but circular-ish, path that people can jog on and watch their kids. I think we missed an opportunity at Rosecrest Park, where we have the big field in the middle, but it's only got a path on two sides of it. And so we can't really go around and run it while your kids are playing sports or do something. So I think that would be an opportunity for, up there where, for basically a sidewalk, we can give something where people can take their kids and let their kids play while they are looping around.
Fantastic. All right, now let's jump over here to the SLR piece that was talked about. We've had several people approach us, groups approach us about some public-private partnerships. We've kind of put it on hold for a little bit. We have some time on this one, I think, and I think we want to go about it with the approach with the right intention and the right approach. When you get private people involved, it changes the game a little bit, and it takes away from the public aspect. This is going to be an extremely expensive project, which is why it's great to have the private investors be part of it, but it also changes the dynamic a little bit. So that one, all the private investors that have come in, I've said we're going to hold off until the Parks Master Plan is complete. We'll look at it then. We'll find out what's really going to happen with the Kennecott annexation, and we'll go from there. But we have a really good opportunity here to do fantastic, that will drive some economic development, bring tournaments in and those types of things. I think we just have to be really careful how we approach it and what the intent is of that property. So, any questions on those ones? On that one, that piece specifically? Okay. Let's jump down to, we did that one. Oh, this is the 3-acre parcel that is just south of Herriman Boulevard that we've talked about a little bit. It could be an option for more green space. Just want to make sure that's still the desire to look into landscaping that, completing that. We can go out and get some plans and draw some stuff up. And
This is the one across from Contaminated.
yes, that's correct. So that one I've still got on the map. Out here, this is a piece that I'm going to come back to when Blake comes back, because
Where did Blake go?
I don't know.
Heather's office.
We'll skip that one. All right. Okay, this one is starred on your map, but it's not on this map, and it is the Ivory Farms Park that's going in right here. The developer is going to pay for that park, but any additional amenities that we want to put in would, of course, be on us. This is another location that I think would be good for an all-abilities park. It has great accessibility. It's 5 acres. It has great accessibility from Rose Canyon Road. It will have a parking lot, and so you don't have the congested streets that you're going to have in the Teton Village, Jackson, whatever it's
You
called.
said that's at the Ivy Farms?
It's right here. It's not starred on this map, it is starred on your map.
Oh, okay.
And Ivory Homes will be putting that park in. So we have a really good opportunity again to to be part of that discussion. It's a little bit more accessible streetwise. So if we want to pursue an all abilities park, I think that is a good location to do it.
Is that this big star here in the middle?
Yes.
That's been pasted on.
Yes.
Good job with that. I didn't even realize it was pasted on first.
But the opportunity here is that the developer's already required to do some of that work, or most of that work. Anything that we do on top of it is just an added bonus. So I think going forward with that would be beneficial.
A little more central, located within the city, and like you say, accessibility is a concern for me on the all abilities.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Next is Wide Hollow. That is also on your spreadsheet. This is where the trailhead is located. We're going to talk about this more next Wednesday night. But we will be coming to you for funding to get that trailhead complete unless I find alternative sources for funding.
Parking?
It will be an asphalt, or I'm sorry, a crushed asphalt. It will not be, it'll be soft surface parking. It won't be.
But it'll be parking.
It will be parking.
We'll have a bathroom.
We will have approach, yes. We'll have a bathroom. It'll be, but other than that, it'll be pretty simple.
What's the anticipated capacity of that?
Right now, I'm shooting for about 50 spaces, and I think I
50
put that on your 50 stalls.
Are you doing trucks and trailers or just stuff?
Just stalls.
It's kind of slopey and in the road,
Very
so you
slopey.
kinda gotta go down and just make a loop and come back out, so it's probably just gonna be angled parking.
My
Let-
question is road access.
Let me
where-
warn you about the access.
It's off of White
The
House.
access is off of White Hollow Road. So
Those residents.
Come up
we-
Square Canyon and come down White Hollow.
not my preference, but that's kind of the access that we were left with.
I think there was already some concern about that.
There's foot access off of what used to be 6600 West right there. When the Ridge project came in, the roads rerouted 6600 West up on that end. And it became too steep to try to get the intersections to work out. They couldn't climb that last piece, so that became homes, and then a trail connects through the homes up into this trailhead.
But the vehicular access will be primarily down White Hollow. So you're aware of that now. Before we will get complaints and concerns about that.
Well, I think obviously the way to do the best we can with what we're left with is the fact that we're to provide as much parking as possible there so that we
And
don't
that-
get it on the streets and everything else.
Yeah, and we did have some one resident that was concerned about that. He doesn't like people parking in front of his house, rightfully so. We all went through that with Black Ridge. And so to mitigate that, I think it's important that we have, and we do need a trailhead on this side of the city, there's no question. So Blake, now that you're back, we wanted to talk a little bit about this, the 7300 West.
Okay.
Blake has purchased some property.
About 7.2 acres, right on the end. We used corridor preservation to purchase it about a year ago. And this is for the future 7300 West to go out, which will be several years before we build that piece. It's an expensive piece of road to build, so temporarily we can
So
use it
temporarily,
for
we have
something.
some opportunities here for another off-leash dog park area. Very minimal improvements, maybe some fencing along the busier sides.
Just on the top right there or down off in Glory?
We could use both pieces. We have the whole parcel, so we have the top and the bottom part.
That'd be a little bit bigger, but again, it's a minimal amount of money that we would put into that, but it would allow some people to take their dogs somewhere.
We have a project, that's a storm drain project, that's budgeted and designed and ready to go out for construction. We're planning on doing in the spring. That will take the top part of that and create a temporary retention pond for 7300 West. So that will take up some of that footprint for that pond. And then that'll move when the roadway gets built and become a permanent detention pond at the bottom someday.
I think it's a great idea. It's temporary though. From the start, we need to have signage there that this
Yep,
is temporary.
absolutely.
Because
You just took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Cause the
How dare you
expectation,
take away my
exactly.
We could have a picture of, here's what the road's gonna look like someday.
Yeah, actually.
And this will go away then.
We should call it, what road is it?
Really, that's exactly what I think we should do.
7300 West
Temporary dog park.
Road, temporary dog park. Like seriously, call it
Temporary
7300 West
off-leash
Road,
area.
off-leash
We
area.
don't even call it a
We
park.
have a really cool rendering of that road that we could put on a sign or something.
Just something so that it is absolutely clear this is
It's hard to
going
take
to
away.
be a road.
It's hard to take away, so my follow-up to that would be is, once you've established that out there, again, on a temporary basis, once the road does go through, are we gonna have a plan in place to be able to provide something back in its place in this area where people become so accustomed to having that space?
This is all part of the Danzy
The other,
property, and so they have a lot of open space down along there, especially because that road doesn't drop to the bottom,
Right.
so it's a bridge.
Yeah,
And so there is some opportunity for some things down there. We just don't have a definite plan for them yet.
exactly. I'd just say that looking forward, we should incorporate that back into the planning of that
Yeah,
space.
cause whatever the
because
use is, they're gonna want that same use.
they can understand it's temporary, but again, once that use is established out in that area, as soon as you take it away, they're gonna say, okay, what have you done to replace it for me?
I've got
This
a
golf course.
question for the council. I got a question for the council. So let's say we were looking at a constrained budget and we decided we only wanted to pick one of the 2 dog parks. Which would be your preference?
the one by the
The one
density.
that's permanent.
The issue, I have big issues with this one simply because of the access to it. That road is terrible. You're gonna put it right as people come up out of that line thing coming up there. And if you're having a lot of traffic there, you have a potential for a lot of accidents there, I think. There's just not any improvement on the road in that area,
The
so it
biggest-
concerns me.
Concern there is the Y intersection.
Yeah.
And
Where High Country
there's a
and
lot of
that.
different movements happening right there with people
Yeah.
merging and trying to cross. The existing dirt road is actually further to the east of 7300 West.
Right,
So,
but it's down in also,
yeah, it kind of goes.
so then you're a little bit blind to that also. It just seems a little unsafe to have a huge increase of traffic there.
If this one were to move forward, we'd definitely have to look at the traffic.
All right, next is one that has become one of my priorities. It may not be yours, but I'll just tell you it's mine. And that is the Juniper Canyon Recreation Area, this area right here. So we're working on an agreement with G. Brown Design, who does a lot of wonderful park design. They did a lot of work in Daybreak. And so we're working on an agreement with them to do some preliminary site design for this area. We have a tremendous opportunity here, and not only for connectivity from all of the density that's down here that you've been talking about, but the recreation amenity here is going to be fantastic and will really become a jewel for the city and a draw for people from outside the city. Some of the things that we've talked about, we have already purchased this trailhead, so we have a very large 5.5 acre piece here. We have talked about bike parks. You saw one of those images in your slides. We've talked about, we're gonna have an asphalt trail on the north side of the drainage that will connect to different play pods. So instead of having a centralized playground, you have playgrounds that are scattered throughout the trail system, so it encourages people to run from one location to the other. So I kind of want to hear what I don't know if you all have been down there, if you're familiar with the area. It's a beautiful canyon, and it connects everything back up into the hillside too.
Where's
So
the road access for that?
it's off of Juniper Trail Drive, which is right here off of Juniper Crest.
And so there are houses on that road, or is this one?
The homes back up to the
Back to the road.
backyards.
So there'll be fencing between.
Another lesson from Black Ridge.
Yes,
That
that's
road-
why I was specifically asking
We
that question.
actually required that on their plat, that none of the addresses come off of Juniper Trail Drive, so they cannot front
Fantastic.
that road.
Back when we bought that property, that was all talked about very clearly to
Oh, yeah,
council.
we hashed that out thoroughly.
So where's Juniper Crest connect to Mountain View?
So Juniper Crest Lake, you may want to, is it down
No, right.
there? It
So,
kind of
come
comes
up.
around.
Yeah, you can see,
There.
they show this line, it's really gonna curve
Yeah.
now, but it's right there.
So really, the sky's the limit on what you have the ability to do here.
How much acreage?
In that whole drainage,
Well, just
Or
say
Juniper?
that for
For the
parking,
For
yeah,
5.5 acres.
For their improvements.
and that's the one that we bought a
Yeah.
year or two ago.
Yes. So we talked about meeting center, a small reception center for wedding receptions. We talked about meeting space. We talked about pavilions. We talked about
Commercial,
bike parks. We talked about
that connection with Mountain.
a lot of things. Zip lines and
Yes, for me. Yes, I don't
All
know
the
what,
above.
yes, keep moving on it.
for a,
Just
Yes.
using it for a retreat space.
Yes.
So this is, so what, the reason I asked that, so this is Juniper Crest here, and this is zone commercial, right? So when I say show me the money, this is what I'm talking about, is we need access to bring people in from outside the city, right? So off of Mountain View, bring them to the park, and to get in and out, they have to go past
Commercial.
right? Yeah. So, I mean, that's great on this side, we need to do the same thing on the other end, right, of the mountain. However we can do access, I mean, that's gonna be like off the map over here probably, right?
So to draw more people into the city.
Yeah.
Past our
commercial.
amenities and services. Yep.
Cause we need them to come here, spend their money, and then go home to receive their services.
Was there anything specific that you're interested in that area besides what we've already
Plenty of parking.
talked about? A lot of parking. We hope to invite a lot of trail runner series and bike
I mean,
series.
it's
Novelty for me, that it be something that they can't access readily near us, because again, hence destination, so again, something that's not being filled in another community.
better the facilities you have in that trailhead, parking, et cetera, that's what's gonna drive what kind of events you draw. I mean, well, so the uniqueness of that area is great, but for those events, they're gonna need area to do their thing.
And will it be a non-motorized trailhead only, or will it have? Oh, sorry.
the answer is yes, it'll be non-motorized.
With the residential that's in that area, I think it would be detrimental to be motorized in that area.
I'm a proponent of motorized, but I agree,
It
in
has
that
to
area,
be
it doesn't make
very
sense.
intentional.
It's got key access.
I was just
points,
curious
too,
because
and
obviously
motorized
for
and
parking
asphalt.
for motorized trailhead, it's gonna have to be.
For what it's worth, my
Yeah.
vision of that is that
Yeah.
motorized access is gonna be off this other side, right?
They would have connectivity up to the county.
Yeah.
So we will go through this planning process with G Brown Design, and we're working with Momentum and Rosecrest on some of those amenities. They are putting a large detention basin in that area, which we are going to use to our advantage. We're not just gonna let it be a large detention basin, we're gonna put some amenities to it.
The bottom end of it
Yeah.
qualifies as a dam, so we're gonna incorporate some amenities as part of the dam.
Some staircases and some slides and some fun things off the backside of the dam. So again, I think we have some really good opportunities here. All of this will come back to you in future meetings, but just know that if you think of something or if you hear something from a resident that's interested in a different amenity there, we're happy to.
I wanna see a
Look at that.
slingshot punch up there.
Okay.
Just
Over
saying.
Over the dam?
Off the dam, like at the top of the
Over
dam.
Mountain View.
At the top of the dam, just a big slingshot punch.
It ranked kind of low on the visual, so.
I know, right?
But it hit the top 20.
I'm
So-
gonna get the top 20.
Those are really the areas that we're focusing on right now as far as park impact fees and what we see coming down the pipe. If there are other areas that you're interested in looking at, we're happy to do that. We continue to purchase ACUB property and fulfill the contracts that we already have in place. I have the most recent map, but that will change next week because we're closing one more property next week. So there's where we're at right now. We're working with the Mascaros, we're getting our second appraisals on that piece of property, and hopefully start making our piece a little bit more. There's some prime property there that we would like to hire for a very so.
Fantastic on all of this and purchasing so much and all the work that staff has done to make the ACUP successful, and it is, and we appreciate it.
Heather's been key in that as well, so she buys it, I just try to put things on, so. All right, so we've talked about UTVs a little bit, OHVs a little bit. We have been looking at, we've talked to several of them, and we've been looking at locations and having discussions with them. I would caution that the county is going to be key in anything that we do related to motorized vehicles and access. The county and the state are going to be key in determining those locations. Brett Stewart, who's he sat in our work meeting a couple weeks ago. Many of you probably know Brett. He's been very active in the UTV community. He has a proposal, that is basically out at Butterfield Canyon, which is perfect. It's a great location for a trailhead. And then to look at some B and D roads that are already existing that could utilize that. But again, the county and the state and the federal government are gonna be the ones that are key to get on board. That brings people through the city, right? To access our gas stations and our restaurants and those types of things. But, right now, that will be the fastest and quickest way, in my opinion. And speaking with some of the people from the state, they would agree in that. The area on the east that we've talked about, is all private property right now. As we continue to acquire it, we can always look at implementing some UTV trails along the top ridges of those properties. We did have some concerns voiced from residents that they do not want any motorized use on these. The people that actually live there. So you're gonna have a lot of conflicting opinions, like you do with a lot of things, about safety and noise and dust
I'm thinking
infiltrating
more
neighborhoods.
long term. I know that like the OHV people want it like now,
They do.
but I would agree. We don't. I don't think it really fits to put it along here.
Yeah.
Right. When I think of OHV, I'm thinking the access back here, and we partner with the county who has all the
Brings
right.
them up
So
to
out
the
Yellow
top.
Fork, etc. That way, and you have trails that go up through the county, and then we connect them onto the top of what we've got here. Right. That's. Yep, like to be clear, when we were talking with OHV people, at least that's how I view it. I don't see us putting motorized trails next to fronting homes, etc.
Yeah, like
That stuff's gonna be on top.
I agree.
And I think it's important to, once again, call out that those areas where it's best fit and best should go, once again, is in the county area. It's not within Herriman city limits. And so, for me right now, I'm absolutely supportive of seeing that happen in those areas, but, I'm not, I literally
Well,
have.
I'd say slow down, because say county, we've just got all this property that we bought. This is the top of the mountain.
Well, on the backside, like the trailhead on the back,
So
in the county.
it needs to come
Yes,
up,
to come
access
back
up
on the
here.
backside, yes.
I'm just saying,
Not
not along the face of the
not along
mountain
the
there.
foothills.
I agree, but I just the other day had one of the residents say, well, why didn't you put it right, by the church that's there up on Juniper Crest, right in those homes and just have access from there, and I have no desire to do that whatsoever.
I think that's what we need to be clear about, is that if they're
Trailhead
looking for
itself.
something right now that's gonna be accessible right behind the home, I don't have any desire for that. I think our vision.
I think we have incompatible uses there.
Yeah.
And let me caution you on this, we will be the only show in the county. So the impact will be very good. So, just keep that in mind as we go about discussing this and having those conversations and finding the right locations, that you have to be very thoughtful about where it goes, because it is an impactful.
So maybe back to,
It is.
maybe bring
I
it back
spent
to
thousands
zoning,
of dollars
because
fixing
this
fence
is
in the
this
last
is
2 years from ATVs deciding they wanna go through them.
So if you have that.
So it is an
all that
impactful
coming through.
activity, and we just wanna be careful how we go about it.
Or is it here? It's here.
No.
No, it is there.
Right
No,
now,
because
Calvin
here's
Jacobs is the only place in
Butterfield.
town.
Yeah,
It's the
I'm
next
sure you get
one.
a lot on the
Yes, it's right.
and the roads, they
So
have
that's
the ability
like
to
the only
ride
stop.
on roads,
Yep.
and I've seen quite a few, so.
Coming and going.
Should follow the same as any other motorized vehicle on a road.
Yes.
Maybe you need to talk to Michael about that then. Sorry. Scrolled a little bit.
Okay.
Oh,
Now we do have.
squirrel.
That's what you got for, you get to keep that one.
That is a chipmunk.
And we have had requests, and we do have a very big Enduro Challenge, right? That's one of our bigger city events that's embraced by the community. We have had some interest in finding location for that, on a permanent basis, right? So the ability for people to go out and ride their motorcycles and ATVs on a course like that. So that's another future amenity that might want to be considered. Any other questions or concerns as far as parks go, or kind of where we're at? with future planning.
So, I do agree that we need to, I think it's important that if we're buying land, then we need to try and diversify as much use on it as possible, that we're not only catering to one individual. I totally, there definitely are incompatible uses there, so we just have to do it smart, and I think it's important to include both.
I think they have a question for you.
Oh, one.
They scrolled over there. You had a question for Michael.
Later. I'll do that later.
Okay.
Anything else on parks or master plan or?
Is there anything on here from the current Parks Master Plan that we've removed?
As far as smaller parks?
Parks or smaller parks
That's a good
or?
question, I haven't looked at that. That's something that would come out in the master plan process, I would think so.
What about Future Park L?
Future Park L.
At the bottom of the ravine that comes off of Black Ridge Park. I know. We're talking about parks though.
That may be included on this, if that's something you wanna add to the capital projects list, or
Well, there's
parks
limits on what we
impact
can and
fees?
can't do with that. So that was one for my question earlier, was this was all of our planned parks in the next several years.
The next, yeah.
Not necessarily, maybe I wasn't clear enough, capital versus not what would maybe have to come out of the general fund. Just that has been on the map, the residents in that area want that, including myself. It's something I
Right.
specifically want, and I'll admit that that's something that I personally want to see happen. So I just want to make sure that as we're going through this process, we're addressing that specific.
In the master plan.
And
I just want to
It's
be careful
currently,
on
that's
master
currently
plan
the detention.
that spells out that it's a
Basin,
capital
right?
facilities plant, a project, but it cannot be used with park impacting money, because there was improvements made. And be on the record, if we make other improvements out of park impact fees on that parcel, that would be a short deficiency, which is illegal.
so we've got to be very careful on how we
Very careful.
fund that. But I'm not saying that something has to be done right now. If we're talking about it, I want to continue to keep that as something we're talking about.
Let's talk about that when Blake talks about capital projects.
Speaking
Yeah.
of.
Speaking of,
So do we wanna start that?
do we have anything else on parks right now? All of this will be coming back to you for budgeting and through the process, so.
You have a big job.
It's a fun job,
You have a
mostly.
big job,
Mostly.
but we have some huge potential and opportunities.
Oh, it's amazing, the opportunities
It's
that we
amazing,
have,
and I
so.
think we keep working down the path we are, we're gonna, there's some places, I think the word you used, that will be a jewel for the city. They will be
Absolutely.
incredible.
I'm excited. That's why I came here. Saw the opportunity. And kept doing the same old.
This is better.
Thank you.
Alright, did you wanna start, Tammy, or it's no
I'll
man's land time?
bring mine at the end so that we can make sure that you can, do you think, cause we'll probably take this through until about 12:20.
Okay.
Does that give you enough time, or do you want me to go?
I think so, or we can break in the middle and
Okay.
think
Okay.
about it and then come back and finish the discussion too.
Okay, yeah, so if you guys wanna talk these, and then we'll go through the next portion of it.
So for the capital projects, just kinda wanted to start out by, we're gonna talk just about general fund projects. So if we talk about things like 6,000 West or 7,300 West, those are impact fee projects. We don't wanna include those in this list. In the past, we've given you huge spreadsheets and it's been a little overwhelming. So we have a list in the capital projects priorities section here in the book. The list will go along with the map that we have up. And the numbers correspond between the list and the map. And these are a list of projects that Wendy, Justin, and I have gotten together and discussed and determined from the public input that we've received and some of our other past priorities that we put together. But this is the list of projects that we are recommending.
And our frustrations. There's no one on here,
The one that's just off the map is down by Porter Rockwell.
Oh, yeah, it didn't fit on the map. So it's the landscaping in
median,
Port Rockwell.
right.
So we'll jump into that. I was just gonna run through each one of these projects and give a little discussion on them. And then see if there were some, Alan will have a scoreboard here for how much budget we have.
Is there a time frame of what this is supposed to encapsulate?
This is
the
supposed
next
to
2
be
years?
projects that will be done next fiscal year.
Next
This is gonna
fiscal
help us with our budget for next year.
Okay.
And then anything we take off the list could be the year after. So that's kind of the mindset we're going in with. So the first project is one that wasn't finished. It was part of a UDOT project that was done with Mountain View Corridor. It's the medians down along Porter Rockwell. We're starting to see a lot more development down there. We've got DVAT that's in there. We've got a lot of businesses coming in. So we're getting a lot more traffic coming to Herriman as a destination rather than just passing through as a commute. So there's some interest there to landscape this and complete that project out.
What is the landscape look like?
Right now, we're looking at just grass and rocks, a mixture. We just have a set dollar per square foot that we put towards it, so it's irrigation, trees, rocks, trees, and grass. So it would be something like that that would enhance the aesthetics of the area. And it would be the medians.
So are we talking green grass, or are we talking like native grass?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Green.
There doesn't seem to be
There
anything
are-
for green grass there.
There are some areas along that trail. This trail connects Rosecrest to Monarch Meadows in Riverton and to Mountain View Corridor, to the sidewalk there.
What was this?
Are we talking about Berwick?
No, we're talking about
Porter Rockwell landscaping still. I'm on
Sorry, I
number one
jumped
still.
ahead.
We'll get to Berwick.
They sent me pictures of the Yeti. I have. Sorry.
So, but no, so this would not be green grass down the median. I
No,
just don't
no.
feel any need to put green grass on that road.
We could look at that when we go through the
I would
design.
rather be water conscious than green grass in this particular area.
We could have a mix too. There could be some green. I mean, it's gonna get.
Sometimes the rock stuff is actually more costly to maintain.
That's it. Sometimes the xeriscaping can be more costly, especially if you've got a lot of traffic going by and there's litter and stuff in it. It's pretty
all
intense manual labor.
Hand maintenance.
So
Trees.
that's the first project. Second project is Berwick View Court. I'll let Wendy talk more about that.
Okay, so this is the one I was telling you about. Berwick View Court is a cul-de-sac, and it is open space that was detention, Blake?
It's
one
kind of mixed.
time.
It's some open space with detention. Part of it's in the floodplain for Rose Creek. It's
Kind of a mixed bag.
Mhm.
The residents there have been concerned, they've voiced their concern several times about, right now it's just open, yeah. It's a lot of weeds, it's not very pretty, and it's not. Some kids have gone in and put in their own little bicycle trail through the detention basin. Berwick View. It's along the Monarch Meadows trail.
Down in Herriman Meadows.
It goes from Rosecrest down to Riverton.
It's behind the large lots that are Rocky Point.
Rocky Point.
Yeah. So it's just
That's great.
upgrading or improving some of the natural landscape that's already there. Installing some irrigation, doing some native seed, adding trees. There's a lot of deer in that area, so we'll have to be really careful about what we plant.
Is this gonna mitigate any fire concerns?
I don't think so.
If it's irrigated, it obviously will.
That's
So
all.
is it
Natural
a fire
drainage.
concern right now already?
Any of our open space would be, any of those drainages would be,
As much as Rose
fire
Creek is
concern.
anywhere else.
yeah. So really, it's a trail system improvement.
Yep.
And the neighbors would like to see it improved. Right now, we're just whacking down thistle and weeds.
Okay.
So that's that one.
All right, next one is the traffic signal here by the McDonald's and the CVS. If you drive that one very often, you'll notice there's one signal head. It's kind of off-centered on the lane because has never been updated since the road widened out. I've talked with Riverton several times. It's not a very expensive project, so we put it on there to do as a capital project for next year. Anything we do on that signal, any signal that we share with another city automatically gets split down the middle. So we have to automatically talk to the other city and say, do you want to split the cost? The 10,000 here would actually cover the entire cost. I think it's about 5,000 each, but we need to dive into it a little deeper. A lot of our signals have the blinking yellow arrow, you've noticed. So that's kind of the new standard that we're trying to convert everything to across the city. And so we convert that and add a new signal head and do it on both sides. And we'd change the sign because it says 5,000 West, and our new official name is Fort Herriman Parkway. There might be an opportunity to put City Hall on that with an arrow, or Jalen Crane Park or something. So, so we'll look into that, but that's that project. Patriot Ridge striping. This is our Providence Hall issue. This would just do striping to make it go one way. We would need to probably talk to UDOT if they would need to put an island down on the far end at Mountain View Corridor to stop people from trying to pull into this. Because if it's one way, we definitely don't want them going the wrong way. And so this would help us to solve that problem. I get a couple calls every other week on this issue, and UPD or HPD now talks to me often. They come and discuss their concerns with people pulling out of the schools and just the traffic.
So when you talk about a median, what, alright.
It would be a pork chop island that would go at the far end at Mountain View Corridor, because if people are coming down Mountain View and they're used to turning right, we'd want to deter that motion.
So it would basically come out and only allow you to exit out onto Mountain View Corridor. You'd have to like flip a U and come back up. Okay.
Yeah, it would make Patriot Ridge Drive one way from Highfield Drive to Mountain View, which our concern was backing traffic onto Mountain View as they pull into the junior high.
Our biggest safety concern was the unload and load in the afternoons of children on Mountain View and cars in lanes loaded.
And they still could do that with this one, but it would be less likely
Yeah.
because they would not be able to pull into the roadway.
They're not in queue to go up to the schools at least.
They'd have to stop on the side of the road and be pretty blatant about it.
Okay, the next one, we get a lot of calls about the four-way stop at Rocky Point and Rosecrest. A lot of people don't understand why it's there. There's a sight distance issue with that intersection. So this is just a study to see what options. We've talked about a roundabout. That would be highly costly because of right-of-way needs. We'd probably have to buy an entire house out for that.
Utahns don't know how to use roundabouts.
I have a hard time keeping people driving straight, so in circles is even harder. We've also looked at signalizing it. Signals don't require a sight distance because you have to go when you feel comfortable. So if you signalize it, that could solve the problem. So we'd like to do a study to see what other options, maybe a consultant that works in this every day, all day, could come up with. Next project, Juniper Crest Landscape and Asphalt Improvements. This is, we require the developer to dedicate additional right-of-way along Juniper Crest, and now we've got homes.
It wasn't additional, we made him keep it.
What was originally planned. So that extra right-of-way that was not built on for a road, now we have residents moving in and they're calling, wanting to know when the improvements are coming. So we have estimated the square footage and used our dollars per square foot for landscaping and trail. And this is a pretty big one. We could phase it, we could look at some options there, but this would also tie into the trail system, provide better opportunity for alternative transportation like biking and running and jogging and stuff. So, and as this road goes and ties into Mountain View Corridor, I think this will become more desired by the residents and the people.
This might be a good place to go after fourth quarter funds from the county. Because they've made a desire to, that they want about 25% of those funds to go towards, active trails and transportation. So this might be
We could add that on our list. We have a handful of other trails we're going to pursue with those funds. Copper Creek was one of those.
In coordination with the county.
But yeah, we could definitely look at it.
I'm just thinking with connecting to Mountain View, it might be a good option.
The next one, the Main Street Connector landscape improvements. There's some areas along Main Street Connector where we don't have.
What number are we on now?
Number 7. So as we came along here, there was more right-of-way required for the future transit line, which creates a gap of areas where landscaping, we can only require the developers to landscape what our master plan roads show. And so this is an additional footage that was exacted out of them. So this would go and finish that landscape area. So we could look at doing some low impact type landscaping rather than full grass, or we could do full sod and everything. But that's project number 7. Number 8, school walkout improvements. If you've been following the hype with the school district, they are changing all their boundaries. So we will need to go in and adjust a whole bunch of walk routes and traffic signals, or the flashing lights and all that, the signage. So this, we don't know the extent of this. They should make their determination on the changes next Tuesday. And we're teed up to have a number on this.
This is why we want to build schools on the other side of the property line.
Well, and
Put them in South.
There is a
put them
lot
in
of
Bluff
work,
Vale.
when they change boundaries, there's a lot of work that goes into that.
you want them to be a mile over that property line, so
Yeah.
it's us. Because if they're right on the property line, we still have to do it. Mile and a half.
We still have to.
Mile for elementary, mile and a half for junior high. So yeah, this is one that we're going to have to tackle, and we're going to have a short window to do it in. So it could possibly be a partial budget amendment for
The
finish
school
out this
district
year.
will pay for it.
We can try that.
This will be a quick turnaround for both our teams to work through, and it'll be a lot of work.
And what I have our engineering and GIS staff doing right now is inventorying everything we have, so that when we move it around, we'll say, oh, these flashing lights had to move here, so they go in the, budget, or we already have these, so we'll reuse them over here. So we're gonna try to minimize the budget and do the best we can.
And they make the decisions. We have no say.
We move signs and crosswalks and lights.
We have to pay
it's,
for it.
It's a lot of work.
And part of that, aside from this budget, is crossing guards. We're opening a new elementary school, and it's determined that they take about 5 new crossing guards, so it's 5 more crossing guards next year.
And you're looking at $700 to $7,500 based on school hours, or if we get double crossings because the schools are too close, and we don't have a lot of say in their start and end times, there's a lot of work that goes into it, so you're looking at $7,000 to $8,000 per crossing. Sometimes you have double crosses like Bastion and Silvercrest and everything, Athlos, meet, so
We do have a really good relationship with the school district
We
right
do.
now, talking with them and coordinating, and they've been pretty amenable to a lot of our requests and stuff. The money,
Yeah.
we've asked for that several
Not
times.
good enough.
The money has to come from the school board, and we don't talk with them as much as the staff, so maybe we'll need some help from political leaders to help out on the money. The next one, some minor park strip landscape improvements. We just have areas around the city that either developers didn't complete the project, or there were past councils or staff that agreed to not put something in, and we collected a fee in lieu and it was never done. So these are just minor little things. We were gonna put a map up and show them as we get more into the budget season. We'll probably show that and have a detailed number on what these will be. One idea we had was putting together a fund, like a Herriman betterment fund or something, that every year we put maybe $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 into it, and we just go and pick a number of projects, and eventually over 5 or 10 years, you'll have all these landscaping and sidewalk pieces completed. So if we have any money left over, maybe we can put something into a fund like that.
As you're doing those projects, if those are developers that we expect to come back to do more projects with the city, will you please let us know?
Yeah.
Because if it's, a big developer that should have been doing it that's still building in our city, I'd like to know that they didn't finish on any other projects they told us they were gonna do.
And often those would be a fee in lieu. We'd say, oh, the curb gutter didn't
So that's
tie
on
in.
us, yeah.
Yeah, and if they're not finishing things we require, that is on us.
And those always have to come back to the council for approval for the budget, so that money goes into the general fund, but it's not here.
For our information, so we know what was us, what was other people.
Okay.
We appreciate that.
We can definitely do that. Next one, Shoshone Pond, speaking of one of those items. That developer, I think, went away in the recession, but this pond has been around since 2006, 2007.
Where is this?
This is on the corner of,
Just west of Butterfield Park.
Is this
In the corner, in the corner, right before way.
These are my
Oh, yes.
right on that corner.
Yeah, on the
big
corner.
structures.
Or behind the
Yeah,
pond.
it's
Is
the
there
weed
really
patch.
a pond there?
Yeah,
It's a detention
It's
basin.
it's a detention basin,
Detention basin.
fully.
Yeah, it's not like a,
Full or
it's not a wet pond right now.
It's a dry.
It's dry. It gets water when it
It's a
rains
storm
really,
water
really hard.
It's a disaster is what it is.
Yeah, that's one that has an outfall, and so we have a lot of retention ponds that we have in landscape, because if you don't have an outfall, the bottom you don't want to landscape, turns into mud and mosquitoes. But this one has an outfall, so there's really a good reason to landscape it. And we had budget put aside in 2013 to do this, but it wasn't enough. And we got our bids back, and it was about double what we had budgeted at the time.
Good budget in 15 and 16 and 17 too.
And
That's it, it looks like.
And so we're to the point where we need to get something done there. And we did have some money that was paid as fee in lieu on this pond by several other developers. We'll get that number to you as well as we work through this, to figure out how much we were paid and how much the general fund would have to cover to complete
And
that.
I already have, I think it's 45,000 budgeted from the parks. Impact fee for it. There'll be a portion of it, that'll be covered by it.
Okay, this next one, 7300 West Pond Landscape Improvements. I told you about the storm drain project we're gonna be doing in the spring on 7300 West. That will allow 3 detention basins or 4 detention basins to flow out. Actually, a couple of them, when we put the pipe down McHouston Road last year, that one freed up a couple of ponds to have an outfall, and then this new pipe will free up a couple of others. These are ponds that developers were told they had to have a temporary easement over them. Well, they usually had one lot that was a pond and one lot that was gonna be a buildable lot, but we put a temporary stormwater easement over it. And then when the pipe would come in, they would get that lot back to build. So they were always under the understanding they would get their building lot back. And these ones go in and landscape ponds, and they get their building lots back. That's just some background information on that. Complicated issues that were done back in or 2010. During the recession, a lot of interesting things were going on. And so these ones were all unfinished, and we just need to come in and finish them up. Put grass in them. A lot of them had a fee in lieu paid for, and those monies went into the general fund. And we'll pull those back out and schedule, or budget them for these projects. Artistry Lane Park Improvements. Wendy, this is your project. I don't know a lot about this one.
So this was brought to me by Brett. Because, I know, right? Because we removed the disc golf course from the Rosecrest Park area, the idea was to bring, now it's Clinsville.
I got several people.
Thank you.
Pass it on to.
Okay, just keep going. The idea was to bring another amenity back in. We have several playgrounds in that area. Artistry Lane is just the first of many that need to be replaced with a different amenity or taken out. They're just old. They weren't really great when they were put in the first place. So the idea was to remove the playground and install pickleball courts in that area. That's that one.
How many are you thinking?
4. It's a pretty big area. I think we could fit 4.
There's a lot of demand for that too, huh? A lot of
I just got yelled, I just
Yeah.
asked about that the other day.
Yeah. And they're relatively inexpensive to put in.
Maintain
Comparatively, pardon?
and maintain.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're just like a tennis court or basketball court. Resurface maybe in 15 years, but it should hold up pretty well. The other recommendation for this is to have them lit, so that may be part of that too.
We'll be out there at 5 in the morning, so
Yeah.
hopefully those residents will enjoy
Oh,
their
HBO.
place all day long.
You can make a glow-in-the-dark pickleball and not have to light it, just like
There is
ball.
a glow-in-the-dark
There is
pickleball,
glow-in-the-dark.
It makes them way
Yeah,
more sense.
it's like cosmic bowling, cosmic.
so I don't know, I'd like to talk to the community facilitator in that area and get the neighbors on board and make sure that that's what they want, but that's kind of
I
the
think that's a good option. When we did remove the disc golf, I was actually talking to Brett about that space that was being utilized and what other potential amenity could we put back in there to be a benefit. And we talked about pickleball, but this and with some of the parking that's available right there probably makes a little more sense.
There's probably, I think there's 4 playgrounds in that area that I'd just like to take out. They're not used, they're all within a quarter mile, half mile of a bigger playground. And so they're just, the maintenance, at this point, it's just refilling chips all the time and mulch, so.
And Woody's correct in saying, they weren't put in correctly, it was put in by the county's requirements way back when, 20 years ago. And when that happened, we had concerns over them all the time. They're again, starting not to be safe, and they keep taking equipment off them. But they've actually exceeded their life expectancy. It's time to replace them anyway. So
So if we
it's
can
a
put
great
something
idea.
else in there, great. If not, then go with the grass.
And as this community cycles, and Gordon is master talking about this, as community cycle, you have a young community comes in, has a different use, and they'll go through an old use, and they'll come back. And I'm thinking 20 years down the road from now, some people will be leaving or going to care facilities, and then the new population start on those homes and cycle again. Not seeing it going anywhere, but that is a cycle of life, and communities do cycle, and hopefully our community will embrace that. They'll start with these menus as they get old and tired, take them out for
One of the
the
only
uses.
originals in my neighborhood.
And technology changes and uses change and desires change.
And those were talked about in one of the scoping meetings for the parks master plan. It was discussed about having maybe some community input on what those spaces become to fit the wants and needs of the community better.
Yeah.
Could be interesting.
Could be.
And I just found a typo in our list, so should have spell check. I don't know what a pavement assessment is, but, okay. Pavement assessment. Sorry, what was that?
Nothing, go ahead.
Okay. So this is we've used a couple of different versions to assess our pavement, where it's at right now. And we used interns 1 year back before I worked here, and we got very subjective. One intern would, assess cracks one way, and one would assess them another way. And it wasn't very scientific. But it was very inexpensive, but it wasn't very scientific. So then we hired LTAP, which is out of Utah State, which was also cost effective, and we ended up not getting interns, we got college students that were engineering students that came down and assessed the pavement. And they had some pretty strict standards, but it was still, one college student would assess it one way and one another. So this is a budget item to hire a company. They come in, they have a truck, and they put down, it uses basically like radar, and it assesses the pavement. A lot of the other cities around us are doing it. And then it comes back in a GIS form, and it maps all the roads and shows the pavement assessment. And then it gives you a recommendation, or it gives us scoring, so we know which roads need which treatment. And so you can do that and better spend your maintenance dollars on the roads that really need it. Some roads look good, but underneath they're ready to fall apart.
So we could better target, so this allows us basically to target those roads that are gonna fail sooner and maybe do some maintenance before they fail as opposed to just waiting until they.
As long as that maintenance is on the top.
Yes.
Yeah, and so
Then it gets costly to go under the asphalt.
Exactly.
and this would all be GIS based, which makes it nice. It's easy to track. We can put a lot of other information in there, and then come back and do it probably in about another 4 years. If we can see a trend that, hey, look, our road condition was this level, and now we're getting it up to this level with this money, we can tell a really good story about how we're maintaining our roads, taking care of them. I think it's a national epidemic right now that there's not enough money to maintain roads anywhere in the country. Everywhere is complaining about it. And, I mean, there was a gas tax bill on the last ballot that failed because it's a hard thing to sell to pay for these, but somewhere there needs to come an answer. But if we can better spend our money effectively, I think we'll be miles
I
ahead.
thought that was gonna pay for something, that was gonna go to school.
That was
Yeah.
the problem.
Yep. 1 year they put UTA on it, and that was a problem. Make sure they put schools on it, so they're trying to bind them
It's
together.
amazing how they do that.
So that's the list of the projects that we have recommended. Now we're open ears to hear if you have any projects that you've seen out there that you think
Have
should
I
be on this
mentioned the
list.
landscaping on 126?
That one is
That's
budgeted.
this year.
So we could talk a little bit about the projects that are
I don't
budgeted
think
for this
they've heard
year.
you speak
That's
about
a
it.
good share. Just what's on the agenda and what we're planning is what we're gonna do, right?
Remember McHouston's budget for it, looks like we're probably gonna be able to work something out there, hopefully. I'm not gonna make any promises, but things are looking good.
Oh, that's awesome.
And the landscaping on 26 looks like we're gonna go back out to bid, something's gonna work. And, we've got a handful of other little projects, but is there anything you wanna discuss, talk about?
6,000 west?
That's a impact fee road, so
Which road?
6,000.
A portion of it will be impact fee, cause it's
So I
already
thought-
there. You can't use impact fees.
The existing
Prove
road.
it.
In our assessment with our consultant and Zions Bank, they were able to cover all of that for some reason.
I think that's a great conversation to have.
We've had that discussion 2 or 3 years ago with John Brems, and
Yeah.
we determined that it was there. As long as it was curb to curb improvements, it was paid for. We
I
could-
like that answer as well.
But that's a pricey project. We have, Miller Crossing Pod 1 is doing a section of that in front of the cemetery. That should be done. We actually have it budgeted for some pieces of that to be done this summer when school's out. And then the Jerry Walker subdivision, as it comes in, they need an outfall for their storm drain pipe, so they're gonna run a pipe down the road, and we'll get some new asphalt in there with them. But there's also an opportunity at that time to do the sewer and do maybe curb and gutter and storm drain where the road's already tore apart. So that's something to look when he comes in with his subdivision. We haven't seen anything come in on that yet. It was approved at planning commission, but they haven't brought in any engineering plans at this time. So there's some plans for that. That one's on our list, but trying to fund it is difficult.
Awesome.
So these would be some trail projects. I mean, we don't have any trail projects that aren't on our trails master plan. Road projects that aren't on our roads plan. Just trying to spur some, if there's anything else that we're missing, so we don't, when we come back for budget, we don't get into it, so.
There's probably a lot of things I could start listing.
We'd like to have a list.
But
There are a lot of unfinished park strips, a lot of unfinished basins. I think we are going to do a better job catching those as development goes in. But I drive around the city and it just drives me bananas.
There's street lighting
It's just
projects,
unfinished.
there's.
It makes me crazy.
Especially when you go drive around city with Brett and do it together.
I'm almost worse than Brett sometimes.
We'll make a good team. That's where I see it.
Any other areas you see traffic issues where we need a study or something done to analyze the problem?
I get a lot of, and I know it's not ours, but I know that you work with them, I get a lot of feedback just about, obviously, the peak time to travel in and out of the city and that crossing of Mountain View corridor and how bad traffic queues up back and forth. I don't know, I'm sure you're constantly hearing that too, but is there any options of us working with UDOT to try and help improve timings and those types of things for that? Because, I mean, obviously, that problem's not gonna get any better.
That's a good point. UDOT tied a lot of the signals together in this past year so that they can control them from their traffic operations center. Problem is, UDOT always gives priority to their road, so they'll prioritize the flow on
Mountain View.
and they'll stop back up the other roads, which actually takes more control away from us at that point.
Right.
I was looking at the other day by the 134th and Mountain View on the southeast corner, the cars back up down Mountain View. Now that's all Riverton, but they could put a free right out of there because that lane, the far right lane, doesn't have a lane that dumps into it. They could come on the backside of that signal and come around, and they could
So
move
could
traffic.
Riverton do that, or could?
It would be UDOT.
UDOT does it.
So UDOT has a team for Mountain View, the Mountain View Corridor team, and then they have Region 2, which is everything else. And so when
Have we ever approached UDOT with Riverton for that particular issue and asked that as a joint ask between both communities?
we've met with UDOT on a lot of other issues, not that specific issue.
I'm just saying, like, if, if we had both communities going on that particular issue, I think it might get a little bit more.
We've had several meetings, we could have another one with, Riverton and South Jordan at the table.
It's a couple of signs and some paint and we'll fix that, so.
So yeah, we could look at stuff. UDOT seems to like to study things, and they have flow charts all over the place in their office that if this and this and this, then no or yes. It's kind of funny when they do it. So one of the last things we looked at was a second left-hand turn lane on 118th at Mountain View. And they had a flow chart, and they went through the whole thing, and it said no. And so they wrote back and said, nope, we're not doing it.
So end of discussion.
Yep, end of discussion, doesn't mean everything. But we can definitely keep those lines of communication open with them and look at that.
Juniper Crest and Mount Ogden Peak, we just talked about that recently, didn't we?
We're looking at that one. One option there would be a refuge island in the center, so that, and then the kids that cross there, or the crossing guard, could stop in the middle, because that is a really wide road. Another option would be to actually come in and redo the curb and gutter and narrow the road up. But that road experiences a pretty high volume of traffic right now because all the homes on the south end. As that road gets built onto Mountain View, you actually see the future traffic volumes drop on that road.
We talked a while ago about right out here in front of Silvercrest, with the crossing guard issue that we had. And we talked about possible engineering solutions to deal with the left-hand turns across the crossing guards. Have we looked at that again recently, or has that been an issue this year?
I haven't heard much about that.
We've done a lot of studies and traffic counts, and that was just about this time last year. We reported back to council. We were gonna take out the flashing
RBI.
but we decided to leave them in. There was some pushback by the standards to have those in. They've been effective, and then cheap cars.
Our biggest complaint in that area, as you'll recall, were the left turns across that road. And then we got some pushback because of knots would experience some economic impact.
That situation has
Yeah.
changed.
So we had talked about elongating that left hand.
And if you do that left-hand turn, it'll hurt any business going in there, so you gotta consider that.
So
It really cuts down the traffic accessibility. I think there's been a step up in enforcement over there, which may have made the, plates drop.
Well, I think part of the question is, are we continuing to get the same concerns and complaints from residents, from the parents and the students?
this year I have not had any parents contact me. Last year I did, and we spent some time out there, some significant time.
And we always do, you always know when the first day of school happens. That's why complaints ramp up. We look at every issue seriously, and then we address them and tweak some things, and then it's people getting their mold through, and they actually navigate very well after that.
A lot of kids walk about the first month and a half, 2 months of school, and then it gets colder, and the walkers drop off quite a bit.
So I was wondering about the intersection at 6400 and 131st. I'd be interested to see, as far as even as a safety concern, as traffic continues and development continues to grow there, it seems like that is a desperately
We're going to have a request on that for impact fee. We're looking at doing the design next year. That would start Rocky Mountain Power with moving their power poles if needed. And then when they move their poles the following year, we could look at phasing that intersection, because the following year is when we have a signal scheduled for that intersection with the county.
Okay.
That's our only level of service at the intersection in the city right now.
Okay.
64 in Maine.
Yeah, it just seems extremely.
Yeah, it is.
I'm always very.
We're having increased traffic flow because of residential up there, but also it's a large pass-through area for Cape.
So it seems really dangerous. And then, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to have this, so don't throw that squirrel thing at me, but I also received quite a lot of concern. I know it's school district stuff too, but just that, high school and elementary kids walking across, what are we doing with UDOT to try and mitigate that problem of crossing Mountain View?
So, Daryl Robinson with the school district has been talking with Joe Kammerer, Joe Kammerer is the lead for the Mountain View Corridor team. And so Daryl called Joe and asked about a bridge over Mountain View, and Joe said, yeah, UDOT can do that. And so I thought, that was kind of strange, that didn't seem like what I've heard from UDOT before. So I called Joe and asked him what he thought. He said, well, we could do it, but it would have to get funded out of Region 2, not out of the Mountain View Corridor project. Which means it probably has to go to a state legislative action to get funded. You'd have to build probably 2 bridges, and so I think there's still a lot of work to be done. That would be a 3 or 4 year thing out. So right now, the school district is planning on busing students that cross that road. I think that's the option that we have right now.
Yeah, well, the decision at that time was that they weren't gonna bus them at the high school because they'd have to cross. And so, you know.
High school age, yeah.
The school district in, I think their last board meeting, did approve busing.
Okay, good. Okay,
So we're thinking about it, we're working with it, but that's a tough issue to handle.
Yeah.
Because of so many entities in on it, and where does the bridge go, and it's temporary. Whatever you build is temporary, and those bridges are $2, $3, $4 million each. If you have to build 2, that's just throwaway work that is hard to spend.
And we've got our eye on the load in the mornings and out, because we have limited access, and it looks like we'll probably have limited access on opening day.
We will have the road open.
Okay.
Autumn Crest Boulevard. We're going out to bid right after Thanksgiving for that.
Okay, 'cause that's.
Riverton, that's up to them on their half. From what I understand, they will have it open.
I'm sure their residents will make it very clear as soon as school starts that they want it open.
If you look at the boundaries, that school takes all the traffic down 134th. So 60th West will lighten up quite a bit with the traffic, from what it looks like to me with the boundaries. But 134th becomes your new backed up 6,000 West, which 134th is already pretty heavy in the morning. So this one, that's going to be something we're going to have to watch and monitor to see how we're going to handle it, because it's going to be about 30 to 40 minutes every morning. The 134th most likely going to back up from Mountain View to
People are going
Wendy's.
to work. Yeah, because you have the double whammy of people going to
And
work.
Rosecrest will also experience that same backing.
But people can take you 111.
Yeah, it's even you would love it.
You don't need any except for.
Okay, so I just had a couple of things noted here, but we'll work with this list and with what Alan's got for funds. Are there priorities here that you would see higher than anything? The numbers here don't mean anything right now. We didn't put them in a certain priority.
Just, those are important things, yes.
When we talk about priorities though, the thing I wanna point out is these projects are only a piece of it. When we do our budget every year, we try to maintain our level of service in each of our departments. When we're done with that, we have approximately $3 million left on an average year. I don't know what it's gonna be this year with what we've done, but it's typically around $3 million. Blake's got his projects. We hear quite often that you wanna increase the level of service. Last year, we increased the road budget maintenance by $200,000. That takes out of this $3 million. We've committed to a public works property that we're paying $1 million a year for. You got 6 more years on that. But do you wanna take some of this $3 million and set it aside for when we get there? We're probably gonna need $15 million to build the facility. So how do you envision going about accumulating that money? If we do a police building, I suspect it's going to take $400,000 to $500,000 of this a year if we do that. So beyond the projects, we need to look at all of these things and determine which ones are our highest priority. We take these projects and say they're the highest, or we say road maintenance is the highest, or public works is the highest. I need to know where you want the resources to be focused. You know, all these projects sound great, but if we do them all, it's gonna take 80% of the money that we will have available this year. So, how do you envision focusing those competing needs? And I'm not talking impact fees, because they've got a whole different thing, but all of our capital projects money comes from the general fund.
Right.
If we get a grant, it goes straight for whatever that's for, but everything else comes from the general fund.
Safety kind of rises to the top.
Yeah.
So that's the reason first. Pains me because the schools need to pay for this stuff.
Well, public safety and then things that lend themselves to generating more revenue as well.
Things that save us money in the long term, so like.
That, I mean, a lot of these little things that have been fee and lieu and have been sitting there forever, I mean, those residents deserve those things to be done.
You wanna
as well,
pick some
but-
priorities or add some other priorities? What's your priorities?
Jeez.
Oh, you're no
You
fun.
were ready for this. Oh, whoa, hey, not cool.
Well, it's not as cool as the Chiefs clock, but you know, it does the same thing.
What? Oh, she's.
Chiefs clock.
Thank you, Draper.
It's Alan's calculator, so he's been working really hard on this.
I said safety first to number 8, and that doesn't take anything off it because there's no.
Because there's not,
I don't know what it's gonna be.
okay, perfect,
So
that was
go
good.
get the money from the school district.
To me, 13 is important.
Yes,
Making sure we're putting the monies where they're most needed.
Yeah, I think that'll go a long ways towards maximizing what we.
Dollars.
Same thing with number 3.
Which one was that, sorry?
13.
Oh, the
pavement
pavement
study.
assessment, yeah.
Do we agree on 3 and 4? Yes, or those?
$130,000 to restraight that road? Or is
Number
it
3 is
because
only
of the
$5,000
It has
anyway, right?
islands, it has.
3, yes.
Oh, Patriot
Number
Ridge?
3,
Three.
definitely.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the wrong person. So, it's not just restriping, it's the signage and the pork chop and everything else. It's work. But I'd say 4 is pretty important too, because I don't want some kid hit. 4 is a continual.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like 4 never ends.
And this still probably
Never
won't
ends.
make it end, but we'll fix something.
Right this very moment, when I look at it, I'd say those are the top priority. I'm not saying that the others aren't, or that we wouldn't be willing to fund them out of this, but without having seen everything, I wouldn't wanna start going, I'd like to get the top of the top priorities first out of all of the different areas.
Well, the other things that I would tell you are really these major capital projects that we're doing, you know, because roads is gonna get their impact fees for theirs and parks. So you take these and you're really talking about, are we gonna progress down the road of some of these projects that, you know, like I say, do we wanna set something aside for public works every year? Do we wanna, we've got these things coming, yet, you know, we're constantly having this tug between, and then you've got economic development coming in,
So as
and
you
they're
said,
always
Nicole's
first on
point,
the
there's
list.
always gonna be something that comes up. That's-
I guess it's hard for me to just give you a solid end, you know, anything when I don't know what all the asks are. You know what I mean?
I think generally we kinda have to say safety
Well,
first, any of those rise to the
I
top.
guess the problem here is that those asks come one at a time, and you guys are all excited about every one of them because they're all great, but they gotta fit into the budget, so we gotta have priorities. And, you know, we never get priorities from the council where they want us to go with these things. We ask this every council, we get that same kind of answer, you know?
I think in terms of the talk about, you know, planning ahead, the public works we've been talking about for a long time, and I think we have to start dedicating to putting money aside for that, to start working us in the right direction, because we're not making any ground towards that, and we know that that is a huge need that we have working forward.
And typically, we get the list of projects, and I know they're important, but they become top of our list. And then after we've spent that, we're going, okay, we gotta put some in public works. We gotta put some over here, you know? You guys have approved things over, you know, over the last year or two that have ongoing costs. And, you know, we've gotta look at, in addition to these costs, where that money's gonna come from. You know, like I say, if we do a public works yard, right now, we probably need $22 million to build it with the land and the buildings. You know, we look at a police building that's been
I'll
talked
kind of pause
about.
for just a minute there, and I appreciate Councilman Smith's comment, for the simple fact is, we're guesstimating right now, big
Yeah.
guesstimating. we would like to get enough money just to get the design done and the layout and have more meetings with the public, so we know what it'll be, because all those things are gonna drive the cost.
Yeah, everything's.
We're guesstimating, we know what it is for land, but we're very much guesstimating what the cost should be on the building.
So are you trying, like, for me, well, what does it take to move forward with these big projects, with the public safety building, with the the public works building, or site? Like, what's the, I mean, we're
So
talking.
Public Works is definitely general fund monies, and the police has some of its own money, but it's starting to come in this next month, but we have another, part of the next half a day, we have some other things we'll be talking about, that'll help that along. But we need about $500,000 to get like a design done. So that, and I promised Alan and my other partners here that we will not put in front of the council until we have a good chance to look at the plan thoroughly in-house. I think we have a lot of key staff here that will not miss some of the things we felt like we missed on this opportunity. We built a wonderful facility, but we want to make sure we come to you with a good solid answer, a good solid project. So I'm thinking $500,000 to get a layout design and have the means we need to have. So when this happens, when we get it ready to make that next step to go, we have a good plan that you can accept and explain to your residents what you're doing. Okay, now I'm starting to go back to the, where is that? Hope you took a note where you were.
On the public safety building component of things, tell me, or at least give me an idea on anticipated timing of needing that space within this building, and I know we're tight already.
Right, I'm gonna throw up because we're there. One of the things, some of you have gone through the facility and you know we're using every corner we can. And
Including council's offices.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that point. Mayor and council's office are no longer, and they're well utilized. If you go down Lance and forensics and what he's doing in there, recreating the scenes and everything, he uses every inch of that room already. Patsy using every inch. It's well used space. It's actually getting used every day, so that's good. You gave that up.
Yeah.
But we took half the storage building we took outside and made it into our evidence room, so that just hurt us again. We're using space out in the park that wasn't, is a short-term fix for public works, it was no long-term. And great, we are doing great things with our police force. I gotta tell you, hands down, as a city manager, it's a good decision, what they're doing. Yes, it comes to a cost,
More cops.
but they are doing a great job, and you're hearing it every day.
How do you know that?
So, that's your question. We probably can't move fast enough to get that going. Because even if you started today, you get a good design, because remember what I said?
Get over that last time.
I want a good plan review. So you're a year or so for getting construction. A year of construction, you're 2 years out if you started that today. And you know what 2 years is gonna be, we're gonna be with the space. That help a little bit?
Mhm.
Okay. Yep.
So through the close of next year, we'll start doubling offices, basically, with our operations guys.
So I think we're talking about two separate things with the same time.
Right. No, it's cost, it's how
We're
it's
talking
based.
about the same money.
So, what I'm asking is, what's the ask for the public safety, what's the ask for the public works?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that we pick something to start accumulating towards this. And I'm asking you what you wanna do with that, because, when we go to the public safety building, they're going to probably have some impact fees. It will not cover their costs. I'm not expecting that their property taxes can give much excess, so we're gonna have to set something aside in the general fund to make the difference. Right now, that looks like at least $500,000 a year. So, we're going down this path and we make commitments on these things, but they never become a priority, and when we're trying to say what's the priority.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to get to, is you're asking right now for us to show that it's a priority. You're saying we need, for public safety, we need $500,000 a year.
Well, that just.
Roughly, as a rough number until we get some more specifics. That's what you're saying we should
I'm saying, do we want,
say as a priority.
is that what we wanna do? Is that our priority?
For me, the answer is yes. I'm only one of 5.
for specifically for public safety.
And I would like, you understand that public works is public safety too, because that's where we build our armory, our better evidence, our better bay, the piece of that too.
So what we want to do is combine some of the same thing we're talking about between the two projects.
So is the public works another 400,000 that we're asking for, or is it? Or is it 500,000 for both of them?
Well, you know, what I'm saying is the public safety is gonna need to be supplemented to make theirs work. We've gotta do everything on public works.
Right.
You know, do we just wait and in a few years see if we can bond for it and just go that way or not set anything aside, or do you wanna do something?
I would like to encourage you to give us enough money to get a plan put together. You know, a footprint, what does it lay out? So that will start driving this cost. Then we can come back and say, okay.
Give you a real idea
Now,
of what it looks
we
like.
watch the market and we know what the building is, so then we can actually update that cost of that building that quick.
So what's that number? What do you
I say
need?
$500,000.
What do you? So you need
For
a total
both of those?
for both of them combined, or
No.
for one?
Each.
So you're asking for our next year, out of this $3 million, you need $1 million.
Probably half of that.
Alan, so what we're saying is, out of the $3 million, we need $1 million to start moving forward on the public works and the public safety.
I would think so.
That's what I was trying to get at, is what's the ask, if it's $1 million?
I will also emphasize to the public and you all, this is the next pieces that you're doing things that's not a short-term, we're building
This
for
is
the
50-year plan.
50, 75 years, it's not just a 5-year plan.
How much, just out of curiosity, would it cost us to put a basement in City Hall?
$3.5 million.
That's all I'm saying.
And that was half a basement unfinished.
Just would have been nice to have some growth room in the project in which we're sitting.
And storage.
Or vision for public
For the
safety.
record, as a resident, I made that comment, public meeting, totally.
Well, I can say that I told you couldn't afford it.
You couldn't. Such a buzzkill, Alan.
We
I know.
stretched ourselves as far as we could at that point.
Yeah.
The council that was here would remember that in order to go into that, we said no capital projects for 2 years.
That's swirl. That's swirl.
You're not throwing that at me, are you?
No, I'm gonna throw it at Alan because he's talking about something.
No, he actually should get a sledgehammer, he's right.
He is right. So let me ask the
That's a
council.
mic drop.
Do you have any questions, or any
That
of
was
you have
never
any
mine.
concerns about basically for the next year budgeting $1
Mike
million
Fitzgerald.
for those two projects?
I just think it sucks that we have to spend $1 million for plans.
Well, with the architects, they charge us for the plan plus 7% to review, to follow the construction and supervise it. So, you know, with this building, it was $16,000 a month for the entire duration of the construction
Just for the
for
7%.
the architect.
There's my list for you.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Was that helpful?
Yep.
Did that answer the question you were looking for?
Yep.
I think obviously we have two huge priorities that are essential for us to start addressing, or we're never gonna get where we need to be for the long-term growth and honestly sustainability of the city for the services that we're gonna have to provide, so.
I think what we built here, as we build our facilities, we have a good plan in place that this building is gonna serve the community for the original design uses. Basement would have been lovely to have, the whole one actually. We could have used every inch of it and we would not have to expand. But with public safety building and the public works, you got a boilerplate that is gonna serve a long, long time and probably do it. In this building, what happens in the aging community, the services in the building will be tweaked and changed a little bit. I see this building be able to meet those needs. I will say this, someday the court will have to move out here, but that was our plan in the beginning, in my opinion.
Okay, so with that, we're going to break for lunch and then we'll come back and finish the discussion regarding capital projects, some additional information that we have to share. But we will just start that when we come back. So lunch will be served in the community room.
Yeah, I think the board, so,
Oh wait, Jared just said start.
I'm like, Jared's missing.
Every single one of you was on your
missing,
phone out there.
Brett's missing.
She's gone, yes.
For the day?
Sounds like it.
What? This next part would have made her happy.
I wanna be happy. Are we good to
She
go?
wanted to leave dad.
Tammy?
I guess we can go.
Yep, let's go.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So we're just gonna finish up one last section of our capital projects. We had spoken to you a few meetings ago about a program that we were working on, project engagement with the community. This will not only be beneficial for the public, but it will be useful for council. It will really be useful for our customer service department downstairs, because it will be easy for you to find out what's going on in different locations throughout the city. So we are still making tweaks to it, and kind of as we go through it right now, we want to see if you think of things that you would like to see added to it. We can find out if it's possible or not. But we want to make sure that there isn't anything that we've forgotten. So, Alan,
Okay,
if you want to click on the projects map.
I will.
Is this up and live?
It's up in line.
It's up and live. It's just it's still
Still
a
tweaking
work
it.
in
It's a work in
progress.
process. In the banner that goes across your website here, right now, there's a thing that says City Projects Map. And, this will be actually back in another section at some point, but
And it will be embed in that section, so when you go to that section, you will see the map itself. But this is just as we're working through it.
okay, as you go in here, if you pick the project map, it will bring up a map of the city. This is kind of a combination thing. When engineering creates a permit for something in the city, it'll show up on this map as soon as they put it in our permit system. When they do an inspection, it shows up immediately. But right now, so far in this map, we have created a layer for land disturbances. Someone's digging up the road to put a sewer line in or whatever. We've done one for our city projects, and we've done one for subdivisions. When you look at this map, these blue areas, or the colored areas, are subdivisions. And if you click on them, it'll tell you what it is. This is Rosecrest 4A, Plat B, it's final, it's closed. These cute little things here, if you look close enough, those are little backhoes. And if you click on those, you see here, there's 5 land disturbances in that same place. You see this one of 5. If you just arrow over, you can see each one of them, who's doing the work, what they're doing. We're working on getting in this so that you can get an estimated completion date. We don't have those yet. Part of this is we took the information we've been using and put it in here. So as we go through the inspection process with engineering, it will start updating this even more and more, and will become more of a tool for you. But we're working to get contact information. If there's a problem with it, they can look it up here. You know, someone calls in and wants to know who's doing something on their street, our customer service can look it up. They don't have to send it to engineering, whatever.
Oh, that's huge for them.
Or if they call you.
Yeah, I get mostly calls about what business is going in there.
Yeah. And what we've done with this too is, in addition to tying it to the work orders and permits and inspections that are happening in engineering, we put a back end on it so that communications can put things in it. I call it foo-foo stuff, but anyhow, if
We could make it less engineering and more
but
pretty.
So we have Arches Park.
this is Arches
They're
Park.
adding the bits to
Right.
it.
So if click on
No.
the more info.
Yeah, I will. Okay, you see here, you got the contractor, you got the phone number, you got his email. Expected completion is May 30th of 2019. This is where we can add things, where we can put the
Nice.
drawings of what's actually
That's
happening on the
fantastic.
project. And, so we can put whatever we want in there for the public to look at it. We've got another section down here, and we've actually got it hidden right now, where we can actually have the ability to put the plans out there to show what it's gonna be. We're working on that. There's some things that, and this is, like I say, it's a working process because every time we look at it, we come up with new ideas. We are working this morning, and it's not complete yet, putting a drop-down field in here that would say Planning Commission, where we can put a date in it.
We wanna know what meeting.
Or whatever meeting it's gonna be. The public, when they look at this project, will see when the next action on that thing will happen. And this is really a complex thing because it's using our GIS, it's using our engineering information. Communications is adding their piece so that you can see what it really looks like rather than just the words. So anyhow, we've been going through these and just, every time we sit down and look at it, it's a new piece that we want to add. This is 7300 water line. It's in planning and conceptual right now, but it's expected to be finished in May of 2019. Now there's a couple of little features I just make you aware of. The 3 bars gives you a legend of what you're seeing on the page. If you go to the 3 sheets and you don't want to look at the subdivisions, you can turn it off. Or you can turn off the city projects and just see the land disturbance or whatever you want to see.
So is this just land disturbance then, that it's
We
showing?
have land disturbance, we have city projects, and we have subdivisions.
Okay.
And so
Those are basically 3 different layers that exist on
those are the 3
there.
different layers that we can put on there. Or you can take them off and just look at the one you're interested in. This little button over here takes you to where you're at. So if you hit that, and you're sitting at home, it's gonna take you right to your home and show you what's going on around your house. Right now, it's at City Hall showing us, there's a number of land disturbance permits going around there. But like I say, this is real time, it updates 1 minute after it's entered into the system. When they enter the permit or an inspection, it shows up on here. When Tammy's staff puts pictures or plans or
Dates.
renderings or whatever, it updates every minute and it's immediately available.
This is so cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You showed us, I just kind of missed it because I was looking at it, you could attach the pictures. Is that something that's live now, or you
It's
said
live.
that on Arches Park? How do you do that? I want to be able to show people how to do that.
If
They
you
can
go-
attach
They can
pictures.
attach
They can
No,
attach
I'm saying, where did they find those pictures?
There's a link that
It's
says
where it
more
says
info.
rendering.
More info. Yeah,
Yeah,
so if
right.
there's
Renderings are
Renderings,
pictures,
thank you.
project
Okay.
brochure would be if there's a significant timeline
Now-
that goes with that project.
Arches Park is
pull up
the
the
only
brochure.
one that we've got on yet because we only got this ability to do yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, because we had to reset everything, so.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Still, this is fantastic.
But the whole, the whole concept here is that we can take what they're actually doing in the field, have communication, put stuff that we need to get out to the public and put them together.
Yeah.
And so we take it, and there's like 5 databases that come together to create this map. And, so it's really turned out pretty cool, but, as we go and we get more and more information in it, the more valuable it's gonna be.
This is fantastic.
It is set up so that anything that's finished will drop off. We haven't turned that on yet because we needed data to show you, but, we wanted things in there that you can see.
So there might not be quite that many.
If it says
backhoes.
closed,
Yeah,
then
if it's
it'll
closed,
drop
it'll
off.
go away. But, as a starting point, coming in here, we had to put a bunch of data into the system because we haven't been using this to do the inspections and permits and everything in the past. So we took the permits we had, put a bunch of them in to create the backbone for what we're doing. And so the whole purpose of it is just to make it, if you have a call from a resident, you can look it up, or you can tell them how to look it up. If we get calls in the customer service, they can do it. Just trying to make it as easy as possible for someone to see it.
So when we get these big projects that might be multifamily, they come in, look at the elevations, that
Yeah.
kind of stuff, and all this.
Well, And one of the other things that we are today in the process of trying to get installed is a field for videos, so that we do a drone flyover like we've done on a lot of our road projects, water projects. We can install them and people can watch them right off this map.
This is awesome.
So
This seems way too efficient for government, I'm concerned.
now, I've told you how it works and how it's gonna work for you and how it's gonna work for the people looking at this end. We'll let Blake tell you how it's gonna benefit his department.
So yeah, there's obviously a lot of benefits, we get a lot of calls. You guys get a lot of calls, front desk gets a lot of calls about what's going on down my street, so we'll be able to direct you to this, that's obvious. But as our plan review group team goes through and reviews plans, as soon as they put in that these plans are approved for construction, that'll be available, to be able to know where things are at all times. Eventually, we put a couple of monitors on the table down in the building department, and that's so people can come in and look at this or look at maps and help them out. But eventually, we're gonna have them be able to come in and apply for their land disturbance permits online. So all that information gets put in and we don't have to re-enter off of a paper. So that'll be really nice. That'll be automated at that point. They'll be able to fill out their land disturbance permit at home online.
Is that software that you're creating internally in order to handle that, or is
Well,
that
like
an
I
external
say,
software?
there's several different databases. CityWorks, our work order permit program, is the backbone for it. But this particular one ties in to a number of databases. We're combining them. It's essentially resides on our GIS Esri system, but it's drawing information from a number of different places. One other thing, just for the engineering, one of the things that Jonathan was concerned about as we were putting this together was knowing what his engineers were doing. We've created in this a dashboard for him that he can actually pull up, and it will give him how many inspections have been done this week, how long's it been since this project was last inspected. Each project will be in the dashboard to show how long it's been since that project was last inspected, how many inspections have happened during the week, and that's a rolling thing. So it's actually how many in the last 7 days, and it rolls every day to include the new day and drop off the last day, so he can see what his inspectors are doing, how many inspections are getting done in a day, what projects are getting inspected the most, which ones need more inspection.
The management tool for it.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah, it's just a dashboard that when he logs into it, that's what comes up and he sees.
And are we retaining all this information so that we can mine the data later and become more efficient?
Yes, it's all in the database.
One other thing that we've had a little bit of an issue with in the past is there's so many projects going on in Herriman that if the traco shows up on site and starts digging a hole, a lot of people don't think twice about it. So any city staff, like Parks Department guy, if he has an iPad or Microsoft Surface, be out on site, click on his location and say, oh, there's no permit for this, what's going on, why are they digging? So then we can spur that off, because in the past, they've just kind of looked at it and said, oh, they must be approved to go and everything's good, so.
So,
Powerful tool.
you know, you've got one more thing I'll just show you here, is you've got a zoom. If you pick something on the map and you hit the zoom, it will take you, it's supposed to take you right down.
Is there 2 at the bottom of that box?
No,
Well, it's not.
I think you have to close it and then hit zoom.
If you zoom and then, like Dropbox, wherever you wanna go.
Anyhow.
I thought Alan was
that's
supposed to
the
be good at IT.
Yeah, the zoom's the
Well,
The
like
zoom
you
is
say-
the little,
plus and minus.
yes, the
It's
plus
a
and
work
minus
in
is the
process.
zoom.
Okay,
The other thing
How
is the
about there?
search tool.
There you go.
so you can click on it, and when you get the box up, the zoom tool will do the same thing. Bring you right to where you wanna see.
So back to my other, will it tell people what business is going in there?
You know, that's a layer we can put
You
on
can
there.
add that layer.
I
a
hit that,
business layer.
That would
I
be,
get those kind
That's
of
one we
questions.
hadn't
Is that
thought
a
of.
new
Do
business
you guys
layer?
know what's going in there? Hey, they're building something there, does
Well-
anybody know what that is?
and that would get people actually going.
Our business permits is connected to the same system, so we should be able to pull it up and do it the same way.
That would be
That's
cool
just
too.
not one we had contemplated yet. This all began months ago with a request from council to have better information on the projects. And, you know, like I say, there's a lot of people involved in this. There's Tammy's staff and IT and engineering and GIS, and we've got one of our consultants helping us. You know, it's just, but we can evolve it to be whatever you want, you know, and we can default it to where something certain comes up instead of all the layers. So, you know, if you want that, but, you know, it's trying to give everyone better information, you know.
I'm sorry, I like it how you have all the layers there and then they get to choose what they want to see or what they don't want to see. I love that it defaults to that, and if they want to eliminate something, they can go eliminate that.
And we have before you click on that link, the instructions are on the page so that they know, hey, these are the layers, this is what it looks like, so you can go in
Right
and
here on
select.
this page you go into has a description of which of the what they are.
Didn't interrupt.
This is called Esri GIS Dashboard, and so it's a common tool that a lot of cities will get to use. So this interface will become common for people to use. They'll know, just like when you get in Facebook, you know where the buttons are. So
Yeah, well, and
it'll be like that.
it uses the same functionality for maps as you'll get on Google Maps or anything like that. All of them pretty well the same.
Doing it right now, it's super easy to navigate.
Yes, it's not hard. You know, we've had several of the employees that just open it up and start using it. You know, just click the buttons, what does that do? And you know, it's worked pretty easily. So.
Pretty user friendly, it looks like. Yeah.
A quick question, it doesn't kind of ties indirectly to this. I know there used to be an option where people either on their phones or something could file, I guess, log concerns. Is that still accessible out there?
We can do it on our phones.
I had a resident the other day tell me that they've used it before, but when they went to find it the other day, they couldn't find it on our website.
It's called City Source.
City Source.
I submitted things the other day.
Okay.
Oh yeah, on the website, it's called
However,
Local Matters.
That
Local
again,
Matters.
That's our name for it, is Local Matters.
Okay, thank you.
We are looking right now at a similar app that would add many more features to it than just reporting an incident. So we may be looking at something there that will change how we do it.
Personally, I just want to say I'm impressed, and I think this looks great, and I am extremely grateful to the efforts of staff to put this together, because this is going to be just tremendously beneficial to, you know, what we do, and just honestly very grateful. This looks fantastic, and nothing but praise.
Yeah, and I love the efficiency of that. It's not just, here's a task, please do this, and then you've allowed it to make efficiencies all over in different departments. So that's like cherry on top. Good job.
Is there any way to pull in similar data, and there may not be, but for like Mountain View Corridor, when it's UDOT project?
Probably not, because
Yeah,
we
they
don't have
their
access
own,
to their
but we have a
database,
link
but if we had access to their database, we could.
So, well, and the only reason I say this is because I could see somebody coming in here and going, well, there's this big construction going on in Mountain View Corridor, what is that? And then no data being here, so just maybe clarifying that on the page, that this doesn't include UDOT information.
I don't know, but just thinking out loud as I think about that, if we know about that from UDOT, we may be able from the communication side to put something in.
That's what I was just put them as because we get their
Like their-
update,
Yeah, if we took their updates.
and we can just make sure that the contact information is theirs.
You know, rather than a permit side, I think we could probably do that.
You could maybe just add a little icon that you click on it, it's a link that takes you right to UDOT's site for that.
I just, that was the only one of the few things that I was like, if it's not ours, but it's in our city, but it's a major impact on our residents.
Everything that we put in here can be hyperlinked to something else. So
Fantastic.
if you go to something on Mountain View Corridor and we don't have the information, we could hyperlink it to UDOT so they can see it there. But yeah, everything in here can be hyperlinked. So
when some of our utilities come through and do upgrades or improvements to their systems, are they always going through the permit
They have to
process with
get
the
it.
city, so we'd be able to capture it there?
Yep, they have to get a excavation or a land disturbance
Yeah.
permit. They changed names and I'm not used to it.
Which is another reason why you see so many little backhoes on there, because it is literally for every utility.
Which is good.
And the residents might be calling in and saying, there's a guy digging in my front yard, and I looked at this, and there's nothing on there.
Yeah, that's
Same
way,
thing.
so
Well, the one I've got up here
informative.
was just taken out a couple weeks ago. They're installing 2x6 conduits, west side of Emmeline Drive to east side of the road. Ground is unborable. We have an open trench. We'll dig half of the road at a time. Midland Construction on their phone number. You know,
So, wow, that's.
and there's
Awesome.
actually several going on in that same area. Some of these are close, some are active, but
Just concerned if we keep raising the bar so much, what are we gonna go next? Just saying.
See that.
I also didn't see a direct link to Jared's phone number anywhere on there,
Yeah.
so.
We can definitely add that if you.
oh, that would be.
If you could just make it so when they click it, it dials immediately,
Voice over IP, alright.
then that would be great.
Got a great voicemail system.
That's now full.
Anyhow, we're just, like we say, we're a work in process here, but, you know, there's a lot of things that we can conceive to put in here that, you know, that someone might want to have access to.
Long-term, you know, I just don't want us to, I know we're going through a lot of work to make this happen. I don't wanna run into a situation where a company or something goes out of business or stops supporting it and we all of a sudden lose our entire database. Are we protected
Well,
against that?
Yeah, I think we're pretty well protected on that. Esri, which is the GIS program, resides on our server. We have all of our own databases.
Okay.
CityWorks that is doing the permits and so forth, their database, it's an internet program, but the database resides on our server. So yeah, we're pretty well protected because we own the databases, so. You know, it's always a challenge to convert from one database to another, but we have that access, so.
Well, not that we want to, but.
They can't take it away from us, so.
And that's, I think, the bigger issue is that I would hate to have this kind of service and then have another company decide not to support it anymore and then not be able to provide it anymore.
No, I think before you see this not supported, you'll see the next level of what's available. But
Yeah, we
Esri,
should move into the next.
Esri's been around forever,
Yeah, it's
they're
an
a pretty
industry
solid
standard.
company, and that's the main backbone of what we're doing here.
Cool. Well, I can even see it refreshing on me.
It refreshes every minute.
So while I'm looking at it, I don't have to refresh the page, it refreshes on its own, which is great. So if something new comes
Well,
in, it's
you
there.
know, the thing is, you know, if any of these guys put a permit into the system, it will be on here within a minute. So you'll see things show up as you're doing them.
What's the difference between, on these subdivisions, what's the difference between the gray subdivisions and the colored subdivisions?
Well, the gray ones are in general kind of small ones, and so we haven't gone out and made separate legends for each one of them, but.
So they're smaller communities that aren't part of
This little one right here is RSL. But, you know, if there's active ones, we're going to put them in the legend so they show up.
But it still allows, it still allows you to go in and look and see what exactly we're talking about.
You know,
As you zoom in, the gray comes up in color.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the smaller
So,
subdivisions, you just have to zoom in closer.
but you know, the thing is like I said, we're just starting the inspection part of this and the person that started part of this. So we had to take data that was out there to create it. And so that will kind of change over time as we correct what we've got there and get rid of the old, so you're seeing just the new and, you know, but it's, you know, talking about Autumn Crest a while ago, and someone's got a question of it. It's in design. It's expected to be completed June 29th, 2019. It's not out to contract yet, but that's the status. So, you know, we've been talking here at lunchtime that there might be some better definitions for the statuses, but those are all things we can change as we go through the process.
And we're still working on all of the data entry, so you see a lot of blank fields, but it's just because we're trying very quickly
Yeah,
to
work
get
in progress
everything
for
put in
sure.
there.
But, seriously, every time we have our meeting and sit down and look at this, there's a list of things we wanna add to it. What's that? Just yesterday, we had 5
Yeah,
or
if you
6.
wanna drop down
You know,
boxes.
and so it's just something that we're going to, and if you want businesses on there, I'm sure we can create a layer for that. It's just,
This is great.
it's open for us to determine what we wanna put in there. If it's in one of our databases, we should be able to capture it.
So we've seen the 2 additions that you'd like to see, and we will work on getting those on, but are there any others?
A
Is
parks
there
layer?
anything else? Parks is part of the city projects because they're city projects.
Okay.
Yeah, that first one we
Underneath
showed
one,
was.
could-
Like Arches Park was right.
Underneath that, could we do a layer of just all of the parks, so people could pull those up kinda quickly?
Yeah, we could separate roads and
Separate.
parks and water.
I'm just saying,
Depending on
this
what
could
it's like on
be,
your end.
Yeah, it depends on what their
You
permits
could also
are.
have separate maps, so in the parks website, you could have.
Yeah, we
One
could
that
create a
links to the
separate
park.
map.
maybe that's a better, I'm just seeing, I know that people talk about, well, this park versus this park and not knowing which one, or with the trails, this trail versus this trail. If we could have that where we could call it out and somebody could type in Eric's Trail and know exactly which trail they're talking about.
Whiteview signage is gonna take care of that.
If we wanted to create a map for parks that
Sidewinder trail.
showed parks and trails and, use those as layers, we could do that.
Or we just plug this one into
Or-
their side,
we
but
could
it's
plug
just
it
the
in
default
And
is
just create layers for those things.
So, and obviously this, we're gonna continue to develop this over time.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm just thinking of the things that we have, the big things that people are like, well, where is that one actually? Or where is, how do I get there? What are you talking about? This would be a perfect way to
Yeah, it works
do it
really
all out.
well.
We have an online map like this set up at the computer at the business counter, business license counter, and so it has parcels and it has certain things for it that aren't on this map, so we can modify it and make it.
Yeah, it actually functions, like I say, in 2 ways. One, to be a support to the staff and what they're doing, and one, to give information to the residents, And by adding the communications, piece to it so that they can add their things and make it look good. I think the residents can then look at it and see videos and pictures and brochures and so forth and understand what's happening.
I love that, that's multi-use.
Fantastic.
It'll also be really great for customer service because they do get so many of those calls and then they do get transferred to all of these guys down here. And this way they can just pull it up on their own, answer the question right there at the front lines.
And again, improves efficiency in the department again because of that.
But in addition to that, all of our customer service people are already on CityWorks. So if they pull it up here and it doesn't give them all the information they want, it gives them the permit number so they can go over to the permit and see what these guys have put in, and then they've got the complete picture.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Okay. All right, Blake, transportation.
Alright, this will be the next, slide down. These
That's
maps will be
this
in your
one.
books as well.
You did a great job over there, Destiny. Good job.
If you could tear a little quieter though, please.
We should run on that.
This is why you're daring. Fingernails are the front toward your chair.
Alright, well, while the computer's getting set up, we're just gonna kind of give an overview of the transportation network that Herriman has, and talk a little bit about. Yep. Let's go on presentation mode. There we go. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about the existing transportation system. This is all based on the build-out population from the general plan, that was the 2013 plan. So that build-out population is 111,736 people. And I didn't put the general plan in here, but it's in the front end of your book so you can look at it if you want to compare. We're going to talk a little bit about modes of transportation and the concepts to reduce traffic congestion. We're going to talk a little bit about 2040 level of service, existing level of service, and talk a little bit about funding, and then kind of open it up to what we want to go to from there. So this is our existing transportation system and our future network shown. It doesn't show bike lanes. The plan is right now that all the collector and arterial roads will have bike lanes on them. As we get bigger arterials, it's probably wise to figure out how to separate those bike lanes with a median or put them off the road so that you'll get higher uses, because it just is more comfortable to ride away from the high-speed traffic. You can see the transit line that's shown on here. That has been shown on our maps for years and years, since about 2009. Wasatch Front Regional Council has put this leg, well, the whole section of it into the 2050 plan in the phase 1, which would be within the next 10 years as corridor preservation. So not building it, but funding it.
Which was a change from what they originally did, because originally just pulled it off altogether.
Yeah. So progress, we're getting there. So we've got transit, and then the alternative transportation is the bike lanes. We didn't put trails on here, but we will have trails incorporated in the parks plan. We put in a request for transportation land use connection funds. We'll find out about those in January to do a active transportation plan for the city. So we're waiting to hear back from that. We're putting fourth quarter funding requests in for Main Street, the section that isn't built yet. And then we're pairing with the county in South Jordan to request for 7300 West. And we already have funding from Wasatch Front for the end of Herriman Parkway out to 7300 West. We're just trying to get the environmental work done and approved through that. So, any questions on the transportation system or clarifications needed? We've talked a lot about this section of the city. The northwest quadrant basically is where all the growth's going to happen. Down here is still got some things to happen, but they're a few years out. Getting up on the west side of Mountain View Corridor is going to be a challenge. It'll happen, but it'll just take some time. So I'm going to focus mostly up on this area of the city because that's...
Before you go up there, can I just ask one question? Has there been any talk with UDOT about connecting Mountain View and Bangor?
Yes.
Yeah?
It's in the works. There's been discussion about a section of road, the 126 South connection from Mountain View to Bangor. And Riverton has talked about turning that into flex lanes, like 5400 South.
So, I mean, actually connecting Mountain View with Bangor.
And so the evolution of that is talking with Horrocks on the Olympia Hills plan. Is the flex lanes can handle a certain volume of traffic, and the volume of traffic they're expecting on that road, even without Olympia Hills, is going to exceed that capacity.
Yeah, for sure.
So they need to do a freeway-to-freeway connection. And so they're looking at options there. Something needs to happen somewhere between 134th and 118th. So, yeah.
Okay.
There's discussion going on there, but...
it still hasn't risen to the level of being identified on the 2050
But
plan,
not,
has it?
but not serious enough discussion.
So it needs to be something.
And it won't be on the 2050 plan at this point because they're too far past that standpoint. Right. They're down to funding, they're to prioritization funding, it's already set.
Stranger things have happened, but
Never say never.
it's most likely Mayor's correct. It's down the road quite a ways, and it'd be a difficult challenge to get it out of the system. Basically, to the point, if you put a project like that on, you're stealing projects from somewhere else, and that's it's a difficult thing. So we'll talk a little bit about level of service. This is our existing level of service. What I did to generate this was I took our transportation master plan and I took a whole bunch of traffic studies that have been done for the area and looked at them and put the worst level of service on the intersection that the traffic studies in the master plan had. So this is kind of the most updated data we have. And right now, you can see the volumes. This is what we've recorded with our counters over the past 6 months or so. We've put them out for a couple weeks at a time. And our volumes are actually pretty low. Our The intersections are given a level of service based on your delay time, how long you have to wait through cycle. A level of service D basically says you wait at the light and you won't, and it turns green, you don't have to let it turn red on you if you've been waiting there. You make it through that cycle. You don't have to wait 2 cycles.
So an F is you have to wait through at least over a full cycle.
Yeah, and E would probably be it's time, but yeah, an F is based on, I think it's like a 90-second delay. So if you waited at an intersection for more than a minute and a half, you should be there.
So some of these major intersections that don't have a rating next to them, what does that indicate then?
I don't have data for them. I didn't calculate them.
So those ones along 134th, they're at 56th and 50th West, and those you haven't done those yet.
We haven't. We're in the middle of our transportation master plan right now, and I should be getting those soon, but I don't have them yet. So these are based off essentially the Teton Ranch, the Danzy. I kind of took Olympia Hills with a grain of salt, their traffic study, because it failed everything. But the existing, it was based, I used the Olympia Hills existing. There was a good chance to go through and look at each one of them again and say, why does this one say C and that one say D? Really, they should say the same thing. So keep in mind those volumes. These are also in your book. You'll be able to flip back and forth. But when we look at the 2040 volumes, this is kind of shocking, and this is where we really need to start doing our transportation master planning. These volumes get high. Our intersections start to fail or approach failing. And we all know that as you come down 126, this section that's on the other side jumps up to astronomical numbers, more like 60,000. So, Olympia Hills study had talked about how they only add 2,000 vehicles west of Mountain View, or east of Mountain View on 126. The Wasatch Front model, their 2050 model, someone's routing traffic down that road and someone's not. So we need to look at their trip distribution and see where they're putting these trips.
Sounded like the one from the county, the Horrocks was, they couldn't handle any additional, so only 2,000 went down that road, and everything else gets forced up north because it doesn't have the capacity.
Yeah, their explanation was that that road would fail, so nobody would go down there. They would go the other way.
And so I saw trip
that was their logic.
They're automatically going to go path of least resistance.
That was their logic, was that road can't handle anymore, so those people
So
would naturally go the other
trips a
way.
day.
Well, and studies are only as good as their input. The output's, and if your input is designed to make it look
Guess that's
like
one way
it's
to
gonna have a
approach it.
lesser impact on certain roads, you can input the data to have it spit out that
Once you
output.
hit failure, you can't.
That's why it's important.
Double
for us to
failure.
understand.
And so they routed a lot of their traffic, down through Daybreak out of 6,000, 64th for their future trips. And I don't see that happening. Those roads are small, there's roundabouts, there's houses on it, it's difficult. So it'd be interesting to see when we get their final study. And eventually, we'd like to have our own traffic model in-house here that we can run. Currently, we don't have a traffic model. We don't have anyone that can run that software. Mountain View has about, you add those together, that's 120,000 trips per day up and down Mountain View. So that shows that this area is very viable for business. People will be looking for that. But these are pretty high volumes, and so we're going to need to be looking at if our system works.
Yeah.
So, for example, daily traffic of 48,000 just east of the high school. I have a table here. You'd probably be looking at a 7-lane arterial spacing your signals out at least a half mile apart. That's what can handle that volume at a level of service D, based on our transportation.
Level of service D?
Because D is our target.
Right.
And we've set that, so we can't really change it because our impact fee is set on it. If we changed it, we would probably get challenged by the builders if we wanted to go up to a C or something. A D is
That's
pretty much
crazy to me.
industry standard.
You can only plan for pretty much the worst case,
Yeah.
We can't have a higher standard.
It's not how we typically teach our kids.
But also D is your peak hour. So if you designed for a D and you had 7 lane, say you ended up with 9 lanes, probably about, most of the day except for that peak hour in the morning and afternoon, you've
Be
got
wasted.
few cars on that road and you're spending a lot of money on maintenance for maintaining this road.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, but it's air quality. It's always a silver lining.
So, okay, that's the volume. And then these are the Wasatch Front maps that I just received a couple of days ago. So I threw them in so you could see them. This is our existing network that they have mapped.
Hey, will you go back one more time, when you were talking about priorities too, it looked like on both of those maps, that intersection, go back one more. You
Yeah,
have
that one.
you have a C, you have a, up there, up, you have a BCC, right?
All right.
See that C right there? It goes to not that one.
The center one.
That one goes to an F, and so
Yeah.
that's probably something we should look at sooner rather than later.
That
too,
one's
right?
Jeanette Lane. That one's gonna be a
School
tough
district.
one. Yeah.
Tell us
It
how
goes-
you feel, Jared.
It's exactly what it is. It's a level of service F because of the school.
Okay.
And then
I drive there
outside of that,
several times a day, and it sucks all day long. All day long, because there's 5 freaking schools in one block.
but at 10 o'clock at night, it's fantastic.
Wow. Let's do their best.
Tell us how you really feel about this.
I look and
I'm getting lost in all the fluff.
But between midnight and 3, it's fine.
So as we see that approach, if it starts
We need to arrange that.
because F will cause congestion, but if it starts causing accidents, we'll start looking at signals and islands and things like that to mitigate it.
Yeah, just need to for sure stay on that radar, huh?
That's one of those ones that might show up as a study this intersection someday.
Just leave it here.
Just leave it here.
Throw the squirrel at Jared.
This-
Throw it at Jared.
Just sew it to his shoulder.
So
I think that's the mascot at Denny High School.
You have Chip on your shoulder.
Squirrel?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
but the key thing on the Wasatch Front map is if we want to get federal funding for roads, they've got to be on our Wasatch Front map. So if we're going to meetings and asking to get UDOT roads on the map, the UDOT roads are typically already on there, especially like Mountain View. So it's more important for us to probably go and ask for these roads out here because UDOT will get their funding. We want to make sure we're getting 8,000 West and things like that on there so that we can eventually get funding for these roads. So it's important to know where this map's at. This doesn't have the transit layer, but like I said, it's just that transit line that we've always had on there. They finally just recognized it on their 2019-2050 map. So with that, we have a round of Wasatch Front funding that we just applied for, and we're gonna have to do we did our letters of intent for funding. Now we're gonna have to do our concept reports in January, and then we have the fourth quarter funding. Those applications are due next Friday. We've got some trails that we're going to apply for. We have a few roads that we're applying for. We've teamed up with the county and South Jordan on a couple things. Pretty much everything roadway that we're doing is addressing this Northwest Quadrant. We're handling Autumn Crest already with some legislative funding. So this is your guys' time to talk about road funding, what you'd want to see move forward, what you want to see us go after, where you see the priorities.
I'm in favor of road funding.
Me too.
Second that motion.
You guys already know where the issues are, the same issues we've been talking about for years. I mean, we just gotta keep going after it.
My frustration obviously is that because of obviously other influence that sometimes you don't have control over is we continue to grow out here, that there's not, we've mentioned this already today, is that there's not the funding available out there for us to be able to stay up on our road needs. So, and again, there's all this push for development and that whole discussion that goes there, but there's nothing in place to help the communities actually plan and help fund their transportation needs. So these problems that we're already seeing today are just gonna continue to get worse and worse and worse because we don't have the right mechanism and the right support from the state level down to be able to address these issues, especially as we start to talk about alternative methods of transportation and funding those and getting those on. We've got that on the the tracks on the, tier 1, but again, that's not coming anytime soon. So we're doing all the right things to go out there and to continue to designate our roads and to go after the funding. the reality of it is that there's never gonna be enough funding to help us accomplish truly what we need to do in order to meet the service levels that are coming down the road at us. And honestly, I don't know, I don't know how we prioritize to try and stay, we're never gonna be able to stay ahead of that curve. We can barely stay up on the maintenance component of our roads that we've already talked about a little bit today, let alone the expansion in the infrastructure to sustain the growth that we're gonna continue to experience. We're at nearly 50,000 residents out here right now with an anticipated growth of 111,000 people out here, and people are already complaining daily about the traffic and the congestion. So double what we've got out here right now. And so, like I say, we know we need funding. We're doing all the right things as a city going after that. I don't know what we do to say how we really prioritize, because we're gonna continue just to experience these same problems because there's just no real fix out there.
Yep. I know that in discussions with other cities and
legislative items coming up.
Some of the planning people that we've talked with is really there's a couple ways to bring these volumes down. We get transit, or we bring job centers to the city to get the cars off the roads.
Right.
And that, if you get the job centers there, get the volumes down, your roads get to be narrower, you get to spend less money on maintaining them.
Yeah.
So, and then you get the tax benefit of the job centers there. But that's one option to do, but
Hence part of
it's
the
easy to say.
reason the ban
Drone cars.
Drone cars. Yep.
Do a little show and tell. Go to this one. This is from like a plan. This really just sticks me. I need a pointer. Where's your laser thing? So I don't know if there's a way to address this, if there's anything that we can get them to consider, but when they talk about forcing us to shove in density out here, right, whether it's in our city or not, how are those people gonna get in and out? It's these three roads, right? And so then you look at your grading scale, those grades are for what we currently know is gonna be out there.
I didn't have Olympia Hills.
It's not including any of that stuff that gets thrown out here. Once it does, all of these fail, and that's pretty much what even the flawed Horrocks thing said, is all those roads fail, so nobody will want to go there. They'll all use 111 to go that way. That makes no sense. But I guess my problem listening to these developers is they come in with whether it's little subdivisions done here or listening to these guys talk about Olympia Hills, they come in with their traffic studies and they look at just that area. What's the effect just on that area? Well, it's not the effect on that area. It's the effect all those people have on everything downstream and everything that's already
major transportation
been built there, will be built there. And that's why I keep going back to our study people need to include that. And say, look, for an ideal world, what we want to see is density at this level, because this is how it affects all of this down here and into Riverton, right? I mean, I listened to their city council meeting talking about all the people from Herriman clogging up 126, guilty, like probably at least twice a day. I drive that, right, getting in and out. So my question is, going forward, as developments come in, so even where am I looking? So here, so this is the Teton thing, right? So what would be smart of a community like ours is this is where we know this is where the road is going to go eventually, whether it's now or 20 years or 30 years. As they come in to develop, why do we not preserve that corridor, right? So we build the road a certain width, and then those guys build right up to the limits, and now we're constricted in how wide those roads can be. We know we're going to need an east-west corridor, yet we don't preserve any of it. Doesn't make any sense. So I look at 126 running right by my house, right? Yeah, right there, right? And it's basically I don't know what the width is, but 3-lane road, right?
It's
2 lanes
wide
and a
enough to be
median.
7. It will be 7.
So right? So as these things come, can we plant? Is there a way for us to plan far enough ahead to keep the width wide enough for major east-west, not just a 4-lane road? I mean, we need to have like an east-west expressway to connect to this thing.
I think I agree 100%, because The thing about it is we can throw the county and the state under the bus all we want, and fairness, they can be thrown under the bus on a lot of this stuff. But as cities, we have to do the same thing. We have to hold ourselves accountable for saying, why didn't you guys plan? You guys are dumping all these houses in there. How come you didn't say, oh, this road is gonna be this much because 111,000 people, and it already hurts? Wow.
Because we know that, I mean, as they continue to build stuff out here, those people are gonna wanna walk and come try to get down this way.
Especially as we see the prison area go in, all that area over there, that's gonna be.
So it's, right, I guess my point is, right now, looking at, especially 126th, 118th, as we start to go west, kind of from 6,000 west on, we kind of, right now, have the opportunity to preserve the width of whatever the corridor is gonna be. But as soon as this stuff gets thrown in, I mean, it all disappears really fast.
I don't disagree a bit with what you're saying.
I don't know how to do it.
My concern is that once we've preserved it, because we are trying to be proactive, now it just gives them even more of an opportunity to say, well, you guys have done all the planning for it. The cost and the improvements of that is up to you, rather than the state kicking in like they should be to help preserve those. So I think it's a little bit of a catch-22 on that. I don't disagree a bit with us effectively planning ahead for that. Again, my only fear is that we take the lead on that, they're just gonna hand us the ball and say, we're done.
Well, I guess that's my overarching argument, is if they wanna force us, or like I said, whether it is actually in our borders or not, that's the effect it has on us, it has on Riverton, et cetera. If that's what they really wanna do, they need to put their money where their mouth is, right? And put the $100, $200 million into making one of these an east-west expressway.
Yeah.
Right, that's the only way that these roads don't fail, right? Is if we have some true east-west arterials.
Which is why it's so disappointing that that's not on the 2050 plan yet.
It should be. It's crazy.
They simply don't care.
They've known that volume is gonna be on that road for a long time.
Forever, yeah.
One thing, if we were to go out and ask for additional right-of-way for new developments like that would be something that would go into our master plan, our impact fee study. And so it would be picked up by impact fees, but right now our transportation impact fee for single-family homes, about $2,100 per door. And if you widen it, it just makes that fee go up and up and up. So, and then you get to the point where, other cities are a quarter of the price, and your development slows way down, which.
I'm okay with that. And that's because, to me, that's the thing, is the further out you go, the more expensive it should be. Because you're putting more strain on the entire system. Right? It's like, it's an exponential problem. The further out you go, the more strain you're putting downstream.
Blake, does the impact fee get recalculated once we complete our transportation master plan?
Yeah, we identify capital projects, and then you prioritize them into a 6-year. You have to spend your impact fees within 6 years or give them back. And so that 6-year phase, you figure out how many building permits you'll do, and they balance it out and figure out how much each impact fee is. You can split it into areas. Currently, our transportation, we have 2 areas. We have the town center, and then we have everywhere else. But I think they're the same amount. So that way, if you keep one service area, if you collect $1 in southeast Herriman, you can spend it in northwest Herriman. If you start splitting it into a bunch of different areas, which if someone out west pays more than someone closer, you're gonna have a service area out there, and if you collect $1, that's the only place you can spend it, so you can't widen downstream if you're collecting it out there.
Do you have an anticipation whether or not those fees will remain flat, increase, decrease?
Our initial estimate when we did it last time, they went down.
Okay.
Because we built a lot of our network.
Okay.
We do have a contractual arrangement though with Real where we cannot lower them.
And SLR has an agreement like that too, about 1% that it can change if you go up.
Because we're reimbursing them for work they did, and they don't want their revenue source to go away because it's coming just from their area.
So there's some definite challenges with funding these improvements with impact fees. So going back to alternative funding sources, there's legislative funding opportunities. one of the discussions that was had with 126 was turning that road into a UDOT road. And then UDOT would control all the funding and everything on that. And UDOT, as we've seen, are really good at going through and buying people's houses and tearing them down and building a road over it. Cities don't typically do that kind of work. I've actually.
Well, they've got
mentioned
flow charts
cities.
for that, so.
Yeah, so, yeah, there's definitely a challenge there with this getting that number
I
of
think we
cars
just need to
through the
be
city.
forward thinking and plan for that, because if we don't,
And the
if
traffic
there's
right now,
ways we can make adjustments, let's consider everything.
the traffic right now, we experience moments of, congestion, but we don't have all-day congestion, throughout the city. As we grow, we'll see those moments of congestion extend, and we'll have more and more prolonged congestion, which, if you go downtown Salt Lake, we're never gonna be that, but there's congestion there all day. And so we'll approach something more like that as we grow. That's just, and there's a lot of people that live here that have been here since the city was 900 people, and so they see they have to wait at a traffic signal where it used to be a stop sign, and everything's changing. I don't like it, and that's just the growth cycle I think we're going through.
Well, and if we can really, like I said before, if we can reverse some of that traffic and instead of having everything going one direction all the time and create some job centers out here, that changes the game a lot too.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions for us, or?
No, I think, you guys okay with the funding that we've been requesting so far, the Main Street and the Herriman Boulevard and? It's hard to spend.
Like, sometimes I hear 7300 West called relining U11. Does that become U11, or does U11 still swing to the west, and that's just simply a city street?
That's a great question. So, I didn't bring this up yet. U111, we are currently working with South Jordan and Salt Lake County to do a study to realign it. South Jordan had a serious accident a few years ago on, I think, Old Bingham Highway or New Bingham Highway, one of those intersections. There was a fatality. There was a lawsuit with it that required South Jordan to reconfigure that intersection. So we've been talking with them about doing a study to realign U111 at that intersection and bring it straight south. So that road that you see, 7300 West, becomes U111. And it would be U111 from Herriman Boulevard northward. And that could become a UDOT road, it could be a county road, a city road. The study's gonna shake that out when we get there. They're gonna look at what size it needs to be. There was a study done in 2011 that showed that being a 7-lane separated highway. And it actually showed a big intersection on 118th, like a CFI, like you see at Bangor and 134th. So there's some talk there about modifying
That'd be
that.
great if that's just another north, south, where's the east, west, like where does it go? Is it just dead end? People just drive to the end and stay
It
there?
would be
Where do they go?
It would be a loop that would turn you into 126, so it would put more traffic on that.
It's the question, Jared, it's the question nobody wants to answer.
Exactly. Well,
There's
we
not a good
have to
answer for
force
it.
them to answer it. We're not doing our job if we don't force the issue. I know we want to play nice and not make anybody upset, but it's on us to make sure this happens.
So I'm hearing that our master plan, we need to really look at how wide these roads need to be, which we have always planned on. And we'll emphasize that, especially 118th, 126, because there are major corridors in and out of the city. They go somewhere.
Yeah, and really 134th is
Yeah,
a pretty
134th
pretty
still is-
major too.
It's it's a pretty major one as well.
A big feeder into the city too, and so
And
that
everything from
definitely
the
has to
south.
stay on
And
there.
the congestion you're seeing at Mountain View will decrease a lot when the freeway comes through. Don't know exactly when that's going to happen right now.
It'll be a long time.
It was the
Bangor's
2031 to
been 40
2040.
years.
It hasn't, so for that to happen, it has to be built down to 2100 Lehigh, and that's not even funded yet, so we're looking not happening anytime soon.
Well, and also a transit component is supposed to be built first.
5600 was part of the environmental document.
Yeah.
Thank
So, yep, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Stormwater.
Storm drain.
It's right before.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do storm drain, and then we kind of already touched on public safety, with giving $500,000 to action plans, and then we'll just run through the.
Yes, we can hear you.
Just
that.
In a meeting, you guys had stated that you wanted to see the presentation that was given by the Southwest mayors and kind of go through that, so, we'll have that done. And then we'll kind of move everything else through to work meetings that will happen in the future. So, just wanna touch on what you're doing, and then we'll.
This one shouldn't take too long, because we've talked about it a lot, but I've got a little more detail than you've had in the past. So, if anyone's listening to this on Facebook, I just kind of wanted to give a little background. Our stormwater program, cities designated an MS4, a municipal separate stormwater system or sewer system. Means that we have stormwater that we generate in our city, and we put it into a county facility or a state facility, and it goes down to the Jordan River. Jordan River is deemed impaired water, so we have to meet certain standards. And so all the cities in the Salt Lake Valley are part of the Jordan Valley permit for the Utah Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, UPDES permit is what they call it. And with that permit, it has a list of minimum control measures we have to meet. They include public education outreach, public involvement, illicit discharge detection, construction site stormwater runoff control, post-construction stormwater management, and pollution prevention and good housekeeping for your municipal operations. It's a mouthful. So basically all that does is that creates a need to have a program to manage these. And if we don't do those, we get in trouble by the state. So the state came out and audited us about 1.5 years ago. We put together a plan. They found a lot of deficiencies that we had not been doing. We didn't have a funding source to budget for a program. So we were doing the best we could with what we had. And we got some good marks in our audit for some of the things we were doing, but we also got some dings for things that we weren't doing. And a lot of that had to do with inspection. The inspection is pretty needy, I guess. That they need a lot of inspections. They need a lot of documentation. And in the audit, it became apparent that if we didn't document it and keep that document forever, then we weren't doing it. Even if we were doing it, we didn't document it, write it down, keep it in a file somewhere. They didn't deem we were doing it. So we decided that we would set up a program to address this, and we've talked about this before. And program needs to be funded with a funding source. And so there's general fund, you could fund it with general fund, but that would take away from all these other projects. Or you could fund it with a fee, or you can fund it with tax increase, whatever it is, any one of those is the way to fund it. Almost every other city in the valley funds with a user fee, stormwater user fee. So just some quick facts as we talk about this. I went through and did some calcs. For storm drain, we've got about 110 miles of storm drain in the city. It's in the ground, public storm drain right now. So it's a lot of storm drain that we need to monitor, clean, and keep track of every year. We have 2,633 catch basins, which are the curbs where the water goes in the catch basin. Then we have storm drain manholes that are access points to clean out the storm drain. There's 2,421 of those. So I didn't calculate this out, but if you divide that by the number of working days in a year, we're probably having to clean several of these every day to keep on top of it. And then all the miles of road for street sweeping. So program has a lot of maintenance items for public works like that, cleaning out manholes, storm drains. And then there's inspection side with all the construction we have going on, making sure they're not putting sediment into the creeks or into someone's yard next door, things like that. So we went through, determined a program. We've compared it to a lot of other cities, but we kind of wrote the program for what we would need, the street sweepers and all that need, and all of our plan review and all of our inspection. The annual program cost would be, what we're estimating is about $1.15 million per year to spend on a program that would bring us in compliance with the UPDES permit. This would add approximately 6 full-time employees in the public works arena,
That would be someone running a Vector truck to clean out the manholes and catch basins, and someone running the streets, a couple people running the street sweeper, and then a supervisor. So, and there's some new equipment that you'd have to purchase for some of this stuff, some of this work.
That's all calculated in the 1.1 million.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the whole program would calculate into that. There's vehicles, cell phones, computers, maintenance, gas for all the vehicles, so we've that includes all that. That'd be a whole program. In comparison, the neighboring cities we have, South Jordan spends $2.425 million every year on their stormwater program.
Is it substantially larger than ours?
South Jordan's probably a little larger with a little more build out. Draper, they spend $3.175 million per year on their program. Lehigh spends about $1 million per year. They have some really low fees, and I'll get to that in a minute about fees and where people are at. Let's see, Eagle Mountain, they spend $511,000 per year. And this information might be a couple years old. We had an intern pull this information together right after our audit. And American Fork spends about $800,000. Cottonwood Heights, who does not have a user fee right now, is more in line with us. They spend $170,000 per year on their program. And I know that Cottonwood Heights and Holiday are currently doing a study to implement a fee. And so is Salt Lake County for some of their townships. The consultant that we've hired to do our fee study is actually doing the Salt Lake County one currently right now, as we talk. And some of the larger cities like West Jordan, their program is $2.9 million. Sandy's $4.3 million. So they spend a significant amount of money. The way we figured out the fee is I went through and picked about a dozen typical quarter-acre lots and calculated how much impervious area they had. So the rooftop, their driveways, any walkways, shed pads, or RV pads. And so I picked 12 typical lots. They came out, averaged their number or amount of impervious area, came out to about 3,900 square feet of impervious area. And then I took every quarter-acre lot in the city and calculated their impervious area because the GIS department already had all that drawn in. And it came out to about 4,100. So we were pretty close, 3,900, 4,100. So I said 4,000 is probably a good number to estimate as an ERU, an equivalent residential unit, or ERU. So most other cities use around, well, South Jordan has a really high number for an ERU, 4,700 square feet, 4,752. Draper uses 3,000. And the importance of that number is when you do the non-residential fee calculation, you use ERUs. So if that ERU square footage is low and you go to somewhere like a church, then if they have a whole lot of impervious area, they'll have a really high ERU. And so their fee will be a lot higher. And so ours is kind of right in the middle of everyone else. They're right around 2,700, 3,000, or 5,000 about for South Jordan. So we went ahead with the 4,000 square feet per ERU and broke it into several categories. And we're figuring that the residential uses, depending on how we would break it out, would probably range somewhere between $5 and $8 per household per month for a fee. And then the non-residential uses would be somewhere between 6 and 7. And that would be an adequate amount to fund this program that we've set up. And so we're going to pass this information on to our consultant. They're going to dig deeper into it. We're going to look at some places like churches have on-site stormwater retention, so they might get to reduce their amount that they would pay, but they still have inspections that we have to do on those sites every so often. We have documentation. They still have an impact on the streets and things like that. So it wouldn't be no one would ever get a zero amount. They would probably be reduced by they'd pay 70% or 50% or something. And that's what we're kind of waiting on our consultant to tell us about. And so with that, we can look at some of the other cities. South Jordan, their residential fee is $7.15 per month for every house.
Just the billing that goes out with the water.
With the water department. Yep. West Jordan, which I've talked to someone in West Jordan, theirs is $4.50. And they have some weird way they calculate their ERUs. So their industrial places pay like a flat fee. And I've heard that their general fund has to subsidize this program because they didn't adopt a high enough fee and they don't want to go back and ask their industrial users for more money. I heard that from someone. I don't know how true it is, but it sounds like a good story. So we want to make sure that we, if we do a fee, we want to make sure that we adopt something that's going to pay for the program. We don't want to cut ourselves short. Sandy's at $6, Draper's at $9, Bluffdale's at $5, West Valley's at $4, Lehigh's at $3, which I said they had low fees. It seemed really weird. But they also charge $1 per 1,000 square feet for commercial. So if you think of all the commercial they have, they probably have some pretty big payers with Adobe and all those pads there in Lehigh. Murray's $465, Orm's $675, Eagle Mountain's $5, American Fork's $6. So they're all they're all under 10, except for, they're all under 10. Draper's the closest to 9, being closer to double digits. But so the fees that we looked at were right in the middle of the road, right where we should be, looking at these, and that would help us stay compliant with our MS4 requirements. One other thing I wanted to bring up was I went to a conference a couple weeks ago, talked with Jean Riley. She's over the stormwater program for the state, and it's been said that our fee, if we don't become compliant, could be $400,000. But I think that, I don't know if that would be a charge quarterly, or a charge annually, or a charge monthly, or daily. There are fees that the EPA charges that are that much per day. It's not unheard of. So it's very important that we get this program going. I'm hoping to bring the ordinance and the fee study back to you in a council meeting soon. And then we wanted to get a advisory board with residents and possibly a council member and have some meetings to talk about what this program needs and kind of a steering committee to help out with it so that we can make sure that we meet the needs but don't try to do this without any public input. So, are there questions or anything that you guys would like to discuss with this? The program, it's one of those things that you just have to do.
We have to follow the law, so let's follow the law.
I do. And I think I mentioned this to Justin a while back, just briefly too. But 50% of the water that we get currently to supply our city is wells, right?
Wells or springs, yeah.
Yeah, wells or springs. And so what happens with stormwater historically is because there's not pavement and sidewalks and everything all over, it seeps into the ground, it replenishes our aquifers and helps us to continue to supply that. So what we're doing right now is we're converting all that aquifer replenishing and we're dumping it into Jordan River and dumping it into the Gray's Hunt Lake. So I just think that if we're talking about forward thinking, we should be harvesting that
So there's a lot of discussion on that and putting it back into the ground because it's difficult to store a large water event. You can't store it above ground. It's almost impossible. You have some restriction from the state because the water quality has to be as good or better than the groundwater that you're going to put it into. So there's some restrictions and there's becoming, I don't want to say a little more lenient, but they're listening a little bit more. Like Blake may have mentioned before, you have low impact developments that you can, and actually it's a requirement now, you have to detain up to the 90th percentile.
The new permit has 2 requirements in it. One of them is the 2-year event, which is most of your smaller rainfall events. None of that can go downstream. It has to go back into the ground. And that'll be in effect probably around June next year is when they're going to require us to have that. The second one is you have to have low impact development on your site, which is bioswales and things that put the water back into the ground. And the developer, actually this is one place where the state's really stepped up and required in the permit, the developer has to show that it is totally infeasible. They can't do that to get out of it. Otherwise they have to do it. And that'll be in effect in June, about June next year.
That's awesome. I just think if we can just really start thinking and looking ahead on those kinds of things, because I just it's not a problem that's going to go away in the state. And the Great Salt Lake is great, but I think that there's probably much better use of our water if we can somehow capture underground storage tanks. That I mean, this is weird, but I even think of like like a septic tank, right? All the stuff goes in it, but you have your leach fields that go out and distribute out the water out through those fields and stuff. So if there's some sort of, I don't know if there is or not. I'm just speaking probably before my brain should really be speaking, but if there's some way that we could capture that, put that into those kind of facilities, and then have that leach back out into the ground and just continue to harvest that water rather than sending it down the road. I think it's advantageous to all of us.
Like Blake alluded to, that is what they're actually trying to do a little bit, so it has less impact on your major drainage courses. And you don't have to, it actually slows down on a lot of the permit stuff that you have to, because it's not discharging to a county facility or a state facility.
We've been requiring or asking a lot of people lately to put their roof drains into a French drain in the ground, especially with infill, where they come in and build a house in Old Town here or something, and their roof is gonna all of a sudden put all this water that was never there into the neighbor's house. We said, just put it into a French drain, which is you dig a trench, fill it full of rock, and dump your downspouts into that.
Nice.
That puts it into the ground and really helps out. So,
yeah.
So we've been doing a little bit of that, but our new ordinance and our new engineering standards and the new stormwater permit will really beef up that requirement.
Good. I think that it can't help but be a benefit. Thanks.
Okay. So stormwater.
Okay. So like I said, we're not gonna really get into the public safety impact fees, but Chief's just gonna touch on a few things really quickly, and then we will move on.
So we kind of talked a little bit about the future configuration, and Alan and I have worked on this quite a bit, where we knew there had to be other funding that should be added to our position from new growth, and that comes in the way of impact fees. So we're currently underway with that. Design Bank will work through that and come back to you at a work meeting with more information. But I think probably the most important piece of that conversation is not confused with having your own police department. This is going to happen anyway as we grow, and the expectation of us vacating that area down there for the rest of the city to grab into. So we also, as part of the conversation earlier, I'm trying to keep it under a minute. Talk really fast. As part of the conversation earlier, where we share space with Public Works. Right now we have an impound lot that really isn't an impound lot, but it's where we maintain evidentiary value of vehicles and those kind of things. But we also have some Connex trailers that Public Works helped us get for storage of property and things that we gather, like a bike that doesn't have evidentiary value to it. So all of those things we hope to package with Public Works and really work to help aid that program along too, as we can enter into that working agreement then. Does that sound about right, Ellen?
Yeah.
Is that 90 seconds?
Sure.
Any quick questions about any of that? We'll be coming back to you more with more information soon.
Great synopsis in a short time.
What's that?
Great synopsis in a short time.
Very short time.
Nice
I've been threatened for the last half an hour-ish.
It's all Blake's fault.
To make it, yeah. Thanks, Blake.
I've never talked that much in my life in one day.
No, over there.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to legislative items, and what we're going to focus on today is just taking you through that presentation that was given by the Southwest Mayor's Group to make sure that you have all of the information that you're asking for. And I'll probably have Mayor Watts touch on most of it because he was in all of those meetings. I went to some of them, Brett went to some of them. But obviously, there's been this thought, this feeling that because there's all of this land availability on the west end of the valley, that's where all of the growth should take place. And a lot of that has felt like it should be in the form of density. And so a bunch of the mayors here on the west side got together and thought, how do we address this? We have to make sure that we give clear definitions that density and affordability and availability are not interchangeable. They don't all mean the same thing. Also, when you listen to discussions from county groups and state groups, it always seems like the west end isn't doing their fair share. So we also put in information that let them know our single-family housing ratios, our multifamily housing ratios, and it really defied the message that they're giving. And then, of course, we wanted to touch on transportation issues. There were a few others in there. There was the ZAP, which I'm
we really
not
didn't even talk
super
about.
familiar
And we
with.
didn't even really talk about it because it was more of a county issue, and that wasn't the particular group we were speaking with. So.
And so we'll just take you to the slides, and Mayor, if you kind of want to let them know some of the discussions that took place, and I can touch a little bit on where the information was coming from. But obviously the first item was housing needs. And
so this map is a map showing the places that are populated areas in the valley. So all the lighter shaded areas are places where there is currently population. So as you look at the places where there's still areas that are unpopulated or places for growth, you notice that the west side tends to have the vast majority of those. As you get up on the borders on the east side, you notice those are where the mountains are, and so a lot of that is unbuildable land. And while there's some infill coming in from some of these communities, a lot of this is to show that the vast majority of the growth is coming in the southwest corner of the valley. We also here on this chart also showed what the populations are. There's often a misconception of how big some of these communities are. I still hear on a regular basis, wow, Herriman's gotten really, really big. Because when you have legislators that are not out here on a regular basis, they don't necessarily remember or understand really what truly the growth is. And so then we also kind of, with some of the information that we took on with the Olympia Hill stuff, we pulled in and showed an overall density of what our communities are now as we move towards our build out. And so you can see here just a kind of a quick chart of what we were looking at, where that growth is and where that growth is planning on coming. Keeping in mind that for Herriman, our number is a little bit low, but a lot of that's because most of that land is unbuildable. So we have all those mountains that are
that was my first
in our,
question, it looks like that 9,300 is including the mountains.
It does include the mountains, and so and that was called out during the meeting specifically.
Which is interesting, because if you look at South Jordan's numbers, there's about the same acreage, and their build out's 130, and our build out's 140, and a ton of our land can't be built on, so, wow.
I mean, that's a major problem if this is what's being sent to
Yeah.
legislators. They're gonna look at this and go, yeah, that's where it needs to go.
Yep, told you.
Well, let's go through.
They aren't gonna bother to look at the rest.
So, but this is where this comes in. This is where it comes into show. So here is the housing stock for the southwest corner of the valley, and this is where we spent most of the time of the discussion on the housing. Was these particular numbers here? And you can see both what currently exists in each city as single-family housing, detached, and as multifamily housing. And you can also see right next to it what's already been vested. So this is stuff that has already been approved. That's one of the big things that we want to make sure is communicated out, is that we have, well, you don't have anything out there. Well, yes, we have, and we've already approved a lot more that, is coming that you just don't see. And so you can see the numbers on all of these different cities and these communities as to where we are. And as you look at Herriman, 42% of the housing stock in Herriman that's vested, so that's already been approved, is multifamily housing.
Do you have actually numbers of housing other than just percentages?
Michael, we have some on that one handout, right?
Yeah, I'll look at that.
Did they do any comparisons with other cities?
We're working on that right now, trying to get
So
that,
how
because
does
this is
this
the
compare with
information.
Sandy?
Yeah, and that was specifically asked as well. Part of this was to provide this information in comparison. This information was provided by each community, and so trying to get this information out of other communities is going to be a difficult process. And so we're trying to, part of it is making sure the information is out there.
And having them include topography in their maps would probably be a really good idea, so that they can say, look, you're seeing all of this dark green area, but you've got to see that it is unbuildable.
Yeah, and maybe color it different, even like if you look at Salt Lake City, wow, Salt Lake City has an awful lot of land, how can they not build on that? And it's like, because they can't build there. Okay, then maybe color it different on the legends. Same with ours, color that a different color so that people understand that it's not buildable.
Okay.
So, got some examples of some high density housing. At this time, Y2 also showed up and talked about our Cameron Deal, not Y2, but Cameron Deal from the league was there to talk about the study that the league and the WFRC has been doing about housing.
We emailed you guys the whole.
So that information, one of the biggest things that came out of that, they talked about, and this is something that the league hasn't released the full study yet, but the importance of the state providing the needed infrastructure, things for density and things to be to be amenable to the local communities, and so this is something that is part of the league's. This is something the league will be doing for this legislative cycle, is pushing out the narrative and trying to complement the narrative of cities are not just fighting against it just to fight against it. They're fighting against it because it's not right. And if you provide the right infrastructure, you provide the support, those things are much better to be done. Can much better be done and absorbed into a community. And so that's, if I remember correctly, that's where this was. This particular part of the presentation was made by Mayor Ramsey, and so this wasn't necessarily the part that I gave.
So can I, another thing about being absorbed into the community, I think it has so much more to do than just if you'll pay for the infrastructure, we'll absorb the impact. This changes the whole culture of your community. It changes the whole culture of our state. So you have people saying, we want to live there, we want to move to Utah because of this culture. Well, if you change the whole culture just by saying we'll pay for the infrastructure, you no longer have that desirable place that people were wanting to move to. And I'm not saying that you can't have density in some areas. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just suggesting that we better find a balance on this, or this state is no longer the state everybody's wanted their children to grow up in. It's completely different.
Here's my overarching, visceral response to the housing crisis. If there's a housing crisis, where are the homeless people? Do these people not have somewhere to live?
They're living in, so the argument that you're gonna get back there is that they're living in their parents' basement.
I thought these people were wanting to come to Utah.
So this is part of what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the information out there.
So my point is that there's a propaganda campaign.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yep. We're
And
well
so
aware.
this is a great start, but just these 2 pages, if I didn't know what I knew, I would look at this and go, yeah, Herriman needs more, is what this shows me. That's pretty alarming that this is what we're.
That was not the reaction that we got.
They responded just the opposite.
Yeah, they responded exactly the opposite. The legislators were, oh my gosh, clearly there's.
This one shows it, right? But not this one.
That was a map that I didn't see ahead of time, that got put in the last time.
And that map is troubling to me, I think of 140,000 people on half of what South Jordan has, and it'd be 10,000 people more.
Alright, so then the next thing, part of this propaganda campaign, they act like this is the only place this is happening. This is economics. This is just simple supply and demand across the entire country.
Yeah.
Go to Idaho, same thing. Wyoming, same thing. Nevada, same thing. Florida, same thing. Right? The president of the CEO of D.R. Horton was on CNBC yesterday and said, yeah, we're seeing demand start to slow because prices are too high and interest rates are starting to go up. People can't afford. He used the word, people can't afford to buy our entry-level homes because we're pricing them too high. Sorry.
So it becomes a market correction and not a city planning.
Right. This drives me crazy that our developer-led legislature is trying to make this out to be, we have to fix this to pad their pockets. This is crazy.
And this here is intended to support what the league is trying to do. So the league is making a very concerted effort to adjust that narrative, because the narrative coming out of the legislator, the narrative coming out of the developers is that there's a housing crisis, that cities aren't helping, they're not doing their job, they're not participating. The league is commissioned the study, the Y2 study, which they haven't released yet, but they'll be hopefully releasing soon, to say, well, hold on, that's not the case. And so the league is working is working in that manner to change that narrative to say, no, it's not just that we are, that the cities aren't doing their job. The cities are doing their job. This is what they're being dealt, and this is how they're trying to deal with it. And coming in and just usurping their land use authority is going to make it even worse. And so this is an effort by our specific area to say that's true, and look at what we've already done, to address those concerns that you do have. But here are some of the reasons we are not being successful. And that goes into the next section, which is when we start talking about transportation. And so would you mind going a couple slides forward?
On that note, I'm hoping that what you're saying about the league is true, because what I'm seeing from the league so far seems kind of like the opposite. They seem to be just folding under the pressure and saying, okay, you're going to do this anyway, so here's our proposal. If the going into the transportation thing, this is what I've seen is, okay, well, we need to do an incentive program. If, say, you do whatever density, then they'll get however much of the transportation.
Towards the end of last year, during the last year, at the end of the last legislation cycle, I would probably agree with you. That's the way that it felt as well. I think that cities are pushing back a little bit more sternly now, saying, whoa, hold on here.
Okay.
We don't need to take this. And so the league, I think, is also moving that direction as well, saying we've got to listen to these cities because this is, you can't just dump this. Because for us, it's putting in more housing. For other communities, it's you take away for example, the Cottonwood Mall site. It's the redevelopment site. Ours is the new growth side, but for some of these other communities, it's the redevelopment side. If you're taking away our ability to control that redevelopment, you're shooting us in the foot for being able to help control our own destiny. So all of the communities, I think, are pushing back in slightly different ways. As growth communities, this is what we're dealing with, but the league is getting it from, I think, all sides at this point.
And that's not to say that there aren't still other highly influential groups out there that are doing exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I had some issues even when I was at the league convention. Some of the speakers there, I felt very much were trying to soften up that body of legislatures that were a captive audience, to soften them to this idea. And I just think that we can't play soft. We have to draw the line and say, no, we're not playing that anymore.
I know exactly what you're talking about with one of those speakers at lunch. And I actually talked to the executive director for the league afterwards and asked him about that, because a lot of us were very, very upset by that. And he kind of told us that the intent of that particular, having that particular presenter come and speak was to show us what the arguments are and what is being said against us. And
attempted backpedal.
It went awful. I'll fully admit the presentation was not well suited to the environment.
Just look at who paid for his expenses and we'll find out what
it was very, very bad. But it did, in a lot of ways, highlight a lot of those, what is the legislator going to be hit with as we're going through the next legislative cycle, that, well, cities aren't doing this, and cities aren't doing this, and cities fight against this all the time. And so part of that was intended to come back and say, this is what you're going to deal with, and you need to be ready to answer these questions. Did it come off that way? Absolutely not. Yeah. It was very aggressive and it was very adversarial. But since that time, I think I would say that was probably the moment that probably galvanized most of the cities to say, no, we all need to fight back against this.
Because when I left thinking, why do I want to be part of the league?
You were not the only one.
A lot of these other bodies, they're just, I'll just say they are cherry picking the information they want and spinning it and providing that narrative. So we're going to start providing the opposite one. This might be where you're going with this, the incentive thing, you put in density and you qualify for the transportation dollars. I just want to throw this out there just in case I forget as I get mad about everything else. What about the existing density? Right, so we just looked at our roads that are going to fail with what's existing. They need to catch up. We don't have a single state road, a single county road in our city limits.
You're jumping ahead. That's exactly where
right. We don't get a penny from them. Right. Mm-hmm. So back to that point of, well, why would we play nice? We've never gotten anything. We're not going to get anything.
Yeah.
So
can't lose something that we're not getting.
So the next part of the presentation was specifically on road infrastructure and talking about the issues that we have here. And so we'll go to the next. So this was just calling out population growth by different areas. And one of the things that we hear is that some of these counties have these huge growth percentages. Washington County is 4%. Wasatch County is 5%. But Salt Lake County is still growing by 1.3%, which is still quite a bit of growth. And where is that growth in the county coming when you consider our size? What part of the county is it coming to? And so this is specifically to call out, well, we keep saying it's going in the southwest corner of the valley.
we've got another 100,000 people coming here, or we had 100,000 people gain in that county in the last year. Where are they going? We know where they're going. They're coming here. They're coming to South Jordan. They're coming to Riverton. So that's what this is trying to point out, is to say, look, yeah, Washington County is growing, but they only added 27,000 people. We added 100,000. And so we need to make sure that we're keeping those in comparison, that 1% in Salt Lake and 1.3% in Salt Lake County does not mean the same thing as 4% in Washington County.
So I love this map, and I've harped on this to everyone I've spoke to about this population growth thing. Look at Duchesne, Uinta, Paiute, Carbon, Emory. Why are we not focusing GoEd on bringing economic development into those communities and stabilize the economies in those communities so that they can share in that growth? Why are we not focused heavily on those areas, saying, hey, what businesses can come into these areas, stabilize economy, and absorb, so that Wasatch Front isn't absorbing all the growth, so that Tooele County isn't absorbing all the growth. We need to do a way better job at a state level of focusing economic development across the state. It's the state of Utah, not the state of the Wasatch Front. Because that should be very...
I believe those comments were made as well.
That's so telling to me when you look at that and think, why are we not helping out these other communities that are just as important to this state and bringing economic development to them?
All right, so this goes and shows in the Salt Lake County where that growth is coming. Does anything look surprising there?
No.
So this just goes on to continue to show that in Salt Lake County, the growth is coming to our corner of the county. That's really what this is showing right here. So this is this starts to go into the road and traffic and the traffic usage on the surface streets on an average weekday in 2016. So these are the roads that have average daily traffic. The red is anything over 20,000 trips a day. Do you notice anything?
East-west.
East-west, 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 east-west. So our road infrastructure is most burdened in the east-west because there's no major corridors to address the east-west connections. This was once again just an infographics really to call out what we already know, that east-west is a major problem and it's got to get addressed. So this was another, and this one didn't show up very well on the screen in the presentation. So this was to show once again projected traffic counts in 2040. And looking at it, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it because it wasn't really visible. But this is the information looking at it in 2040. This comes straight from Wasatch Front Regional Council, that the growth east-west, the problems are in the east-west corridors. What?
If I asked Tammy for the presentation that they gave us, I think it was a map. It was a map similar to this, the grid that showed that what it should be and what it actually is.
The county looks very similar to the county's presentation.
That's what I'm looking for. I haven't had time to go back and find it as well.
So this model, by the way, is their 2040 model, and they're updating that right now. So these numbers
are going to change, and they'll get worse. They'll get worse. So this just calls it in to the areas and kind of showing what that traffic count is in 2040 for these east-west roads. And you can see that there's just a lot of east-west traffic, and these northwest roads tend to do pretty well because there's northwest corridors. But the east-west, all of them are quite packed because there's just no major connections to convert that. So we talked about road and road infrastructure. So then we went on to talk about transportation. Should we talk about how, okay, well, we can do better, we can deal with the traffic issues by doing transit. Well, this is our current, our rail transit lines. So you can see here we have, our tracks line, and we put this up, and immediately they all laughed because they knew exactly what we were trying to display with this was, look, how are we supposed to get how are we supposed to get our residents back and forth when there isn't a transit line through our communities? If you notice in Bluffdale does have a front runner line, but there's no front runner station in Bluffdale. The only front runner station in these communities is the one in South Jordan. Well, South Jordan does have a tracks line and a front runner line, but they have no connection between the two. So in order for you to go south on rail, you have to go way north to get on a front runner and then go down to Provo. And that was what this particular one was showing. So we moved to the next one, and they laughed again because we showed this is what our core bus routes are. Do you notice any issues with this particular bus route? So South Jordan has a bus route. Herriman and Bluffdale do not have a core bus route in either one of them. So these are the bigger buses. These are the more regular times. We obviously have a flex route, but those are far less often, and they're not designed to carry as many people. They're also designed to be first and last mile. So I know. So they're also designed to be first and last mile. Well, how are you supposed to get the first last mile when you can't even get to your community on the bus or transit? And so we also pointed out that, okay, well, we have this big east-west problem. Where are all of our east-west bus lines? So West Jordan does have some north-south bus lines, but South Jordan, Herriman, Riverton, Bluffdale don't have any really any north-south bus lines. And in all 5 of these communities, there are no east-west bus lines. There's one in Riverton that takes it, I think, out to the Riverton Hospital, but that's the only east-west bus line, and it doesn't even go all the way out to Bangor, let alone Mountain View. So the intent of this was not to say we have to have this project right now. The intent of this was to show, look at Salt Lake County, look at what areas are being served, and look at what areas are not, yet all of the growth is coming to a particular area. So that was the intent. I think we have one more that just shows them both overlapped. So you can see right here, look, there's no bus line between, between the front runner and the track station. There's no real connectivity from UTA. Somebody made a comment, what was it, Monday night?
We need to put the stops on there though too, to illustrate.
We could do that. We can absolutely do that. What was it, Monday night at the Wasatch Front thing? One of our friendly developers made the comment, because we were all talking about how there isn't any transit. That was one of the issues with our roads, is there's no transit option. And one of our developers asked, well, who in here took the bus today? And of course nobody raised their hand. And I had to, and that was exactly, I actually had to stop him, and I stopped them and I said, that is an unfair question. Because he was trying to say, well, why would you put in transit if you don't use it? And I had to stop him and say, that is an unfair question, because you are asking people if they took transit that don't have the option of taking transit. And that was when he went, oh, okay. And this is exactly what we're trying to show is, you're saying that we have, we've already shown you that 41% of our community is multifamily housing, which you say through the Y2 study needs to go next to transit lines, okay? But we don't have any transit lines. We don't even have a bus in our city to get them to the transit line. And so the point of this presentation is really to emphasize on transit, on housing, that this narrative that we're being told is not accurate. We're doing our part, and even though we've done our part, we haven't been given what we were told we were going to be given. And so if you want to come in and say we have to, you're going to have to do this, you need to step up to the plate and do what you need to do so that these are sustainable communities, because there's no way that we will be able to sustain our communities if we don't bring in other options. And all of the legislators, every single one of them came out to the respective mayors afterwards, and every single one of them said, wow, this is so clear, this is exactly what we needed to be able to hear, what we need to be able to say, this is exactly the problem with what's been going on, and in a lot of ways I think it really solidified it. We had Sue Duckworth from West Valley, she's on the West Bench for her legislative district. She invited us to come speak to the Democratic caucus, not the Republican caucus, but the Democratic caucus, to give this entire presentation up at the legislators so they could see it. Every single one of them said this is exactly what we were looking for to start pushing back against these conversations that we're having. These cities are doing their job, they're just not being given the help they need. And so what are they pushing back? Absolutely. We should expect them to, because we haven't helped them at all. That's what kind of came out of this. After this, we do have some about the county. The point of this, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it because we had a particular legislator that went off on a side note. She squirreled. But what this was really to show, okay, well, look at the Southwest. This is ZAP funding, so this is Zoo, Arts and Parks for the county. This is how much money goes to these cities out of the entire percentage of the dollars that are there. So even though we have a third of the county, when it comes to ZAP
the percentage of ZAC tax received, we get 8%. Now, there's some argument about that because, okay, well, we have the arts up in Salt Lake and that can serve a greater community, and there's other projects. It's not necessarily saying that we need to take money away or do something. What we were trying to illustrate was that we have this growing community, but we don't have any resources that we need. There's this disparity is here. So the entire point of this was to come together as communities and say, we are trying to work together. We're trying to show you that we want to work regionally. We want to be friends. We want to do what help be part of the solution. But you can't give a narrative that we don't do our job and that you have, that you need to take away our land use authority because we don't participate and we don't work towards those goals. So we tried very hard to keep it informational. We tried very hard not to push really any specific, legislative priorities other than we want to keep our control. We need transportation infrastructure. We need help. If you want us to do these things, which we're already doing, please take the time to help us in this legislative session. And it went over, in my opinion, quite well. They were quite happy with it. So just a couple more slides of the same kind of stuff where that funding's going. Yeah, I think that's the last slide. But that was what that presentation was and what we're going for. And I think some of those suggestions you made about those maps are helpful. That can absolutely be made because as the groups, we created the maps together and helped.
This.
We not only
all the slides.
Yeah, we sent it out. I can send it out
You
again.
said.
Yeah.
It helps out.
I don't think I could open it.
And we've added so we'll suggest putting topography on all the maps, noting the buildable areas. We'll also add all the stops on the transit maps because that will help.
Those are
and
great
then
suggestions.
If there's anything else that you think that they should include in that.
So the intent,
they welcome you.
and maybe some feedback from the council. The intent we've been requested by a couple different entities, including Wasatch Front Regional Council, to try and the league to put some of this information in front of legislators again right before the legislative session to the entire legislative body. So do some presentations up at the Capitol a couple weeks beforehand so that they
should be going out and giving it to some key people between
and that's the intent of what we're doing. So right now we're all trying to take it to the different city councils to get feedback and input. The only legislators that have seen this are our specific legislators for the 15 legislators that serve our different communities. And we, in a lot of ways, was looking for input and with their comments and concerns and questions were. So the next step after the councils have seen it and have provided input, we'll need to take this to the full legislative body and try to combat the narrative that we're not doing our part to, be part of the solution.
Okay, so that kind of concludes everything that we had said on the agenda to discuss today. That being said, we'd kind of like to talk about if this was helpful, what subjects you thought really kind of stood out and made a difference. If you think that the layout, we always want feedback on what went right about how we put things together today and maybe what we could improve on. And of course, if it was informative and if you felt like it was good dialogue, if there's other things that you want to see us continue to hold discussions on throughout our future work meetings.
I like the day format, honestly, as far as we all have plenty on our plates, and no matter what day we have to pick to put aside, I think the day format on a Friday honestly works better for me. So I appreciate that. I thought that the topics that we talked about and the things, obviously we know we have a lot of work to do individually on each of these topics. So I appreciated the dialogue, the kind of the high level overview of the things that gave us, at least for me personally, some areas to focus my own continued research on to come back to be able to dive into those kind of specific talking points. As we continue to dive into some of these projects and priorities that we have. And honestly, Alan, I appreciated the fact that you were very direct in saying, look, that's what we hear from you, we need to know priorities. And that's really it, is a lot of times, we're here because we have to make the hard decisions. And as much as we want to do all of these things to enhance our community all the time, obviously, there's limited funding available to do that. And so I appreciated the fact that Alan was able to say, look, we kind of hear that from you guys all the time. We need to know exactly what the priorities are so that we can actually start working in a direction rather than, so my comment back would be, continue, if you don't feel like you're getting the feedback from us that you need, then restate, re-clarify with us and tell us that we're not giving you what you need, because obviously you're the ones that are here doing really the heavy lift every single day, day in and day out, and you're doing a fantastic job at it. And I think myself, I won't direct this to anybody but myself as a council member, needs to recognize that a lot of times we're asking you out and do the heavy lift without giving you the specific feedback you need to know really what we think the priorities are. So I think we highlighted a lot of things today that we know we have to accomplish. Now it's up to us to really come back and really prioritize how we're going to accomplish those, because as we talked about to start off today, we're always going to have limited resources, and the list of needs is long. So.
Well, and I think the discussions were really good on, as we're talking about the general plan, we're talking about the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Master Plan. You know, I think, at least I feel like I did, through showing the images and hearing some of the input, that I think we really are starting to shape what that community identity should be in the future, and that we really do want to invest in community spaces, gathering places that serve several purposes. So, I mean, that's kind of what I took away from it. Don't know if that's what you took away from it. And these guys really have to take away from it, because they will continue to meet with the public and try to help draft this plan that sets the vision of what you see for the future. So
I think that's what we're all trying to focus on, is the fact that we have to start planning and doing now.
It's a big job. To have the community we want in the future. It just doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen without an immense amount of planning and foresight going into that. So we definitely, and I liked the timing of this one in terms of, really, as we talked about some of these issues and the lead time that we now have going ahead of the legislative session. I know that was another thing we talked about coming into it, but I think the timing of this and giving us a little more time to dive into some of these topics is very helpful, particularly I think for staff as we work forward and really focus on the legislative session and some of the topics and narratives that we need to have with our own representatives up there as we go into this session, because the fight that we've had over the couple of years is just going to keep intensifying up there. I think it was great for me because I can completely envision what my packet needs to look like to give to everybody during that session, so that they know exactly where we are, exactly where we stand. So I thought the information from you was great and very helpful. And I did like the timing, because then it gives staff the time to put all of that together and then meet with the legislative bodies prior to the session. Give her another Red Bull. I know. It's the end of the day. Is there anything from you guys? Do you have any comments? Do you feel like you got what you needed from the day? Money. Yeah, many people got money.
Well, I'll second Clint. You know, if you guys are looking for specific direction and you didn't get it, speak up. Tell us, because I mean, from on our side of things, it's absorb as much as we possibly can and digest it all. And sometimes I know we don't come back to give that specific direction. So, and then I get all fired up and going in a different direction. So if you didn't get what you needed to, absolutely tell us.
You guys live your departments every day, and we don't live them every day. So you made a comment earlier about here's kind of the main part of it, what was all the rest you called fluff, what was the word you used?
Oh, when they.
Tammy,
Communications
stop,
adds-
foo-foo.
The foo-foo, the foo-foo.
She
And
loves
and
that.
sometimes our job is not just to be the foo-foo, we have to understand that real core portion of it, and if you don't think we're understanding it, say, quit giving me foo-foo. I need to know. Foo-foo's good, and it's nice in presentation, but our job is to make sure that we're doing the hard stuff and not just the foo-foo.
And that's why we wanted to make this more about the dialogue. Instead of just standing in front of you, giving you another PowerPoint, we really wanted to have organic conversation of what do you want? What do you see? What do you envision? And how can we make that happen for you? So.
And I know for me, and this will take time, I think, but I really want to make sure that I understand what your hot button issues are and what your priorities are.
It's really hard to tell a Jared. He
I was just gonna say, I apologize for anybody who's who might not be used to my directness. It's not that I'm mad or anything. I just don't have time for the foo-foo.
Black and white.
Not only the hot button
Cut the
issues,
foo-foo.
but your priorities, you know, and over time, that'll probably change. Some things will come and go. Some things will get resolved.
Will come and go.
Some things will, maybe change. But, yeah, I think it'll help me do my job if I clearly understand what each one of you, are passionate about, what you care about. So.
I think I'll say on behalf of the council, we appreciate the effort that staff has put into today and to everything. We know that we gave you a lot and that we give you guys a lot of anxiety, and we appreciate the effort that's put before us, because we get to make hard decisions, but we don't have to do a lot of the hard work. So it's really appreciated.
I know we all tell everybody and anybody we have the best people.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I know we talk all the time, we compare our staff to other cities,
Oh, yeah.
except for oh my gosh.
They're
I'm
jealous.
so glad we have our team.
I get told on a regular basis that people would love to poach our staff from us, so don't go. Please stay. So.
Great job.
I think we have some very exciting things happening. I mean, there's a lot of challenges, obviously, but we have a lot of huge potential, a lot of very exciting things, and the things that each of the staff brings to the table every day, and they're what I really kind of took away from today, honestly, is that really you kind of hit it, Tammy, is that you feel like you kind of know what the vision is of this body, and I think from my perspective, I really feel like you guys understand what that vision is too, because I see you incorporating it into the work that you're doing, and that's an exciting thing to see us really kind of all catch that same vision and work in the same direction to do it. There's some very awesome things that can happen out there for us, and I think we're headed in the right direction.
I think
We need to cut the efficiency down just a little bit, though. It's just
too much. I think too, if you all will take back to your departments, because you're kind of the captains that get to be seen on the field, but there's a whole team in each of your departments that really make things happen, and so I would absolutely take back the same thanks to all of those people who are, make your jobs doable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for us? Well, with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I'll let you have that. Oh.